Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Got to hurry. Here's where we break a racketeer's alibi. Got an alibi.
Sure, I know where he was. He's got an alibi.
Your Honor, my client's alibi is airtight.
Case dismissed.
Well, fellow, how was that for an alibi?
You're all right. You're a smart mouthpiece. A real smart mouthpiece.
Want me, boss?
I do. Is this your story?
Yeah. The one you got circled?
Of course. I'd read up on Sturgis, the up-and-coming attorney at law.
Oh, that was Hawk's boss. Well, what's the matter with it?
Plenty. The Daily Sentinel isn't playing up a man like Sturgis. 2 years ago, he was a small-time lawyer cadging two-bit cases at the small claims court. And look at him now.
He's a big shot, all right.
He's come too far, too fast, Lowry. Big apartment, country home. You can't tell me he's done all that on the level.
There's an answer to that, boss. Scar Moroni.
Moroni? The extortion racketeer?
Sure. Sturgis is Moroni's lawyer. Slick as they come, too.
Well, he must be. Moroni's never run into trouble with the law at any time.
Never even been arrested. Sturgis sees to that.
Gets him out of jail before they can even put him in, huh?
Moroni pays him plenty for it, too.
Well, he must, the way Sturgis has been living. Give this galley to Gunnigan, Lowry.
Shall I tell him it's out?
Completely out. No crooked lawyer can count on the Sentinel for free publicity.
You're not down on Hawks for doing the write-up, are you, boss?
Well, why should I be? Hawks is a reporter, not an editor. This should never even have gotten past Gunnigan's desk.
Holy Crowley, listen to this.
Actually,
Looks like you're going to bust.
The same goes for you, Lowry, when you hear what I got to say.
well, let's have it.
It's that racketeer, Scar Moroni.
Moroni? What about him? Has he been arrested?
The police got a warrant out for him right this very minute. He was at the station house when the complaint come in. Assault with a deadly weapon.
What's that translated?
He shot a guy, that's what.
Who was it this time? Another gangster?
Oh, not in your life. This time it was a storekeeper, a feller named Jensen.
Sweet chance of pinning it on Moroni if the guy's dead.
He ain't dead. Wounded in the shoulder, that's all.
Yeah, let's have it from the beginning, Axford. What's Jensen's story?
Well, the way the police and me got it, Jensen was asleep last night behind his store.
Behind his store?
Yeah. You see, he's got a little dry goods place, and he sleeps in back. Well, along about 10:30 last night, he wakes up.
What's that? Sounded like somebody in the store.
So he goes into the store, but it's empty. Then he said he turned on the lights.
Nobody here. Empty.
Guess I dream things. Oh, who can that be? This time of night. At 10:30 by the clock. The door is unlocked. What do you...
Inside, Jensen.
Here. Who do you think you are?
You're talking to the big boss, Jensen. Moroni.
I will not pay. It is extortion.
Give you one more chance, Jensen. Are you paying for protection or...
No. You crooks, get out or I'll call...
You ain't calling nobody.
So Moroni pulled out a gun and shot him. When Jensen recovered from a fainting spell, he was wounded in the shoulder and Moroni was gone.
Positively identifies Moroni?
Sure he does, Reed. Didn't he see him face to face, closer than you and me?
Is that something? Boss, I'd like to see Sturgis get Moroni out of this mess. If he tries, he'll be dragged under along with Moroni. Suppose Moroni's scrammed. Suppose the police don't get him. I'll get him, Lowry. Moroni's too well known to escape arrest. It may take a little time, but wherever he is, he's worried. And my guess is he'll be more worried when he reads the Sentinel.
Piper! Moroni charged with shooting! Notorious racketeer shot by police! Sentinel X3 Piper!
Okay, I seen the paper. The cops ain't never yet, Sturgis. Not yet.
You're a fool, Moroni. You can't beat this rap. Jensen saw you.
I got it covered. Me and Jigger went into the store first to move the clock back an hour.
Move the clock back? What for?
So Jensen saw it. After I plugged him, we set it right again. Jensen's going to get his time wrong. So all I got to do for an alibi is prove I was someplace else when Jensen was shot. When he thinks he was shot, that is.
Have you got an alibi?
Sure. And you're fixing it for me.
Not this time, Moroni.
You're my mouthpiece, ain't you?
Get another lawyer. I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole. It's too hot.
I sort of figured you might try that, Sturgis. See this rod?
Put that gun away.
Don't worry, I ain't plugging you. Take a good look at it.
Why should I... Where did you get that gun?
Don't bother looking in your desk.
It's gone. That's my gun.
Sure, I swiped it last time I was here. This is the rod I used on Jensen.
You shot him with my gun?
Suppose the cops get this rod, Sturgis. You ain't got a permit.
They could check it against the bullet from Jensen's shoulder. Give me that.
No, you don't.
Don't give it to the police. I'm a lawyer. It would ruin me.
Yeah, it would. Take your choice, pal.
What do you mean?
Are you going to handle this case for me?
Well,
Or do I turn this gad over to the cops?
No, I have no choice, huh?
What do you think?
Well, what's your alibi? Is it airtight?
Like a drum. I can prove I was someplace else.
It's your word against Jensen.
That's where you're wrong.
You mean you have others to prove you were somewhere else when Jensen was shot?
Plenty, Sturgis. I'm going to give myself up to the cops as soon as I put this gun in a good, safe place. And when the cops learn who some of my witnesses are, you'll be able to get me off this rap like nothing at all.
That's all there is, Mr. Reed. Axford's in the outer office waiting.
So Moroni's been arrested, eh?
Walked right into the police station himself.
Hey, boss, what do you think of this? A statement from Moroni's lawyer.
Sturgis?
Don't tell me Moroni's pleading guilt. According to Sturgis, Moroni had nothing to do with it.
But Jensen identified him.
That's what makes it odd. Sturgis is too crafty a lawyer to stick his neck out unless he has something very strong.
Will Jensen's evidence convict Moroni?
It should wipe out his racket.
Not now, it won't, boss. He's got an alibi.
What of it? Alibis have been broken before.
He has witnesses.
Witnesses? Lowry, you've been around long enough to know what kind of witnesses crooks usually take up.
Yeah? Would you be a good witness, boss?
I?
Where were you last night?
What are you driving at, Lowry?
You were at the Gaieties, weren't you?
I got the tickets, Mr. Reed.
Yes, I was, but what... Moroni.
Get it?
He and one of his mobsters were sitting in a box right in front of me.
Did he leave before the final curtain?
No, he stayed.
Curtain falls at 11, doesn't it?
That's right.
Then get this, boss. If Moroni was there until 11, how could he have been in Jensen's place at 10:30?
Well, that's impossible. I'm positive he didn't sneak out at any time.
How do you like that for witnesses?
Say, Reed, there's a man out in Casey's office wants to see you.
You should have used the dictograph, Axford.
Golly, youngster, you know I can't work that thing.
Who is he? What does he want?
Well, he said something about a witness.
A witness? Axford, is his name Sturgis by any chance?
Suffering snakes, Reed. How did you know?
Boss, this is it.
You're right, Lowry. 10 to 1, he has a summons for me.
A summons? For what, Reed?
To be a witness for Scar Moroni.
Huh?
You heard him the first time.
Gosh, Mr. Reed, you can't dodge a summons.
Sure not. It's your duty. If you're seeing something, you got to tell it. Even for a rat like Moroni.
If necessary, I must be a witness, of course.
I can't figure this out. Jensen wouldn't lie about the time.
I'm sure of that. Yet I did see Moroni at the theater.
The two don't fit.
Well, they will fit. They must. Axford, stole that man off.
I'll try, Reed.
Lowry, you and Hawk get on this. I want the facts before that summons is served.
Say, Reed.
Yes?
Do I got to handle this Sturgis with kid gloves?
Kid gloves? Oh. All I said was take care of him, Axford. I didn't say how.
That's all I want to know.
Well, will Reed see me now?
No, you don't. You're going out the other door, Mr. Sturgis.
What? He's in. I heard him.
No, not to you, he ain't in. And don't be calling him Reed. For guys like you, it's Mr. Reed.
Here, what are you doing?
Following Reed's orders. Let go. Sure I will, after I clean the office. Mike Axford, I'm proud of you. Maybe you can't use Casey's little dictograph for letting people in. But, golly, you're as good as anybody when it comes to using your jokes for throwing people out.
For the last time, Jensen. You made a mistake about the time, didn't you?
It was 10:30. When I got in my store, I see the clock.
But Moroni swears he was in the theater.
He's got
witnesses.
He was in my store. Holy crow, Lowry. It don't make no difference who asked the questions, you or the sergeant. It always gets to the same place.
Yeah, no place.
You're a smart mouthpiece, Sturgis. The cops are running around in circles.
Jensen's word against your witnesses.
Did you get Reed yet?
He's been ducking the summons, but he'll be at the trial. He's a public-spirited citizen.
Public-spirited. That's good, eh?
Better lay off the rough stuff for a while.
What for? They can't prove nothing.
I said lay off.
You and who else?
Ludwig, your political friend.
Oh, Ludwig, eh? Did he tell you that?
He passed the word. Go easy till after this blows over.
Yeah, what's the idea? I'm paying Ludwig good dough for his political connections.
He's earning it. When he tells you something, he knows what he's talking about.
Okay. But make it snappy.
It won't be long.
It better not.
In a week, you'll be clear. This case will be thrown out of court. As your lawyer, I can assure you of that.
A smart mouthpiece. That's what you are. A real smart mouthpiece.
Jensen, owner of the store, swears Scar Moroni, well-known racketeer, pulled the trigger that sent the bullet.
Have you got something, Lowry?
Yeah, the same old tripe, Axford. I don't know why Gunnigan bothers to have me do a rewrite.
He couldn't have been in two places at once, could he?
Who?
This Moroni guy.
Jensen must have made a mistake, that's all. If the boss saw Moroni in the theater, Jensen couldn't have seen him in the store.
Well, maybe they're both right.
What?
Well, what I mean is, I've been working on a theory. Now, supposing this here Moroni's got a twin brother.
Twin brother? Will you go away, Axford?
Well, it ain't so crazy as all that. I was talking to the sergeant about the case coming up tomorrow, and he said...
I'm not interested. Coming up tomorrow?
Huh?
Have you told the boss?
No, I ain't. I've been busy with me theory.
Give me Mr. Reed.
He ain't at the office this late, Lowry. He's home.
Then I'll get him there.
Golly, ain't there nobody interested in my theory?
Nobody but you, Axford. Hello, operator. Where have you been? Get Mr. Reed's home and make it snappy.
In Britt Reed's apartment, the telephone rings unanswered. Britt Reed had stepped through a secret panel in the rear of his clothes press a few minutes before. Then he went along a narrow passageway within the wall and down a flight of stairs until he stood in a supposedly abandoned building beside the gleaming, sleek Black Beauty, the car of the Green Hornet.
Better check carefully. Cato isn't here to tend to the Black Beauty. Gas? Okay. Tires and oil already checked.
He pulled the green mask over his head, fastening it securely. A gas weapon went into his pocket.
All set. A racketeer, a crooked lawyer, and perhaps a bribed politician. District Attorney Martin told me Jensen's case is coming up tomorrow. Unless I act tonight, my testimony will be used to free Moroni. Moroni's guilty. I'm positive of it. It's the smart lawyer of his who's the key to this racket. Well, let's see how smart he is when he meets the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. The Black Beauty sped through dark alleys until a certain house came in sight, the home of the criminal lawyer Sturgis.
Leave it here in the alley, behind the house. That lighted window across from the street lamp looks interesting. I'll see how it is up close.
We'll have it settled tomorrow, Ludwig. Moroni will be released.
I hope so. Hard enough pulling strings without him getting into messes.
He's a fool.
Why not drop him, Sturgis? No matter how smart a lawyer is, you're heading for trouble when you deal with him.
I can't.
Why not? He's got nothing on you. On either of us.
He has. On me.
What?
Do you know whose gun he shot Jensen with?
What difference is it?
Plenty. He used my gun.
Oh.
If I could get that gun back, I'd drop him fast.
Sturgis.
Huh?
Look.
What's the matter with you, Ludwig? You look at
the window.
I see. That shadow cast by the street lamp. A man listening.
I'll fix it.
Wait, Ludwig. Follow me. Around behind him. We'll take no chances on this. Whoever he is, he's not going to escape.
Stop talking. I wonder if...
Put your hands up.
What? Keep your distance.
Don't worry, Ludwig. He won't try anything.
Not with a gun pointed at me.
Who are you?
Sturgis. Sturgis, he's masked.
So I notice.
Look at that mask.
Our friend is nervous, Sturgis.
I'm not. Whoever you are, you made a mistake.
Sturgis, take it easy. He's the...
Stop stammering, Ludwig.
He's trying to tell you that I'm the Green Hornet.
What? Yes, that's it.
I should have known. That mask. I've seen it in the papers.
Now that you know who I am...
Don't move.
Ooh, what's wrong, Sturgis? That gun is shaking in your hand.
It can still go off.
A smart lawyer like you doesn't commit murder.
Murder?
You can't scare me, Hornet.
No, I'm not trying to, Sturgis.
I could pull this trigger and call the police. You're the Hornet. There's a reward out for you.
Yes, I'll call him now.
One moment, Ludwig.
I'm giving the orders here, not you.
I heard your conversation through the window.
I think we will call the police.
What about the gun that shot Jensen?
Huh?
I told you I was listening. You'd like to get that gun back from Scar Moroni.
I'm not...
Wouldn't you?
That's my affair, not yours.
I could get that gun, Sturgis. I could bring it here.
Don't believe him. He's lying.
I'm not lying. The gun will be here tonight. No matter what happens...
Drop it! Look out! Let go! Drop that gun! Ludwig, he's got my arm. The gun! Hold it!
Yes,
No, you don't. You can't. I'll fix you. Don't touch that gun.
Get it, Sturgis.
Leave it there on the ground. One move and you get a dose of gas.
He's got a gun.
I'm leaving, but I'll be back, Sturgis. The Green Hornet keeps his word.
From what Sturgis said, Moroni is guilty. Jensen did make a mistake about the time, but I don't know just how they worked that. Perhaps if I got that gun from Moroni, it might lead to something. Let's see. The clock on the dashboard says... A clock. There was a clock in Jensen's store. That's what he looked at. I wonder if Moroni changed that clock. I wonder if I can prove that.
Hey, Digger! Digger!
Yeah? What's the shouting for, Scar?
Look at that clock.
What about it?
I was in here 10 minutes ago.
Sure.
It's okay then. Now it's 50 minutes fast.
Huh?
Look at it.
So what? Can't a clock go screwy? It needs fixing.
What about this? The front of this clock wasn't open before. Somebody moved it.
You got clocks on the brain ever since we fixed the clock in Jensen's place.
I don't like it.
Don't make no sense to me.
Who was in here?
Search me.
Jigger, if you got any notions about getting me out of the way.
Me, boss?
Somebody fooled with that ticker, and it wasn't me. Has that smart mouthpiece been talking to you?
What's a timepiece got to do with Sturgis and me?
I don't know. But I don't like it, see?
You're running this racket, Scar. I ain't after nothing.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, the gun.
Huh?
Sturgis swiped his gun. He's just the kind of guy to switch that clock to leave me know. Yeah, I guess I'm dreaming things.
Sure. There's the rod.
Right where I left it.
Thanks, Moroni.
Huh?
He's masked.
What the devil? The Green Hornet.
I want that gun, Moroni.
You'll get it right now.
The lights. He turned out the lights.
Where is he?
Right here.
Get him.
I can't see nothing.
Grab him. He get the gun.
There he goes. Move that blasted chair.
The lights. Put on the lights.
I can't find it.
Move.
Here's the switch.
Why didn't you stop him?
Didn't have a chance. That guy's a tornado.
Look at this room.
I don't get it, Scar. What's the Green Hornet want with Sturgis Road?
He took it, didn't he?
Sure, but I don't...
What's that laying on the floor?
What?
Where I'm pointing, you sap.
Oh, that? Looks like a handkerchief.
I got eyes. Give me it.
Pretty fancy looking.
I'll take it. Well,
What are you grinning about?
Green Hornet, eh?
Huh?
That wasn't the Green Hornet, Jigger.
I seen him.
You seen a guy wearing a mask. But how do you know it was the Hornet behind it?
Why,
Some other guy could wear a mask.
Yeah, I guess so, but...
Take another gander at this handkerchief. Don't it look familiar?
Say, now that you say it...
Snappy color, fancy edge. How about this initial?
Hey, that's it, S. That's Sturgis.
Sure, he wears them all the time, poking half out of his pocket. Sturgis.
He's the only guy that would want that gun.
Smart lawyer, huh?
What's the...
Rat.
What's the rush, Scar?
Come on.
We going someplace?
Yeah. We're gonna see my lawyer.
Outside in the shadows, Britt Reed saw Moroni and Jigger leave. He left his mask and gun in the car and hurried to a nearby phone.
Still early enough to get someone at the Sentinel. That'll give me just time enough to get to Sturgis's place before Moroni gets there.
I tell you, Lowry, I'm worried. If Reed ain't at his apartment,
Relax, Axford. The boss is probably out enjoying himself.
He ain't supposed to gallivant around. Suffering snakes, his old man told me to bodyguard Reed.
Yeah, probably him now. Hello?
Is Britt Reed there?
No, who wants him?
He has a reward out for the Green Hornet, hasn't he?
The Green Hornet? Well, sure he has.
I'll be around later for the reward. The Green Hornet was seen at Sturgis's place.
The Green Hornet with Sturgis?
Holy crow. Ask him how he knows, Lowry.
Is this on the level?
Go, though. You'll find out.
We will. What's your name?
My name?
Yeah, for the reward.
Well, never mind my name. You catch the Green Hornet and you'll learn it.
Them crooks hate to give their names.
How we know it's you?
You'll know. I'll describe this phone call.
Good enough. Sturgis with the Green Hornet. Criminal lawyer with master crook. Sounds like the McCoy.
I heard it. Why ain't Reed around?
What are you doing?
Calling Reed's apartment again. Maybe he's come in. Golly, Lowry, you won't want to miss this.
There's no time. Tell the switchboard to call the boss. And the cops.
Say, that's right.
I want to be there in plenty of time.
Holy crow, not so fast, Lowry.
This is no time to loaf, you big lug.
But I tell
We're
you...
heading for a page one special. A headline on the Green Hornet.
After Britt Reed phoned the Daily Sentinel, he returned to the Black Beauty. A high-powered car racing at top speed easily outdistanced Moroni in the dash to the home of Sturgis, the criminal lawyer.
No one here yet. I'm the first. Put on the mask. Again, and oh, yes, a smoke bomb might come in handy.
Stop pacing the floor, Sturgis.
I should have taken your advice about the Green Hornet.
Too late now. He got away.
The door.
I suppose he came back.
The Hornet? Don't be a fool.
Who then?
We'll see.
Thought you'd get away with it, eh?
Moroni, I didn't expect you.
I'll say you didn't. Where's that gun?
Gun?
Don't stall. I guess this ain't yours.
What? Yes, that's my handkerchief.
That's all I want to know. Inside.
I'll see here.
You too, Ludwig. Keep them covered, Jigger.
You heard the boss. This hand in my pocket's holding a gat.
Thought you could get rid of me, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't stall, you double-crossing rats. I'm wise, see? Close the door, Jigger. Lock it.
Okay.
Now come across. Where's that gun, Sturgis?
Moroni, what's the matter with you?
I'm going to give you 3.
Wait. We don't understand.
Come to my place masked as the Green Hornet, huh?
The Green Hornet?
Never mind the act. The gun.
Was the Hornet at your place?
Get set, Jigger. 1.
Moroni, that handkerchief. Moroni, listen. The Hornet was here. He took that handkerchief. It wasn't me at your place. It was the Hornet.
2.
Don't I tell you.
I want that
Here's
gun.
Sturgis's gun, Moroni.
Hey, what the...
What? It's him. He's back. The Hornet.
What's going on here? Jigger!
Take your hand out of your pocket, Jigger. Empty. You understand?
Yeah. Okay.
Now, I'll take that gun. That's it. That gun stays on the floor. As for this one...
That's Sturgis's gat. So it was the real Hornet.
Good guessing, Scar.
It is blackmail? Do you know Scar set the clock back?
Blackmail? No.
What are you here for?
What do you think? I told you I'd bring your gun to you.
What?
Here, catch.
You tossed it back to him. What's the idea?
Hey, the cops! I don't want this gun. Scar used it to shoot Jensen.
Open the door.
Get out of here, fast.
That's a good idea, Ludwig, but I don't want company.
Smoke! I can't see that.
Look out, Scar! What's he doing?
Let go the door.
Inside, cover him. Something snakes. It's full of smoke. I can't see. Smash the window.
Okay, Sarge. Don't let him out the door.
I demand to know what this is all about.
Stay here. You'll find out.
Hey, it's clear enough now. We'll see which one of these guys is the Green Hornet.
That's better.
I had nothing to do with this.
Ludwig and Sturgis.
Don't deny nothing. We heard you talking through the door.
Hey, Sarge, here's Scar, Moroni, and Jigger lying on the floor.
I didn't do it. I didn't shoot them.
Sturgis has the gun. I'm clear.
I'm innocent, I tell you. Scar was the one who shot Jensen, not me. He used my gun, but it wasn't me.
That's plenty for us, Sturgis.
You said it, Sergeant. That smashes Scar's racket and Sturgis, too.
I'll talk.
Plenty, but you're still an accessory after the fact. You may have been a criminal lawyer, Sturgis, but from now on, you're just plain criminal.
Golly, Reed, I came right back here to the apartment. You missed half the excitement. Where you been?
Ben, I was out. Did anything happen?
Anything happen? We almost nabbed the Green Hornet.
Well, next time, Maxford, I'll make sure I'm around. Anytime the Green Hornet's caught, I want to be there.
Racketeer confesses! Cook and lawyer and politician and both! Read all about it! Green Hornet still alive! Sentinel X-Street
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach, the Green Hornet. his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Got to hurry. It's a shakedown. I know it's a shakedown. And the Green Hornet's going to smash it.
Lightning struck the plant. The power is off. The city power is off. Lightning struck the plant.
They'll think lightning struck the shakedown.
Now, take it easy, Casey. There ain't nothing to be scared of when you hear the thunder. It's the lightning what does the damage.
Close that window, Axford. The rain's coming in.
That I will, Casey. By golly, isn't this a storm, though?
Oh, rather. Sentinel still has to be published. Storm or no storm. What about that rewrite Mr. Reed wants?
Oh, golly. Ain't it a shame now? I never seen such luck.
Shame. What is, the rewrite on the Bargo story?
Here I spend the whole morning working up my appetite. And now when it's time to go and eat, this rain comes like this.
Axford, the rewrite.
And me with an empty stomach and no rubber as an umbrella.
Listen, you big lug.
Huh? Oh, you were saying something about the Bargo story.
Yes, Sonny boy, I was. We publish a newspaper, the Daily Sentinel, remember?
Oh, sure.
Mr. Reed is anxious to see a certain story wherein there are statements made by a man named Bargo.
That's windbag. Lowry says he's full of hot air. All them things he's had to say about the electric company are nothing but propaganda.
Mm-hmm. I know, Axford.
Hey, Casey, got an aspirin tablet?
Lowry, Mr. Reed's waiting.
I know. Mr. Reed wants a story Bargo sent in. Well, here it is. I've done the best I can with it, and it's got me down.
Oh, there's the aspirin.
Oh, thanks. Wait till I get a glass of water. Get a load of the blast he's written against the Light and Power Company. You'll like that. If that guy keeps on, he's going to really arouse some interest in his screwball scheme to get the city to take over the light and power.
Lowry, he couldn't do that, could he?
You'd be surprised at what a lot of drool like his can do when the people go to cast their votes. Anyone with half a brain would know that most of the statements he makes are pure fiction.
Golly, I didn't realize that.
Lowry said that anyone with half a brain would know it, Axford.
Oh, sure. Lowry would know it. But now you and me, Casey, we ain't handicapped with only half a brain.
Well, that's for you, Lowry.
Oh, by golly, that's the time I told you off, Lowry.
A mastermind. I've got to see the boss about this story. Is he in?
Yes, Lowry, but he's busy.
In. That's all I want to know. Thanks. Mr. Reed.
Oh, yes, Lowry. Come in.
I can't do anything with the stuff Bargo sent in. If we take out the phony statements, there won't be anything left to print. He's using your paper as a medium of propaganda.
You've investigated, Lowry?
Sure, and so's Jenks and Hawks. The power and light company's on the level. They're not charging exorbitant rates, and the city cannot give the same service at less cost. I don't know why Bargo's trying to use his political influence to bring about a change in the setup.
There have been quite a number of power failures recently, Lowry.
All right, but let a pack of politicians run the electric company and see what happens. Look here, boss. My personal opinion is that Bargo and his gang of wolves could tell a lot about some of those power failures if they wanted to.
What?
I mean it. Off the record, I think he's caused some of them, just to give him something to squawk about.
That's a pretty serious charge.
That's why I'm not making it public.
Now, leave your story with me. I'll look it over. If I find that Bargo is trying to use the Daily Sentinel for the sort of thing you say...
I'm dead sure of it, boss. All you gotta do is check back on his record. He's been in on graft for a long time. Too long. He feels that if the city takes over the electric company, he'll be lined up for a nice, fat executive job. Imagine a guy like Bargo trying to hold down Porter's job.
I know Porter quite well.
Isn't he in the Civic Club?
Yes.
Okay, and he's made a lifetime study of his game. He's worked up from the bottom, the lineman to president. Now imagine Bargo having conceit enough to think he could step right in and do a better job. Why, the big...
I'll investigate.
Okay, boss. If there's anything I can get, let me know.
I will.
Hold on, Casey.
What's the matter with you, Axford?
Don't use the phone when it's lightning like this.
Oh, don't be a sap.
I'll be seeing you soon, Casey.
Okay, Lowry,
Holy crow.
Hey, that hit close.
The light has gone off.
Good grief.
power gone off?
Golly, yes, Reed. I told Casey not to touch the
Don't
phone.
you try and blame me for the power going off.
Give me that phone.
No,
If the
Reed,
presses
don't-
have stopped, we'll be in a bad way. Hello? Hello? Is the power off all over the building? It is. Thanks. Get the power plant on the phone, Miss Case. See how long the power will be off.
We can't run the paper off
How's
without
that,
power,
Leslie?
can we?
You might try writing it in longhand, Axford. Well, another failure.
By golly, it's just like what Bargo says.
Maybe he planned it that way.
Huh?
Take your chatter outside. What's the matter, Miss Case? No answer?
I guess the lines are all tied up with inquiries.
Yeah, it looks as if the power's off in the whole downtown area.
Boy, won't Bargo have a lot to say about this.
I have a lot to say about the failure of the Power and Light Company to supply uninterrupted service. The equipment is obsolete and outmoded. An hour of failure such as occurred in the downtown area today is inexcusable. It could very easily cause a panic.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Bargo. All I want from you is a statement. What would you have done to have prevented such a thing if you were in charge of the electric company?
There should be efficient lightning arresters.
You mean to say the Power and Light Company is not equipped with efficient arresters?
I contend the equipment is obsolete and outmoded, as I've said. The lightning caused an overload that broke down an arrestor.
You know that to be a fact?
Naturally, I've investigated.
I see. And you want to go on record as stating that the equipment was not what it should be?
That is my contention.
You're throwing out a pretty bold statement. Aren't you afraid the statement is going to be challenged?
No.
Maybe because Mr. Porter hasn't given your accusations the dignity of a rebuttal?
Mr. Lowry, if you want the statement, you have it. I have nothing further to say.
Okay. I'll see what Mr. Porter has to say.
What I have to say, Mr. Lowry, is simply this. I'm aware of what Mr. Bargo is trying to do. It's a form of oral sabotage. He'd like nothing more than for me to come out in the papers and start a debate with him. I feel that any statement I might make could be distorted and misquoted by this man. Therefore, I prefer to make no statements.
Tell me this, Mr. Porter. Is it true that the equipment here is outmoded?
It's true that the equipment here is the finest and most efficient, most modern that money can buy or science can develop.
That's just about what I thought.
We're conducting an investigation as to why the power went off today. It shouldn't have done so.
What's that?
Our equipment should have arrested the lightning. And there should have been no more than a momentary interruption in the electric service. I refuse to believe that there was any defect in the lightning arresters.
Now, that's interesting.
However, I don't care to make any further statement at the present time. You may say that a full and complete investigation is being conducted.
Full and complete investigation is being conducted, eh, Lowry?
That's what he said, Mr. Reed. But you know how those things are. Mr. Porter showed me the place where the lightning struck. It was all fused and melted down so you couldn't tell much of anything from it.
And that's what he told me on the telephone. Yeah, he's not going to have much success conducting any investigation.
Well, you talked to him, huh?
Yeah. Confidentially, he suspects a man by the name of Scadron.
Who?
Scadron, Scadron.
Holy mackerel. You mean to say he suspects this man deliberately caused that trouble?
He's trying to find out.
Meanwhile, what's he done about Scadron?
Nothing. It happens that Scadron is going on his vacation anyway, so the investigation will be made while he's away from the plant.
Oh, boy, if we could only get proof that... Oh, well, it's too much to hope for.
And what's that, Lowry?
Do you suppose there's any chance that Bargo hired Scadron to wreck that equipment just so he'd have another point against the Light and Power Company?
Well, what's your personal opinion, Lowry?
Personally, I wouldn't put it past him. That bird's willing to go the limit to win his point.
I see.
He knows that a big job in a city-owned Power and Light Company would be worth grabbing. He's out to grab it.
I wonder what Porter's investigation is going to reveal.
I don't know, boss. I'm afraid nothing.
After Ed Lowry left Britt Reed alone in his office, the young publisher sat for some time wrapped in deep thought. Then he prepared an envelope which he put into his pocket to mail personally. An envelope that held a strange device that was destined to bring about a fast-moving sequence of events. Meanwhile, Bargo received a phone call. He made sure his office door was locked, then took up the receiver.
Yes?
Hello, Bargo. This is Scadron.
Yes, Scadron. I've been waiting to hear from you.
Yeah, I didn't dare call you after the accident yesterday. Thought I'd better wait till I was away from the place on my vacation.
Any trouble?
No trouble at all. It went slick.
I understand that Porter's conducting a complete investigation.
Sure he is.
Anything that he might find?
Not a thing. I saw to it that every angle was covered.
Good enough.
I got a hunch, though, Bargo.
Hunch? What do you mean?
Porter suspects something phony.
He does?
Yeah, he knows enough about the equipment to know that things just couldn't happen that way.
I see.
But he can't prove anything, so don't worry.
Worry? I'm not worried, Scadron.
I'll be on my vacation, you know.
Yes.
But I'll be at that special phone number so you can reach me if you want to.
Very well, Scadron. You'd better not call me here again. I've got that phone number here in my file. If I want you, I'll call you.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Bye. As long as there are stooges like Scadron available, I needn't worry. Just a little more pressure, and I'll have Mr. Porter willing to talk terms with me.
The next day, Britt Reed came to his office as usual. His reporters had been gathering facts and data, statements and theories in connection with the recent failure of the Light and Power Company and the subsequent investigation. Lowry said,
So there we are, boss. Up a tree. A big one.
We're stymied, Lowry.
Even if Bargo and Scadron planned this job, what are they after? I don't get it.
Well, it looks simple to me. Bargo's in a fine position to make demands on Porter.
Demands?
He can come pretty close to putting Porter out of business with a city-owned power plant as he threatened.
I get it. Porter feeds the kitty or else. A shakedown.
Exactly. Only Bargo would be less crude. He'd call it a contribution to his campaign fund.
Reed, Sovereign Snake. Whatever do you think?
About what?
It's Porter. He just got a ominous letter.
You lug. You don't mean ominous. You mean anonymous.
Do I? I thought it was ominous.
Well, ominous means threatening, actually.
Golly, that's what it was.
Well, what did it say?
It didn't say nothing.
You mean a blank sheet of paper?
You don't call that a threat. No writing at all.
This here note didn't need one. All it had was a seal stamped on the paper.
A seal?
Hey, what kind of a seal?
Holy crow. What kind do you think? The seal of the Green Hornet. And if that ain't an ominous note, you don't know the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now, to continue our story. Britt Reed had started his plan to trap the shakedown racketeers by mailing a Green Hornet seal to Porter, president of the Light Company. Now, in his office, he took the next step.
That's what it was, Casey. Ominous. Ominous note.
Axford, will you stop repeating that word?
Well, wasn't it?
Well, once in your life, you get a word right, and at such an event, you never forget it.
You're calling Lowry, Miss Case.
He'll be right here, Mr. Reed.
Say, Reed, you heard Hawks couldn't get no place with Porter, ain't you?
Yes, I got that, Axford.
Seems kind of funny Porter shouldn't want nothing done about that Green Hornet note.
Perhaps he has enough worries already. As a matter of fact, I wonder if this Green Hornet business isn't entirely fake.
Suffering snakes.
Miss Case, do you recall the man who works for the Light and Power Company that got tangled up with the Green Hornet last year?
Yes, I think so. It was during that loan shark racket.
Oh, that's the man. He swore the Green Hornet helped him out.
The Hornet's a crook. He don't help nobody.
This man thinks so, Axford. If it hadn't been for the Green Hornet, he'd have lost his home to the loan sharks.
You have his name in the morgue?
Shall I dig it out?
Yeah, I'll do that. I want Lowry to question that man.
Golly, Reed, you don't think he's in with the Hornet now?
Well, he works for the Light Company. Porter, president of the company, got a Hornet note.
I see, Mr. Reed. This man may know something about it.
Possibly. And it's also possible that his faith in the Green Hornet is cooled enough for Lowry to get something from him. Tell Lowry to get on it at once. Have him call me at my apartment. I'll be waiting.
That evening, Britt Reed paced the study of his apartment.
The Green Hornet is going to stand a chance of revealing Bargo's racket. I'll need assistance. Cato's not here, and the only possibility... That you, Lowry?
Right, boss.
You saw this fellow whose name we dug out of the morgue?
Yeah, I saw him. Name's Curtis. Lives at the...
Never mind the phone book details. Did he talk?
Not a thing, boss. I had to wait till he got through his job at powerhouse number 6.
Powerhouse number 6, eh?
Yeah, but when it came to the Green Hornet, he says he doesn't know a thing, and if he did, he'd never go back on the Hornet.
Never go back on the Hornet. Well, thanks, Lowry. That's all I want.
What now, boss?
No? Well, we'll keep after Porter, that's all.
Okay, boss. Bye.
Bye, Lowry. Curtis. Yeah, he's the man. Now, where's the phone book? If he'll help the Green Hornet... Yeah, here it is. I can get to his place in 10 minutes with the Black Beauty. And that's where the Green Hornet's going.
Britt Reed stepped through a secret panel in the rear of his clothes press, then along a narrow passageway within the wall of the apartment house, which led directly to the supposedly abandoned building which housed the sleek, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Here's the Green Hornet mask and the gun fully loaded. Now the rest is up to the Green Hornet and to Curtis.
Don't understand. Why should that reporter ask you about the Green Hornet note that was sent to the president?
Search me, honey. Said he was just curious because of what happened last year.
You're not hiding anything.
Of course not. But it still goes. The Hornet saved us once, and no matter what, I'm for him.
Yes, he did help us, but, well, he's the worst criminal there is.
Not with me, ain't?
Can I count on that, Curtis?
Huh?
It's him, the Hornet.
Keep your voice down, Mrs. Curtis.
Oh, how did you get in?
The window.
Don't shoot.
I heard what you said, Curtis. I want your help.
Please, he's an honest man.
I owe you plenty, Hornet, but I ain't doing nothing crooked.
You can't ask
You owe me something, Curtis, and I promise you'll do nothing wrong.
Well,
You work at Powerhouse Station 6?
Yeah, me and another guy, operator.
When do you take the night shift?
Tomorrow night. 1 week day shift, next week night. Tomorrow night
What do you want him to do?
Curtis, I'm going to trap a couple of rats.
If you say so.
Don't, it's dangerous.
Go ahead, Hornet. You said a trap.
With you as bait, Curtis. Now listen closely. I haven't time to repeat what you're to do.
Curtis agreed to do as the Green Hornet requested. The following day, he called the Daily Sentinel and spoke to Lowry.
Hello, Lowry talking. Curtis? What Curtis? Oh, yeah. What's that? A guy named Skadron? Yeah? Yeah, I get it. Will I be there with bells on? Well, when the boss hears about this, that guy Curtis does know something. Hey, Casey, where's it? Oh, there you are, boss.
You got something, Lowry?
Have I? The Green Hornet.
What? You mean
Has he been caught?
Not yet, but he's heading for it. That guy Curtis did know something.
Yeah, but you said last night.
That's past history. Curtis just called me. He'd been scared to talk before.
What did he say?
He mentioned the Green Hornet and Skadron.
Don't tell me the Hornet is in this, too.
Up to his ears, he must be.
Well, let's have it. What did Curtis know?
We'll get that later, boss.
He didn't tell you over the phone?
No, scared to talk.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Reed, if he's scared to talk, then...
Hold it, Casey. He'll talk, but not over the phone.
Well, you arranged to meet him.
Tonight at 11 o'clock at the place where he works. He said he'd have plenty.
Great. Lowry, you're going out there.
You don't have to tell me that, boss.
Get Porter. He'll want to be on it, too.
Axford might come in handy, Mr. Reed.
Axford?
Well, if Curtis has been threatened...
No, that's true. You take Axford. Get a couple of men from police headquarters.
Hey, why let them in? We're running a newspaper, not a detective bureau.
Miss Pace got the idea, Lowry. Suppose Skadron or Bargo or the Green Hornet decides to carry out that threat.
Okay, boss. The cops go.
We'll hold page 1 for the story. But I want to be sure we get that story.
It's 9 o'clock, Mr. Bargo. Shall I let the rest of these papers go until tomorrow morning?
Yeah. What's that, Miss Williams? I have something on my mind.
If you mean that letter that came in this afternoon, why not forget it? It's nothing but a crank note.
Of course it is. Hinting that I had anything to do with that light company accident.
Well, you needn't jump down my throat.
Besides, I never heard of this man, Curtis.
Yes, I know, Mr. Bargo.
But don't stand around. If you're going, go.
Yes, sir.
We'll finish in the morning.
I never seen so jumpy before. That letter certainly...
Inside.
Matt!
What's going on here?
Don't worry, Bargo. I'll handle it.
The Green Hornet.
Move. Get inside that closet.
Look here now.
I'm going.
You are, isn't she, Bargo?
Well, I...
She's out of the way.
If you didn't have that gun,
Lock the closet.
I tell
Lock
you...
it. That's better. Bargo, we have to take care of this fella Curtis.
How do you know about that?
Why shouldn't I know? You're not the only one that's working a racket against Porter.
Will you shut up the girl?
What?
She heard every word.
Over this way where she can't hear it.
What are you after, Hornet? If you think you can get a slice of that money, you're...
Money you got from Porter? I wouldn't touch it.
Then what are
This,
you after?
Bargo?
No, don't.
Take it.
Yes,
He's out. By the time he comes to, the police will be here to escort him to jail. Well, that girl will be a good witness, too. Now, let's see. Where's his private file? To get Scadron's phone number. He's supposed to be on vacation, but must be here. My plans for tonight will fail. Must be here. Yeah. Scadron. And the number. The main thing is this phone call to get Scadron out to Station 6, where he's going to meet the Green Hornet.
What's holding him up? Should have been here, but... There he comes. Got his lights out like he said. And it's about time. Where you been? Bargo said I'd be meeting you here at... What the...
What's the matter, Scadron?
You're wearing a mask. You're the Green Hornet.
Sure I am.
But Bargo didn't say it was you was coming.
No names were mentioned at all on the phone. You know that?
Yeah, that's right.
No time for talk, Scadron.
Where we going?
Ever hear of a man named Curtis?
Curtis. Yeah, a guy by that name works for the light company.
Well, we're taking care of him.
Is that the guy Bargo meant? You mean he knows I done that job at the main power plant?
He's here now, inside.
That's all I want to know. I'll beat him up plenty.
You brought a gun?
Yeah.
Let me see it.
Sure. Don't worry, it's loaded. See, it's a long way from your car to this powerhouse, ain't it?
Yeah, and it's better that way. We have to make a fast getaway. You go ahead and open the door. I'll make sure there's no one around.
Okay, but make it snappy. I want to get this over with.
While Scadron moved ahead, Britt Reed quickly removed the cartridges from the gun and substituted blanks.
Anybody around?
We're the only ones here now.
The door's open.
Here's your gun, Scadron. We'll go in and talk to Curtis. Follow me. There they are. Curtis and another man.
I don't like it, Hornet. I figured Curtis was going to be alone.
I'll take care of the other man. You think you can handle Curtis?
Sure.
He may prove tough.
Not him.
Better keep your gun out where he can see it.
Hey, I ain't going to plug nobody. All that guy needs is a good scare.
A scare easier if he sees you with a gun.
Yeah. Okay, Hornet, he'll see it.
Now, wait a few minutes until they're looking the other way.
What's the matter with now?
Now, they're too close together. I want to be able to get at that other fellow without interference. We'll wait a few minutes.
How about now, Hornet?
I'm giving the order, Scadron.
But hey, look.
What?
Through the window, a car.
Stopping here.
What are we going to do?
We move fast. There's still time.
How are we going to get out?
Back entrance. We'll use that. Come on.
But Curtis and that other guy, they're still facing this way.
Where's the light switch? We'll work in the dark. Here it goes.
Hey, Curtis, the light. What happened?
Hello, the power's still on.
Don't move, either of you.
What is this?
Stick up. It's the Green Hornet.
Hit your lip button, Curtis.
Who are you?
I'll show you.
Try it.
Hey, Hornet, take care of that guy. They're ganging me.
Hurry, Scadron.
I'm warning you not to talk, Curtis.
Talk about what?
I've got the other one, Scadron. Tell him.
You can't see it, Curtis, but there's a gun pointed at you.
Watch out, Curtis.
Let go my arm.
Don't shoot.
Don't, Scadron.
My arm. Let go.
Oh, shot Curtis.
You let go of me. I'll get you for this. Hey, Hornet, where are you? Get me out of here. Let go.
Don't nobody move. Who fired them shots?
Put the lights on, Axford.
Hey, get him, Lowry.
Here's the guy who did it. Hold him. What's the matter with those lights?
Oh, there they are.
Now we can see.
You, holding the gun. Drop it.
He shot Curtis.
I tell you, it was an accident. I didn't mean to pull the trigger.
Drop that gun.
He did it, Mr. Porter. Scadron shot Curtis.
Sure he did. Afraid we was going to talk, eh, Scadron?
Now, listen, I tell you, it was an accident.
Yeah, like that time lightning hit the main power plant.
No, honest. I did that job at the power plant. Sure I did.
You're admitting it?
It was Bargo. He paid me to put the lights on the blink so he could work a shakedown racket on Porter. And he's the guy sent me over here to shut up Curtis.
You did that too well.
I didn't mean to. There was a Hornet. He grabbed my arm, I'm telling you. I ain't no murderer.
You're right about that, Scadron.
Huh?
You're not a murderer.
What's up for the snakes, Lowry? What about Curtis?
That's just it, Axford. Take a look at Curtis.
What's this?
Curtis hasn't been murdered. He hasn't even been shot.
Holy crow!
He's right. Look at this gun. It's loaded with blanks.
Curtis is only knocked out, but I could have sworn he'd been shot.
He ain't dead. It ain't no murder rap.
The only thing that's dead around here is Bargo's racket, Scadron. And you've blabbed plenty about that.
I deny it. I want a lawyer.
We got plenty. A lawyer'd be wasting his time.
That's that Green Hornet. He's the guy that done this. Why didn't you nab him?
Nab the Green Hornet?
I'll tell you why not. Because trying to catch him would be like trying to handle a bolt of lightning. It just can't be done.
Papers! Shakedown racket smashed! Politician charged with crime! Green Hornet involved! Read all about it! Green Hornet to emerge! Sentinel Extra Papers!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. Here's where we smash a taxi cab racketeer.
So help me, I'm innocent. Can a guy drive a cab?
Here's the place. Watch your step.
this racket. You drive our cabs or none, see?
Here you are, the Daily Sentinel's building.
What do I owe you?
See what's on the meter says.
Okay. You got change from it. Holy crow!
Huh?
$1.85 for that little ride. It's highway robbery.
What are you talking about?
This here meter slip. Where's the policeman? No sawed-off little squirt of a cab driver. It's going to swindle me.
What you call a swindle? Go on, you big ape. Call a cop. I know my rights. That's free country, ain't it? You can't tell me.
$1.85 for what? Maybe you want me to buy your cab.
Oh, so now you want to make off like I'm selling something that don't belong to me.
Huh?
Asking me to sell the company's cab so you can have me pinched for pilfering. That's a larceny, that's what.
Check his larceny, you mean? $1.85.
I'm innocent, I tell you. You can't pin nothing on me. After the company fixes the rates.
Listen, you little blister of the heel of progress. Mr. Reed's upstairs in the Central office waiting for me for an important conference.
No, you don't. You ain't skipping out on me. Can't you read? Look on the side of the cab if you don't believe me. I don't make the rates.
Suffering snakes. They gone up.
Don't look at me. I'm innocent of them rates.
The rates is almost double. The next time I'll stick far away from this cab company.
It won't do you no good if you did. They're all the same.
You mean are the rates is up?
Didn't I say so? Only, Jane, you got ears.
It's a racket, that's what.
Ain't you been in town long enough to know what's going on? I don't know nothing, but you're worse than me if you ain't wise to the taxi racket. That's the guy Wakeman who would steal the tires off a baby buggy if he could use them out of the cabs. And he's got a bunch of rats working for him to keep us the hacker handlers in line.
You mean you got to pay?
Sure, excepting me. I don't pay nothing. I'm in the Rock of Gibraltar, see? No phony muscle man is going to tell me.
What's that you're saying, Potsy?
Hello. Mac, I don't see you coming.
You've been ducking long enough, Potsy.
I ain't paying. It's a free country. I take it to the Supreme Court. I take it to the League of Nations.
You take it all right. Right now.
Hey, pick on somebody your size.
Stay out of this, mug.
I don't have to pay for driving a hack. It ain't illegal.
I got me orders, Potsy. You're fired. Now scram before I make it up.
Holy crow.
Oh, now ain't that too bad? A big guy like him fainted dead away.
Suffering snakes, it was your fist made him faint.
Me? Can I help if I was waving my arms?
With the clenched fist on the end of it. For a little half pint, you pack a nifty wallet.
That's towards a self-defense. He's swinging for us. You seen him?
Sock me when I ain't looking. Will you, why out?
What?
Nothing. But get this, Potsy. You're done for. You ain't driving a cab no more. You're blacklisted, get it? Try and get a job hacking for anybody in this town and see what happens.
Gee whiz, he's mad, huh?
Who's that guy?
What do you think? He works for Wakeman, like I told you. One of the racketeers.
Holy smokes. What are we waiting for?
Huh?
Here I seen a racketeer right under me nose. Instead of standing around, I ought to be in Reed's office telling him all about it. Can you imagine that? I got a scoop. That's what? A scoop! Hey, Reed. I got a scoop.
How'd you get in, expert? I told Miss Case Jenks and I didn't want to be disturbed.
It's a racket. I seen it with me own eyes.
You saw what?
Reed, you got to stop the presses. It ought to go in the paper right away.
Suppose you calm down and speak normally, Axford. What racket? Oh, boss, the only racket Axford knows is the one he makes with his mouth.
Don't pay no attention to Jenks, Reed. He's jealous.
Jealous?
Sure. On account of this is something you ain't dug up your own self.
Well, how does he know that, Axford?
Huh?
How can Jenks be jealous when he doesn't even know what you're talking about? If he knows what he's talking about, boss.
Holy crow, ain't I told you yet?
It's a scoop, huh?
Good gravy, Reed. You don't think I'd bust in if it wasn't, do you?
Yes, I do.
Huh? You do?
Jenks, pick up that phone there. I got it, boss. That's the inside phone, Axford. Jenks will hold it while you give us your story. You, say you have a scoop.
Sure I have. On a racket.
So you said. Jenks, as soon as Axford lets us know the scoop of his, call the press room and tell him to stop the presses.
Holy crow. You don't want to do that. What for?
What you said yourself, you big lug. So the Sentinel can get out an extra edition. That's it. Now let's have your scoop.
Golly, you mean what I got to tell you is worth a special edition?
Well, if it's as big as you seem to think, we'll have to make over the front page.
Oh, golly.
Now, let's have it, Axford. Jenks is ready to use that phone.
Okay, then. Reed, I just found out there's a racket in taxicabs.
Oh.
Hey, Jinx, why did you put the phone down for? Call the press room.
Not for that, expert.
Holy crow, why not?
Because it ain't news.
Ah, now listen, Reed. I ain't seen a word about it in the Sentinel.
Wait for the libel laws, it'd be plenty.
Who's liable?
We are if we print stuff without proof.
The taxi situation is an open secret, Axel. We know all about it. Everyone does. Why, Jenks has been working on it for weeks.
You mean you know all about that guy Wakeman?
The works, Mike. Wakeman started by levying tribute on every taxi company. With that as a wedge, he's gotten control of all of them. He's boosted their rates.
Golly, he sure has.
His mob also forces the cab drivers to pay a stiff fee under the guise of membership dues.
And that's not all, boss. He's even going after the independent cab drivers.
Well, what's he bothering them for?
To kill off opposition, Axford. The independent cabbies cut into his business because they refuse to boost their rates.
Golly, and you mean to say nothing can be done about it?
Not without proof, Axford.
Suffering snakes, what more proof do you want? You just said he done all them things.
He did.
What, golly,
it's
then
the
why
methods he's used that can't be proven. He's in control, but there's no way of actually getting evidence to show how he did it.
Gotta have somebody talk before you can convict. Even you ought to know that, Axford.
But it ain't legal.
Wakeman covers every angle.
Golly, and I thought I was going to give you a school.
There's only one way to do that, Axford.
Yeah?
Get us someone who isn't afraid to talk. You do that, and you'll get a headline on the Sentinel with a byline reading, Story by Michael Axford.
Ah, Casey.
Are you still grousing, Axford?
I'm thinking, Casey.
You've been that way ever since you rushed in on Mr. Reed yesterday with your big scoop.
There is only some way I could get a witness to this taxi racket. Reed promised me a byline.
I've heard that before.
But it's on the level.
Will you stop talking while I'm typing about... Oh.
Did I do something?
It's your fault, you big lug. This whole word came out backwards.
Here, let me erase it.
No, I'm gonna...
No trouble at all.
You big lug. Now see what you've done.
Golly, how was I going to know the tear? Ain't an eraser for rubbing out?
I'd like to rub you out. I'll have to do this whole sheet over.
Reed ought to use thicker paper around here.
Or heads that aren't so thick.
That's a good one, Casey. Sure, there are some thick heads around this newspaper.
There certainly are. One in particular.
Hiya, Toots. Where's the boss over this institution?
Who in the world?
Golly, it's the little half-pint.
My pal. My bosom of friend. We sure took care of it at the Snake on the Grass in Mecca, huh?
Did you get fired?
What do you think I'm doing here? Sure, I got fired. So help me, I got a blacklist. You calling that justice? I can't get a job with no cab companies. No place and no time.
Ah, you poor squirt. Here now.
Huh? Oh, boy, that's a buck. Real folding of money.
Gosh, actually, that's swell of you.
Suffering snakes. I know you're starving. Will you take it?
Thanks. You're a right guy. And just for that, here's my card.
Your what?
It's one for you too, beautiful. I'm building up my clientele.
Hey, what's the idea? This card says you're on your own cab. I thought you was fired.
Sure I was.
Give me back that book. So that's your game, is it? Coming in here like you was on your uppers.
Me? Gee whiz, he's a loony. All I come in for was to put an ad in a paper advertising my cab service.
Hey, Casey, Who's this?
A friend of Axford's, Jenks.
Haven't I seen you around?
Sure you have, pal. I pilot the cab.
For Wakeman?
Not anymore.
You said it, lady. Posse Petruccelli's hacking his on now. And I'm giving the first ride to my old pal, my bosom friend, what to help me out when the Wakeman's gorilla starts trouble. Demon and Piteous. That's us.
If you're meaning me, the answer is no.
As to me pouring out my heart for you, is that your gratitude? Is that the
1 minute.
Huh?
Have you got your cab yet?
That's irregardless and irrelevant. I'm going over to the finance place to get it now.
I'll go along.
Holy crow, Jenks. You gone batty? What do you want to associate with this little blister for?
I just got a tip. Wakeman controls that finance company.
Wakeman? The guy haunts me. Say it ain't so.
If you think that outfit will let you run an independent cab, you're crazy.
It's unconstitutional, that's what it is. They gotta give me my cab, but they gotta.
That's what you think. Come on.
I'll write to my congressman. It's disastrous. That's what it is. Disaster.
Yeah? Well, snap it up. You and me are going to the finance company to meet disaster.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Wakeman, but it's going to be tough to persuade some of them.
If any of them get tough, tell them to read the contracts.
But
I'm running this finance company. Any cabbie that thinks he can compete against my cabs has to do business here.
So you're making sure they can't do business.
What do you think?
Well, there you are, you offer to put. What's the idea?
This is a private office.
I want my cab. I pay my dough, and the mug at the desk says I still don't get it.
Have you taken care of the insurance and the garage fees?
This man paid for his cab, Wakeman. Don't tell me he has to pay more than the bargain price now.
Everyone has to pay the insurance before taking out a cab. It's a city rule.
That's a treason.
What's that other fee for, the storage fee?
He's been 3 months paying for his cab. We don't keep cabs in a garage that long for nothing.
I'll scramble you up like an egg. You can't play me for suckers.
Dry up. You're already hooked.
Oh,
And me a registered voter. I give up. Wakeman, you've been running a racket in taxicabs and getting away with it, but you can't get away with this.
No?
You have no right.
Read the contract.
I don't want no contract. I want my cash.
You'll get it when you pay up.
I am paid up. I am.
Yes? Just take a tip from me and dry up.
Where is that contract?
Here's a copy, wise guy. Read it and weep. You can't do a thing about it.
I'll read it, Wakeman. And after I do, the Sentinel will blast you plenty.
Yes, Miss Case.
Jenks just phoned in.
We did, eh? Get anything on Wakeman?
No, he just laughed at him.
I see. I feared as much. If he phones again, let me know.
Yes, sir.
Good news, Reed. Jenks got something on Wakeman.
All Jenks got from Wakeman was a hearty laugh, Axford. When you told me Jenks had gone to the finance company with his cab.
Potsy?
Yeah. Potsy didn't get his cab, and Jenks got no story.
Holy crow, what are we going to do?
Yeah, it seems as if you're never going to get that byline.
Oh, that. Them poor cabbies like this little squirt I'm worrying for.
The thousands of them, Axford. Either they work for Wakeman or they don't work at all.
That means they just about starve.
Even those who drive Wakeman's cabs are not much better off. They have to pay in so much out of their earnings that they end up behind the 8-ball, too.
The Sentinel's been printing that stuff.
We've gone as far as we dare, and it's not strong enough.
Golly, what do you have to do to pin the goods on that guy? He's running a racket and laughing at the law.
Only one crook has ever beaten the law as well as Wakeman is doing, and gotten away with it.
Oh? Who do you mean, Reed?
The Green Hornet.
The Hornet? Holy crow, you ain't suggesting that Wakeman's the Green Hornet.
Of course not.
But you just said...
I know what I said, Axford. I said only the Hornet has been as clever as Wakeman. And only someone like the Green Hornet can trip him up.
That evening, Britt Reed spoke to Cato in his apartment.
Got the Hornet mask and the gun, Cato.
Guardo's Green Hornet, Mr. Britt?
I told Axford this afternoon that only the Green Hornet is clever enough to trip up Wakeman. It's up to me to prove that statement.
I see.
If Wakeman isn't stopped now, he won't be content with the take he's getting from taxicabs. He'll go on, branch out into other fields. He'll seek to control the whole city, turn it into one huge graft.
Yes, sir.
He's built himself up. And now it's up to the Green Hornet to smash him down.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now, to continue our story. Britt Reed and Cato went through a sliding panel in the rear of a clothes press in Britt Reed's bedroom, then along a narrow passageway within the walls of the apartment house that led them to a supposedly abandoned building where the high-powered car of the Green Hornet was housed.
It's going to be more difficult than it seems to crack Wakeman's racket, Cato.
How's that, Mr. Britt?
I doubt very much if there's any real evidence against him. He's much too clever for that. And we've got to get him for a definite crime. You know, the Green Hornet doesn't frame anyone.
Yes, sir.
Take the other side, Cato. I'll handle the wheel.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
We're going to trap Wakeman by using the Green Hornet as bait.
You?
Jenks gave me enough information about the finance company Wakeman was handling as a sideline. He went over there with his taxi driver.
I remember.
They're open late tonight, every night.
Why is that?
Now, they deal with taxi drivers, men who do business late at night. They expect people to drop in at all hours. But tonight, they're going to get a visitor they've never met before.
The Green Hornet, Mr. Britt?
The Green Hornet.
Pretty near closing time, Mac. You won't have to hang around much longer.
I'm sick of this routine. What's the sense of Wakeman making me stick around here?
You know his orders.
Sure, but I ain't no clerk. I'm a trigger man.
I attend to the clerking.
You're not telling me, sister.
Still, some of the cab drivers who come up here to pay for their cabs get a little mad when they find out they can't get the cabs they paid for.
Burn up, that's what they do.
You weren't here, some of them might get robbed.
Yeah, Wakeman sure is a smart apple. Oh, poor suckers. Boy, do I get a kick out of the expression on their pans when you tell them about the insurance.
Don't forget the charges for car storage.
Yeah, and then when they start beefing, and you tell them to read their contract.
Man, quiet.
What'd you say?
Stop your laughing. There's someone coming through the outer office now.
Yeah, I can hear them.
Two of them. See, they stopped outside the door.
Yeah, a couple of more suckers. I can see their shadows on the ground glass.
Why don't they come in?
Probably counting their dough to make sure they got the payment on the hack.
Oh, one of them's a big man, isn't he?
Relax, sister. I can handle any mugs that come in. That other guy's a shrimp. He don't count.
They've been standing there. Mac,
Huh?
look at those shadows. Are those guns?
You're seeing things. Holy mackerel, you're right. They got...
Reed, watch the woman. I'll take care of this rat.
What's this, a stick-up?
I'm asking the questions here. Where's the cash?
Over there.
And the files. These?
Who are you?
You can't get away with this, buddy.
No?
I work for Wakeman, see? Do a job here and you'll be on the spot for life.
I'm used to being on the spot.
Listen, wise guy, I can't see your face with that hat brim cutting off the light, but that mask don't save you.
You see it now?
That mask.
It's got a wasp or something on it. You're the...
Mac, he's the Hornet. The Hornet.
The Green Hornet.
Don't reach.
Look out.
I'll get you. I'll plug you so
I warned you. Now.
You're asking
Take
for
it.
You shot me.
Gas.
I can't breathe.
You can't get away with this. Mac, he's falling. You just...
There we are. He's not hurt.
I saw you. I'll tell Wakeman.
Tell Wakeman the Green Hornet gassed one of his men. As a warning.
A warning?
Wakeman covers his tracks pretty well. But the Green Hornet has ways of uncovering tracks.
You're trying to get in on Wakeman's business.
His racket, you mean?
Oh, what are you going to do with me?
You? Tell Wakeman what I'm doing.
You can't take those. Those are our contracts.
Quiet. Not only the contracts, the money as well. Now, where's the garage?
The garage?
Where this fake finance company stores the cabs it never sells. Where is it?
It's downstairs.
There.
What's this for?
You can stop guarding her now. Open the door.
You handed me the phone.
Use it. Call Wakeman and tell him the Green Hornet has left his calling card. Wait here, Cato.
We are with you, Brett.
A taxi cab driver whom Axford met. One who was blacklisted. His name's Potsy. Potsy Petrocelli.
He lives here?
And this is his home. I'll be back shortly. Wake up. Wake up.
I ain't done nothing. It's on the Constitution.
How long does it take you to understand? Get up.
Huh? What? So help me, I'm innocent.
I'm not the police.
Find a way to give a guy a parking ticket. I tell you, somebody moved the fire... You ain't the police?
You heard me.
Well, then who... Oh, you come from Wakeman.
About Wakeman.
Where's the match? I gotta see who you are.
There.
That mask, it's the Hornet's mask. I see the pictures in the Sentinel.
Now you know.
I'm dreaming. That's what it is. I'm dreaming nightmares. I knew I should have left them pickles and an ice cream alone.
You're not dreaming.
I ain't?
Wakeman's a racketeer. You're his next victim.
Me? You're crazy.
You're next on his list.
Hey, don't put out the match. Light another one. I've been a misjudge, I tell you. Wait, I got a match. I spill it all over. Light, will you light? A million matches, and I pick a one that don't work in the dark. There. Now listen to me, Hornets. Now, he's gone. He ain't here. Ain't nobody here. Now I know I've been dreaming.
Shut up, you mug! Shut up! I'm the boss here.
It was the Hornet, Wakeman, just like I told you last night on the phone.
I ain't doubting you would. Sure it was the Hornet. He left one of them seals. What I want to know is why ain't you guys located him?
We've been looking. Covered every joint in town. Not even the stool pigeons know him.
It's the Green Hornet you're looking for, boss.
That guy ain't easy to find.
Shut up, I tell you! Shut up! Nobody's making a monkey of me.
I'd have plugged him if
He got you first, Mac. But he ain't getting away with it.
He took $1,000 in cash in the contract.
And he hit the garage, too.
Chicken feed. He's after the racket. Ain't that what he said?
What else could it be, Wakeman? He told me to call you.
Nobody cuts in on my take. I'm going to show the Hornet he can't fool with me.
If we find him.
We'll find him. We got connections. We're going to start all over again, Mac. You can...
Wait.
Wakeman, I got a lead.
Trigg, you found him?
Nah, not the Hornet.
Thought you had something, Trigg.
I got plenty. It's that little squirt Potsy.
Potsy, the cabbie? What's the matter with you, Trigg? What's a little blacklisted hack handler got to do with a Hornet?
I just spoke to him on the street. He's got his cab.
That's impossible, Trigg. His cab was in the finance company garage.
Sure, until the Hornet called last night.
Say, how'd he get that cab?
Yeah, it was a Hornet who...
Mac!
Huh?
Potsy's small, isn't he?
Yeah, about so high.
The Hornet had an assistant last night. A man just about Potsy's size.
You mean Potsy's working for the Hornet?
Sure, Wakeman. How else could Potsy get the cab?
Potsy, eh?
Might be, boss. He's got a lot of fight. Socked me the other day.
So Potsy's working for the Hornet.
What are we going to do?
I'll learn that Hornet to lay off me. Let's see how he likes it when we take care of Potsy tonight.
Case District Attorney Martin and I are going to the club for lunch.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
We're going to discuss the Wakeman situation.
Not much more to discuss, Reed. We have nothing on Wakeman. Absolutely nothing.
Can't you prove anything?
All covered up, Miss Case. We have to catch him with the goods.
Suppose you picked him up on a minor charge, Martin.
Any charge would do, Reed. Hold him and his gorillas in a few days, and all those victims of his racket would start talking. They'd no longer be afraid.
Yeah, that's too bad there's nothing tangible against him.
Why does there have to be evidence for a rat like Wakeman?
That's the law, Miss Case.
Where is he? Where is he?
You again.
My pal, my bosom friend. Where's that Exford's guy, Toots?
Well, you're the cab driver who was in before, aren't you?
I ain't got time for etiquette. Wakeman's going to stop my ticker, so help me, he's going to put me to sleep.
What?
Wakeman has threatened you?
I don't need a shove in the face to know I'm in a fight.
What makes you sure Wakeman's after you?
One of his mob seen me riding my cab.
But I thought you couldn't get your cab out of the finance company.
Sure, but I found it parked in front of my door this AM, so I took it. I ain't looking no gift horses in a mouth.
How'd you get that cab?
The Green Hornet, that's how. I wake up in the middle of the night.
The Hornet?
Yeah, it sounds screwy. The whole thing sounds screwy. Like I'm dreaming the whole business.
If Wakeman is after this man, Martin, here's your chance.
Right, Reed. We'll take that chance.
Good grief. He may have dreamed this whole thing up.
Sister, if this is a dream, all I hope is that I wake up alive.
This the place, Mac?
Here's Potsy's room right here, Wakeman. Good and dark, ain't it? Maybe you ought to scram, Wakeman. Me and Trigg can handle this.
Don't be a fool. We're dealing with the Green Hornet now. Taking no chances of bungling. Open the door.
Like taking candy from a baby.
We won't need no lights. There's the bed.
Yeah. He's sleeping.
He ain't waking up. Got your guns?
Yeah.
Okay, let him have it. Didn't even stir.
He's done for, boss. Let's scram.
Hey, how's the Hornet going to know it was us?
He's smart enough to figure it out. Come on.
You're not leaving, Wakeman.
What's up?
Rush him. So helping me, we got him.
I'll take that gun.
Get that one, Expert.
Not through this door, you cuckoo.
Might as well give up, Wakeman. You're trapped.
You tell him, mister.
Okay, you got us.
We sure have.
Somebody turn those lights on. Give these crooks a surprise.
Let me do. I know where they are. That's my room. How do you like it, Wakeman?
What? He's alive.
Sure, I'm alive. Alive and kick.
No! But we plugged you. You was lying on the bed. That's what you think.
You were popping at a dummy, Wakeman.
You can't hold us for this.
Can't we?
But he ain't dead. He's alive.
We got permits to carry guns.
Sure.
That's true enough.
Holy crow, Martin. You ain't going to let him go after they was going to shoot up this little sport.
He's alive. We did nothing.
Not murder, Wakeman, but we're taking you in anyway. Breaking and entering.
Huh?
You broke in here. That's a crime. You entered with intent to kill. That's enough to send you to jail.
Right. And by the time you're ready to come out, all those guys you've been victimizing will spill plenty.
Sure. They won't be afraid to talk now.
Who are you?
No, you don't.
You're finished, Wakeman. You and your racket are done for. You can read about it in the Sentinel tomorrow.
The experts, come here.
You're sap leading us right into the bulls. I thought you were smart, Wakeman.
What do you want, Squirt? Holy crow. Where'd you get the money?
I didn't want nobody to know. Just you and me. And kind of we're like two of the three musketeers. We're pals.
Suffering snakes, you little blister. You ain't robbed a bank.
No, I found it. Huh? So help me. It was lying on the floor last night after the Green Hornet they cost me.
What are you talking about?
That was an envelope that says I got to turn it over to the taxi cab driver's benevolence fund.
Are you gonna?
What do you think? I'm honest, I am. And besides, if I don't, I wake up again and find him staring at me. So help me, seeing the Hornet once is all I ever want to see him.
Racketeer in jail! Witness
you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. Here's where we break a dramatic school racket.
She's gone. Someone's taken Honey Bancroft.
Extra paper! Abduction! Child actress disappeared! Ransom sought!
I won't pay it. I won't pay it.
My daughter! Where's my daughter?
Casey, here's all the evening papers. Where should I put them?
Where you always put them, right here on the desk.
I can't understand what Fur Reeds wants with all them papers. Golly, ain't there enough news in the Sentinel without wading through all them others?
A publisher has to know what the opposition's doing, Axford.
Them others ain't worth the paper they're printed on. And look at me hands.
Why, Axford, don't you ever wash?
Suffering snakes, it ain't me, youngster. It's them papers. You can't even try it.
Mr. Reed likes to have them as soon as they come off the presses.
For all the news the Clarion carries, they might as well print it in disappearing ink.
Oh, you're an expert on news.
I ain't been around as long as I have for nothing, Casey. Now, take this here story.
Which?
Right here. The one of this here child star, Honey Bancroft.
It's an awfully cute picture of her, isn't it?
Holy crow, and you're Reed's secretary. I ain't talking about the picture. I ain't talking about the story.
Well, it's still cute.
Sometimes you faze me completely, Casey. Ain't you got no news sense?
Well, the Sentinel has that story too, Axford. The Clarion just added a picture.
It's more than that, Casey.
What do you mean?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You see what the Sentinel says about her? Child actress gets chance at stage role.
It's true, isn't it?
Sure it's true. But now look at how the Clarion gets all sensational about it.
The Clarion's a sensational paper, Axford. They always make a fuss about a small thing like a little
Robbing the cradle.
What?
Well, that's the headline. Robbing the cradle. With a question mark.
Let me see that. The Clarion learned early this afternoon that... Axford, this is sensational.
Sure, that's the Clarion for you.
The Clarion scooped us.
Miss Case, are those the evening papers?
Mr. Reed, Axford found something in the Clarion.
What?
Golly, Reed, I knew it as soon as I seen it. Them yellow journalists scooped us for once in their lives.
Here?
The story about Honey Bancroft, Mr. Reed.
Well, we had that. It's common knowledge that she's due to get a stage role.
The Clarion has more than that.
Sure, Reed. Look under the picture.
I see. The Clarion claims there's trouble brewing between the girl's parents and her manager.
And the Clarion wouldn't be definite unless there's a grain of truth in it.
They must have gotten their information from Bullock himself.
Bullock? Who's he?
Well, Bullock runs a dramatic school for children. He also manages most of them.
If he gave the story to the papers, how come the Sentinel didn't get it along with the Clarion?
From what we've heard of Bullock, he's the kind of a man who'd prefer to use the Clarion.
What kind?
Good grief, you dumb lug. You never keep up with anything, do you?
There's been a lot of talk about Bullock. Shady talk.
You mean he ain't on the level?
I mean Bullock may be running a racket.
Huh? But how could he?
That expert is what nobody is sure of.
Well, he surely can't be standing in the way of the youngster's career in this case, Mr. Reed. He has a big stage job lined up for Honey Bancroft.
Sure, that's what the papers all say. It's them parents that's running the racket, if you ask me. They're the ones that's putting brakes in the wheels of the kids' progress.
Not so fast, Axford. For all we know, the parents may have a perfectly legitimate reason for trying to hold things up.
Oh, that's what it is.
According to this story, they refuse to say.
Why not?
I don't know, Mr. Reed. They simply say they don't want their daughter to take this stage role. As for reasons, well, they don't give any.
Golly, that they must be coming to work.
Don't be so insistent, Axford. Whatever the game is, we'll know soon enough.
That evening, Britt Reed spoke to Cato, his valet, and the only living person to know him as the Green Hornet.
Get the mask and the gun, Cato. We're going to call on the parents of Honey Bancroft.
What for, Mr. Britt?
For quite a while, I've been trying to get some real basis for my belief that Bullock is making a racket out of the dramatic school he's running. And if these parents have backbone enough to stand up against him, they may be just the people I've been looking for.
I see.
We'll have to test them out first to prove that they have the interest of the girl at heart. And also to see just how stiff their spines are. We can't take a chance on people who have to crack when the pressure's on.
Do you have a plan, Mr. Britt?
A plan? That, Cato, depends on the Bancrofts.
Don't answer it.
What?
It may be Bullock. And perhaps he doesn't like what we're doing.
Perhaps. We know blamed well he doesn't. But if he thinks Honey's going through with his stage job on his terms, he's crazy.
There's no way we can really stop him.
We're trying anyhow.
Your name Bancroft?
Yes. Who? A mask.
Inside.
Who is it? Oh,
You won't be hurt. Back inside.
a gun.
This gun won't be used unless it's necessary.
We have no money.
Who are you?
Look at this sticker.
What's that you put on the table?
Why, you're the Green Hornet.
A hornet.
Is your daughter here?
None of your...
She is, eh?
Please, she's upstairs asleep. What you...
Who sent you?
We won't disturb her.
Are you in with Bullock?
Your daughter has a chance to become a star, hasn't she?
Yes.
What are you doing? Holding out for more money?
Now, look here.
Answer my question.
don't
Is it
harm
money?
him.
I don't see...
Hurry.
Well, yes. If it's any of your business, it is money. Bullock's trying to force us into
Don't tell him anything. He's a crook. We can't get any help from him.
I've heard enough already.
Don't you dare go upstairs.
Your daughter is perfectly safe, Mrs. Bancroft.
She is in our hands. No crook like you or Bullock
You say that facing my gun?
Gun or no gun, you're not going upstairs.
You'll have to kill us both first.
That's all I want to know.
What?
Bancroft, you mentioned money.
Yes.
From whom do you want that money?
Why should I tell you?
Talk, you want it for yourself?
Oh, no, of course not. It's Honey's future.
She's going to make plenty.
Bullock will make plenty, you mean?
I see. Your only concern is with the child.
It always has been. Honey is... Well, she's our only child. Bullock can't exploit her.
I've had enough of this.
No, you don't. Let go. Put that phone down. That's better. Now pick it up and replace the hook. Hurry. I don't like Bullock any more than you.
No honor among
Never mind
thieves.
that. You want to lick him, don't you?
For Honey's sake, yes.
Whatever your reason.
Well,
Then
yes,
listen to me carefully. I'm going to tell you what to do.
You can't.
And if you don't, well, my advice to you is don't even think of disobeying. The Green Hornet has an arm that can reach as far as the law. And farther.
Boss, this guy Bullock's a rat.
You saw him, Lowry?
Yeah, this AM.
Did he explain his side of it?
In one word, contract.
What do you mean?
He's got that Honey Bancroft kid tied up 6 ways from the ace. Tighter than an auditor checking an expense account.
Yes, I heard something about that.
Boss, whatever you heard goes double with that cradle robber.
As I understand it, Bullock enrolls a lot of children in his dramatic school. Well, does he really give them instructions in drama?
That isn't the kicker, boss. It's those contracts.
Do you know where his racket comes in?
Well, I have a fairly good idea, but go ahead.
He showed me one. Every time he enrolls a kid, he slaps a contract in front of the proud parents. Any kid, any parents. It makes him their manager.
Well, a young starlet like Honey Bancroft needs a manager who knows the ropes.
This guy Bullock has him hanging on the ropes. Once they put the John Henry on the dotted line, Bullock has complete say on every penny that comes in. Expenses, service fees, registration, publicity.
You mean he can deduct all those items before he pays anything to people like Bancroft?
Boss, if those poor suckers get a thin dime, then it's because Bullock made a mistake.
Well, then the parents are doing the right thing when they act as the Bancrofts are doing.
Right.
Looking out for the child's future, eh?
Much good a battle will do them. Bullock's got the law with him. Every item tight as a locked galley proof.
Lowry, did Bullock admit all this to you?
He showed me the contract. A grin on his face, a mile wide.
You see.
I'm telling you, a self-respecting skunk would run from that crook.
Oh, where does he have those contracts?
In his office.
Did he open the safe to show them to you?
Safe? What safe?
Well, don't tell me he has all those contracts just lying around loose where anyone can get them.
No, he keeps them out of town. He had Honey Bancroft's contract here, brought it in with him yesterday morning because he knew the Bancrofts were raising a fuss.
Brought it in from where?
His country place. Keeps them all in the safe out there, usually.
It's rather funny.
Huh?
Nothing. Simply the idea of keeping them out there.
Well, it doesn't have much of an office here, just part of the dramatic school. It's probably too cheap to buy another safe.
All right, Lowry. On the way out, will you tell Miss Case I don't want to be disturbed?
No, sure, boss. And if you figure out a way to blast that racket, cut me in on the secret, will you?
Just as well Lowry didn't wait for my answer to that question. If he'd known that the Green Hornet has already started to work it out, and that I'm the Hornet, well... I don't want my ace reporter getting apoplexy. So Bullock keeps the contracts in a safe on his country place. It's a good thing his place covers several acres. There was a lot of activity there last night.
Boss! Holy mackerel, it's turning this big stuff.
What is it, Lowry?
The Bancroft kid, she's disappeared.
What?
Gone, abducted. The flash just came in.
Honey Bancroft missing?
Bancroft just notified the police. No trace of her anyplace.
When did it happen?
They don't know. Sometime last night.
And the news got out just now?
The kid's bed had been slept in. The Bancrofts did a little looking around before they called the cops.
Hey, just a moment, Lowry.
What?
That girl's in line for an acting job, a big one.
So what?
Well, do you think it might be publicity?
A gag?
It's been known to happen in theatrical circles.
Yeah, that's true, boss. Even the Sentinel's been hooked on that phony stuff before. But this time it's a real snatch.
Well, what makes you so sure?
The Green Hornet, that's what.
The Hornet?
The Bancrofts found one of his stickers.
Well, those stickers have been faked
The
before.
police checked, boss. That sticker's genuine.
Huh. Anything mentioned about ransom?
Not yet, but with the Green Hornet, it won't be long.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
He'll dig into them for plenty. There's only one angle I go for.
And that is?
If anybody pays out dough, it'll be Bullock. He's the only one who's got it. And, boss, I hope the Hornet takes all of it.
Street paper! Green Hornet abducts child stars! Honey Bancroft disappears! Read all about it! Central Hornet
Gator was Oxford here?
No, Mr. Red.
That's fine. We're going to be busy, and I don't want him around.
Something happened?
Disappearance has been reported.
I see.
2 things the Green Hornet has to do, Cato. Restore Honey Bancroft to her parents and get those contracts from Bullock.
The little girls?
Not only Honey Bancroft's contract, all of them. See if Bullock's in his office now.
Tonight, Mr. Red.
Just checking up. He's probably not there, but there'll be someone. There usually is in the theatrical business. Hello. Oh, let me speak to Mr. Bullock. Oh, well, where is he? Uh-huh. Thank you.
You find out?
He's at the Bancroft's place with the police. We'll have to go there.
Mr. Brett.
Can't be helped, Cato. The place may be swarming with police, but we have to see Bullock. You got the mask and the gun.
I have them.
Go ahead, Cato. To the Black Beauty through the secret panel.
Mr. Brett.
Yes, what is it now?
Maybe Bancroft talk.
About last night? Well, Bancroft can't talk, Cato.
But
he doesn't know where his daughter is. He only knows that she's gone.
I see.
It's time he had another visit with the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. Parking the Black Beauty well away from Bancroft's home, Britt Reed and Cato entered the house from the rear. They crept toward a door and listened to a conversation.
Yes, I can see them through the keyhole, Cato. Bancroft and his wife. And there's Bullock. And yes, Lowry and Oxford, too. You know what to do?
Yes, Mr. Red.
I want to get Bancroft alone. And at the same time, I want to make absolutely certain Bullock realizes he's up against the Green Hornet.
While Cato circled around through the darkened rooms until he was on the far side of the living room, Britt Reed continued to listen to the angry tones of the people inside.
You fools. That kid was a gold mine.
Please, Mr. Bullock.
Why didn't you watch her?
Bullock, if the Green Hornet wants a ransom, you'll pay it, won't you?
I'm just her manager, not her legal guardian.
But we have no money.
No, just relax, Mrs. Bancroft. Sure, Mr. Bullock will pay to get your little daughter back.
Who asked you to butt in?
Well, holy crow, Mr. Bullock. You can't talk rough to a couple of people what's having the grief they got.
I don't need a reporter to tell me how to act.
Oh, it's all right. He meant no harm.
Why don't we hear from the Green Hornet?
I tell you, it's those police.
Yes, but it's so late. You'd expect...
What?
Well, I mean, you'd expect to hear from him by this time.
If I know the Green Hornet, you won't have to wait long.
The door.
What's that? Look, pasted on the door.
Axford, that's the seal of the Green Hornet.
Holy crow, Lowry, don't I know it? Golly, I was just saying he'd be showing up.
Look.
An envelope under that seal.
That's it, the ransom note. Come on.
Let me see that.
I got it.
Well, what does it say?
It says, you will hear from me later. And it's addressed to Bullock.
Let me see it.
Get the police.
No, don't tell anyone.
My daughter.
In the excitement, no one noticed that Bancroft had not joined in the rush across the room, but instead had slipped through the opposite door.
You remembered?
I did as you told me.
We haven't much time. Bullock doesn't suspect.
No.
Come along.
Where are you taking me?
You want to see your daughter, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Then move.
Is she inside?
Why do you think we're here?
She's all right?
I told you before I wouldn't harm her. The Green Hornet doesn't do any lying, Bancroft.
My wife and I were fools to trust you, but we were desperate. We couldn't fight Bullock ourselves.
Never mind that. Bullock will pay a heavy ransom, won't he?
Yes, he'll have to, I suppose.
You want no part of that?
How many times do I have to tell you? All we want is security for Honey's future. A chance to get some of the earnings that are coming in. The money that Bullock is keeping from her. It's not for us, it's for Honey, I tell you.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Bancroft, the Green Hornet, is known as a criminal. You get your daughter away from Bullock, I get the $50,000. What I do with it is my business.
Yes.
Now we're going in to talk to your daughter.
You're masked.
Well?
Last night she was too sleepy to notice anything, but now you'd frighten her, scare her out of her wits.
She won't know who I am.
What do you mean?
You know I'm the Green Hornet.
Yes?
Don't tell your daughter that.
I see.
Leave the place dark. She'll never know.
You'll be sure.
You go in there. Tell her you brought a friend. A friend, you understand? Now go ahead. I'll come in later.
I came as soon as I could, honey. You're all right?
It was fun, Daddy. I didn't mind.
You don't know how you got here?
I guess I was asleep all the time. You brought me, didn't you?
You weren't lonesome?
Gosh, I missed you and Mama something fierce.
Oh, honey, dear, we're doing this for you. That's the only reason.
What's the matter, Daddy? You sound so funny.
The things you ought to have by rights. They're yours, not Mr. Bullock's.
Don't say that name. I hate him, Daddy. I hate him.
I can't blame you, honey.
Oh, who are you?
I came with your father.
So dark. I can't see.
He's a friend of mine, honey.
Wait, I'll put on the light.
No, we can talk here in the dark. Honey, you're quite an actress, aren't you?
My daddy thinks so.
Bless you, honey. Remember, you promised me.
Don't worry. Honey, you're going to do something for me and your father.
Now?
Not now. Later. You're to go with your father someplace.
Is it a surprise?
Yes, that's it exactly. A surprise.
Who am I going to surprise?
A man you dislike. Mr. Bullock. Morning, Miss Case. Oh, what's you excited, Laurie?
Holy crow, Reed. Where have you been? Last night
I saw the paper on my way down, Exford.
See, I told you everyone knew Bancroft is gone, as well as his daughter.
Skip that, Casey. It's something else, boss.
Bancroft hasn't come back to town, has he?
No.
Don't tell me the girl's popped up.
Golly, Reed, will you listen? It's a scheme to get a scoop.
On the Bancroft case?
On the entire thing, boss. Axford had the idea, so let him spill it.
Axford? I don't believe it.
What is it, Axford?
Well, Reed, you know how Bullock got a note last night saying he'd hear from the Hornet?
Yeah?
Well, I'm planning to go with Bullock.
When he meets the Hornet? Well, it's impossible. Why, even the police, they know enough to stay out of sight.
He won't know Axford's along, boss.
Reed, Lowry's going to smuggle me into the trunk rack of Bullock's car.
The trunk rack?
I'll be trailing along, wherever Bullock goes, as close as I can get.
But Michael Axford will be right with him.
Yes, that's an idea, Axford.
When he delivers the ransom, I'll be Johnny on the spot.
On the spot is right.
Oh, there'll be plenty of action.
Axford, I don't doubt it. Perhaps, more action than you've bargained for.
That evening, Bullock received a phone call at his office. A phone call that came from the Green Hornet.
Hello?
Bullock, you know who this is?
Well, the Green Hornet, I imagine.
You want Honey Bancroft.
I'll pay anything within reason.
You'll pay $50,000.
50? Yes, I'll pay. How shall I get...
You drive out along the river road.
1 mile by your speedometer past the bridge, throw the money to the left-hand side of the road.
Yes, I understand.
Then you go on to your country home and wait.
My country home?
And I advise you not to try anything funny. It's easy to break into that office of yours and remove anything of value, if you don't do as I say. The last warning will be enough for us to make him bring Honey Bancroft's contract out there with him, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Brett.
He has no way of knowing Honey Bancroft and her father are already here, at his country home this very minute.
We're here, too.
Originally, I planned to wait here for him, but Axford's scheme upset those plans.
How, Mr. Brett?
We don't dare take the risk of getting that contract from Bullock with Axford around. He might recognize my voice. But that contract must be destroyed.
How?
Lowry said Bullock kept all his contracts in a safe out here. It's around someplace. We've already covered the other 3 walls. You try that picture.
Yes, Mr. Brett.
Never mind.
You find it?
Here it is. A simple wall safe. Yeah, I'll open it in a jiffy. Meantime, give me that package.
Just one.
You better open it while I'm working on this.
After a short time, Britt Reed's efforts were successful. The door of the wall safe swung open.
Fine. A cylindrical safe. You notice how deep it is, Cato, and how dark?
Yes, sir.
And here are all of Bullock's other contracts. Now, that racket of his certainly pays. Well, we'll get his $50,000 and donate it to a theatrical charity, Cato. As for these contracts...
Mr. Brett, you're not taking them?
Those contracts stay in the safe.
But...
Never mind, we haven't much time for talk. Did you open the package?
Yes, sir.
Movie film, a package of matches, and 1 rubber band. They all go into the safe, Cato.
I don't understand, Mr. Brett.
It's a little surprise for Bullock, Cato. Just as I told young Honey Bancroft not so very long ago.
When he had finished with the safe, Britt Reed left it open. He and Cato left the house. A short time later, a car drew up before the entrance. A man got out, crossed to the door, and entered. As he reached the living room, he stopped.
Well, here I am. My country place. Dropped the money off where the Hornet told me to. Now, where's the kid? What the? The safe's open. I wonder if... Someone coming down the stairs. Open safe. If that's the Hornet, I'd better get rid of this contract.
Quickly, Bullock shoved the contract in with the others and slammed the door of the safe.
There. Take him a while to open it again. By that time, the police will be here.
Hello, Mr. Bullock.
What the?
Yes, it's us. I guess you paid that ransom, eh?
I did. Let me tell you, your kid will work it out, every penny of it.
You found him. Let me shut this window up a little, and I'll be right inside.
You? How did you get here?
In your auto. Golly, you sure got an uncomfortable trunk rack, even if it is plenty big.
Are you tired?
Oh, holy crow. Not as tired as you must be. Golly, you ain't even scared.
Why should I be?
Why, the Green Hornet. The fellow with the mask.
I didn't see anyone with a mask.
Stop lying.
That's right, honey. You must always tell the truth.
I am telling the truth. I didn't see anyone wearing a mask.
Suffering snakes.
It's a car. It must be him, the Hornet again.
Don't be a sap all your life. It's Lowry and the cops. Did you get him?
Honey Bancroft and her father. Mike, did you see the Green Hornet?
He's gone long ago. Imagine the nerve of that crook. He brought them to my own place.
Huh? This is your place?
Lowry, there's something screwy here. The little girl claims she didn't see the Hornet.
Wait a minute.
You sure you didn't, honey? A man wearing a green mask?
No, I didn't see anyone but my daddy.
Maybe the boss was right. Who brought you here?
Why, what a silly question. My daddy, of course.
What? Holy mackerel. It's a publicity gag after all, Axford. Just like the boss said.
You mean these two cooks it up between them?
That's not so.
It sure looks like it, Mr. Bullock. The police won't like it.
Hold it, Sarge. It's no crime. But it sure made suckers of the press.
Don't be an idiot. I paid out $50,000.
Says you.
I did. But I'll get it back.
Oh, you won't, Bullock. You're not my daughter's manager anymore.
I have her contract, haven't I?
How do I know the Green Hornet didn't take it?
Oh, cut out this farce. Where is that contract, Bullock?
Right here in the safe. Trying to get out of it, eh?
Okay, open it.
Sure. What the?
Holy crow, Lowry. The whole safe's on fire.
My contract's burning up, every one of them.
Wait a minute, Bullock. You can't do anything. They're gone already.
That blasted Green Hornet.
Wow, I don't know how it happened, but it did one thing. It smashed our racket right out of circulation. Without those contracts, Bullock, you're done for. You and your cradle-robbing racket are finished. See, Cato, that old movie film is highly inflammable. Bancroft had orders to make a noise as soon as he saw Bullock notice the open safe.
I see.
Afraid that it was the Hornet again, Bullock naturally tossed in the contract and closed the safe. And when he opened it again, the matches were just in the right position to start the blaze.
Dramatic school racket smash. Green Hornet involved in publicity gang. Read all about it. Green Hornet still alert. Sentinel Extra paper.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. Here's where we break the employment racket.
Krull Employment Agency. Mr. Krull is busy. Just a moment, please. Krull Employment
Agency. Look at the dough. Suckers, all of them.
It's a racket. You can't keep my money.
You hire him and I fire him. But they lay the dough on the line first.
You're crook. Crook! Crook! Crook!
Krull Employment Agency. Mr. Krull is busy. Just a moment, please. Krull Employment
Yes, Quentin, we're doing all right. As long as you can fire them, I'll keep on hiring them. At our usual percentage, of course.
Let go of me.
Well, young lady, don't you realize this is a private office?
I had to see you, Mr. Krull.
I'll call you back later. Yes. Well, don't stand there with your back pressed against the door. You're in. What do you want?
My name's Taylor. Mrs. Taylor. You sent me out on a job and I didn't get it.
That's too bad. Well, you're registered here. Just keep on.
But I left some money here. $10.
Of course. Our fee.
I must have it back. My husband and I, we really need it.
I'm sorry, but that's out of the question.
But you can't keep that money. I didn't get the job.
That, my dear young lady, is your headache, not ours.
Girl outside said the same thing, but I didn't believe her. Now you say it.
It's the policy of the agency.
Policy? You can't do that. It's crooked. It's not right.
Now, see here. I've been very patient with you. My agency is the biggest in the city. That money will not be refunded.
But that's not
It's
fair.
our regular registration fee.
If you don't give it to me, I'll...
You making threats?
My husband and I are both out of work. Unless you give me back that $10, I'll...
You what?
I'll call the Sentinel. They fight people like you. They fight racketeers.
The Daily Sentinel, huh?
Yes, Mr. Krull?
Miss Peck, there's a woman leaving my office.
She's at the outside door now.
She's going to telephone the Daily Sentinel. You know what to do.
Yes, it was the Krull agency. That's why I called your newspaper. You have my name and address if you want to get in touch.
Hang up, Mrs. Taylor.
Why should I?
You don't want to get in bad?
Take your hand off the mouthpiece. I know you.
That's right. I'm Mr. Krull's secretary.
So, you don't want me to call the Daily Sentinel?
Really, I don't think you should.
Well, I'm going to.
There. Now listen to me.
I won't. Before I wanted my money. Now I want more than that. I want other people in my position to know the kind of employment agency Krull is running.
You're looking for a job, Mrs. Taylor.
I'll get one.
That depends.
Depends.
Insist on talking to newspapers and you'll be blacklisted.
Blacklisted? What?
Mr. Krull can do it.
I'll go to another agency.
We can call them. Suppose we give you a bad recommendation.
Well, you can't do that.
Now, think it over. You may want to change your mind about calling the Sentinel.
Mrs. Taylor. Hey, Mrs. Taylor. What's the matter with that dame?
What is it, Lowry?
She's hung up.
Golly, Lowry, you sound put out about something.
Some dame was beefing about that employment agency. And right in the middle, she cuts off. But there's some confusion going on beforehand.
Confusion?
Couldn't quite catch it. But there's one way to find out.
Me too, Lowry.
Good grief. Where do you think you're going, Lowry? Mr. Reed expects to see you when he comes in.
He's been after something on that employment agency, hasn't he?
Sure he has, Casey.
Well, that's true, but I don't...
But nothing. When a lead like this comes in, we can't drop it. That dame hung up in too great a hurry, and I want to know why.
I think that's about it, Miss Case. Type that up and have it set in the lead editorial for tomorrow.
Very well, Mr. Reed.
Yes?
But don't you think it's pretty strong?
Not as strong as I'd like to make it.
Quentin isn't the sort of man who should be placed in charge of so much money.
But the state has to have someone to supervise the development of state projects.
True enough. I'm not questioning the rights of the state to keep its roads in repair. Merely the man selected to disperse the money allotted for that purpose.
Quentin's an expert in road construction.
Too expert.
Mr. Reed, the figures have been checked all along the line. And if Quentin's juggling the allotments so that some of it sticks to his fingers, well, wouldn't that show?
Yes, Miss Case, it would. Yet I can't understand why there have been so many rumors going around.
A lot of people get jobs on those road projects. You have to expect some of them to grouse.
There's too much smoke, Miss Case. There's a fire around someplace.
Is Quentin the logical place?
Quentin's always played too close to the fire. The trouble is, he hasn't got his fingers burned. Not yet.
Here I am, boss. Sorry I'm late.
Yes, Miss Case told me what out in the story.
Yeah, there's a story there, but I didn't get it.
She wouldn't talk?
What do you think?
Oh, but Lowry, she
Oh,
must...
she talked a little. Did you ever meet a dame that didn't? Trouble is, she said nothing and took a lot of words to do it.
Oh, wait a second, Laura. Let's get this straight.
I wish I could, boss.
Miss Case gave it to me. A phone call came in from Mrs. Taylor.
Yeah, she was burning up at some employment agency guy. Claimed he collected $10 from her, sent her out on a job.
And there was no job and no refund when she went back.
Well, according to her story, she got sore and left him, threatening to call the Daily Sentinel.
Yes, we have a reputation for cracking down on rackets.
This one's petty stuff, boss, if it is a racket.
You just saw her?
Well, me and Axford hopped over there. We thought there was something phony when she hung up on us so fast.
Did she explain that?
Yeah. Said this guy Kroll came in and convinced her she was making a mistake.
Hey, wait a minute. Did you say Kroll?
That's right.
He runs this employment agency?
What's the angle, boss?
Lowry, maybe we run into something. Doesn't Kroll's agency supply most of the men and women employed on the state road project?
This Taylor dame said she was sent out for office work on that job.
Good grief, Mr. Reed. You don't think
I
there's
don't think anything. I'm really wondering.
Come on, boss, spill it.
Lowry, you know who bosses the hiring and firing for that project?
Sure, Quentin.
He controls the purse strings completely.
Hey, wait a minute, boss. If Quentin does all this hiring through this Kroll guy, maybe he knows about this deposit business.
If there's any crooked work going on, Quentin would surely know about it. He's that type.
That project takes plenty of people. They're being hired and fired all the time.
According to your editorial, Mr. Reed, the turnover is terrific.
But Kroll collects the deposits, not Quentin.
Don't you see, Lowry? Quentin's in the limelight. He can't take a chance of digging into the state money. Too many people double check on it.
And where's the racket, Mr. Reed?
Well, there's a tie-up someplace. Lowry, go over to this employment agency.
Want me to ask some questions, huh?
Strong questions.
Wish we had some facts to start from.
Well, Kroll doesn't know that.
Huh?
Kroll can't tell whether you have facts or not. It's up to you to make him think you have plenty.
I get it, boss. String him along.
That's it, Lowry. When a crook thinks you have the rope all ready to hang him, he's apt to tie the noose himself.
Wait, Axford. Here it is.
Ain't we going in?
Let's you and me get it straight beforehand. Who's going to do the talking?
Sure, Lowry, you are. You said so.
I don't want you messing this up with your brilliant remarks.
Suffer the snakes. I'll keep as mum as a turtle.
Something tells me I'm a sap for letting you come along in the first place.
Ah, Lowry. Golly, suppose you run into some strong arm stuff. You'll be needing me.
Yeah, brains and brawn. That's us.
Ah, don't be so modest, Lowry. You got some brains, too.
What?
Oh, sure, it ain't everyone can be smart. But don't you worry. If you pull any boners, I'll cover 'em up.
Why, you big overgrown... Oh, come on.
There, suffering snakes. Are these looking for jobs?
Now, remember, keep your ears open and your mouth shut.
Oh, sure. Say, miss, we want to find...
Axford.
Sit down along the wall, please. All applicants must wait their turn.
We'd like to see Mr. Kroll.
You and 100 others.
Miss, we ain't after no jobs. We're looking for information.
Information?
Yes. That is, we're sort of making a survey of employment agencies for the company.
Oh, I see. Well, the Kroll agency is always glad to take over the employment department for large business organizations. Do you have a large force?
Can we see Mr. Kroll about it now?
In a few minutes. He's tied up for the moment.
We can't wait very long. If he only has an applicant for a job in there, why, he might prefer to see us.
It's not an applicant. Someone quite important. Won't you sit down?
No, look here, lady. We're reporters. Ow, that's me ankle. You kicked your big lump.
It should have been your neck.
Did I hear him say reporters from a newspaper?
Did he say that?
I have ears.
Oh, I'm sure he didn't mention a newspaper. You see, what he meant to say was...
Mr. Kroll isn't seeing any reporters. He's too busy.
You see, Lowry, you gummed it up.
I did it? Why, you big ape.
Will you please get out?
We're going, lady.
Just a moment. You're going the wrong way.
Sure, Lowry, she's right. That's the front door.
Who said anything about the front door?
Here, you can. That's Mr. Kroll's office. Stop.
You're a blasted fool, Kroll. That girl may spoil everything.
How'd I know she was going to the papers? You can't...
Go right ahead, Mr. Kroll. Quentin can't what?
Who let you in? I gave Miss Peck strict orders that she... Can't be blaming her for a mistake. What mistake? She told us to get out, and we did.
We just happened to go through this door instead of the outside one.
We'll go through it again the other way.
Suffering snakes. That's a fine attitude to take, Mr. Quentin. All we was doing was looking for... oh, yeah. If you're looking for jobs, Miss Peck will take care of you.
Matter of fact, Mr. Kroll, we're more interested in a certain Mrs. Taylor.
What's that?
Who are you?
Quentin, maybe you can help us.
I don't even know the girl.
Weren't you talking about her when we came in?
Sure you was. I heard you.
Why, that's ridiculous. Kroll and I were merely discussing business.
Never mind the wool, Quentin. The only time my eyes are covered is when I sleep.
Now, look here.
So you persuaded Mrs. Taylor not to talk, eh, Kroll?
Stay where you are, Quentin.
I recognize this man, Kroll. Thought I'd seen him before. He's a reporter from the Sentinel.
Sure, and don't forget me. Reporters.
If you're looking for an interview...
Who said we were?
Well, what else could you want?
Quentin, when a reporter has the facts, he doesn't need an interview.
What's that? Facts from who?
Mrs. Taylor called the Sentinel, didn't she?
What do you mean?
Better start explaining, Kroll. What's your side of the story?
Golly, Reed, you should have been there. Them two crooks were stumbling all over their own feet, worrying.
That idea of yours was a pip, boss.
I hoped it might work.
Only it didn't work.
It didn't? Why not?
It was that guy Quentin. He was too smart.
That's it. Kroll was ready to spout. He was going to deny everything.
And by what he denied, we'd have found out just what he was doing.
Only Quentin shut him up too soon.
Did Quentin give a reason for being there?
He said he was there on business.
It might have been phony business, Reed, but there wasn't no way of proving it.
That's true, Exford. As long as Quentin hires his help through Kroll's agency, he's got a perfect reason for seeing him. Did Kroll explain this deposit angle?
With Quentin steering him.
What was his explanation?
Kroll claimed the money was charged for service and for courses of instruction before sending an applicant out.
Yet Mrs. Taylor thought otherwise.
Until Kroll put the pressure on.
Suffering snakes, Reed. What kind of pressure?
Very simple, Exford. Kroll undoubtedly threatened to blacklist her.
Blacklist?
Keep her from ever getting jobs through his agency.
A lot of others, too. Those agencies work together. Kroll claims he's got an applicant tied down. She won't get far with the others.
Kroll handles a lot of accounts, Exford. This woman knows he can make it tough for her to get a job.
And then where does Quentin come in?
He most likely splits those deposits with Kroll.
Don't you get it, Exford? Kroll takes the dough and sends them out.
Sure, but how
then
is he...
Quentin hires them for a week or so, if he hires them at all. After a week, out they go.
Holy crow!
Meanwhile, with a rapid turnover, Quentin and Kroll have a nice weekly income.
Golly, Reed, can't you print that?
Exford, there's one word that stands in the way. One word.
You got a dictionary?
Oh, you big lug. The boss means proof.
Oh.
I'll keep after that dame, boss.
Yeah, do that, Lowry. But not today.
Why not?
Well, she's still scared. You wait till tomorrow. She may be easier to handle then.
Sure, that's it. And I'd go with you, Lowry.
You would, with both feet.
Mrs. Taylor won't talk any more tomorrow than she has today. No, there's only one way of cracking this racket. And that's the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. That evening in his apartment, Britt Reed explained the racket to the one man who knew him as the Green Hornet, his faithful valet, Cato.
You understand how it works, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Quentin is too clever to take money from the state fund, so he's cooked up this unscrupulous scheme with Kroll.
I see.
As long as it continues, he'll be raking in several thousand a week. Money that's practically stolen from people who can't spare it.
Very bad.
It's one of the dirtiest rackets I ever heard of. You know what we have to do, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Britt. Here they are.
I thought you would. The Green Hornet mask and the gun. The gun is loaded.
Fresh. This afternoon. Look for something, Mr. Britt?
Making a Green Hornet seal. One in particular.
But, Mr. Britt, in the drawer...
I don't want a real Green Hornet seal. I'm making a fake seal. For a reason.
expecting someone, dear?
Me? Oh, nobody but the landlord after his rent.
Can't be him. We know his ring by heart by this time.
Maybe it's that chiseling agency guy coming to give you back our $10.
More likely the reporter from the Sentinel.
Might as well see.
No, wait.
Hmm?
I can't talk to him. Kroll warned me not to.
You don't have to talk.
He'd ask so many questions. We better not. Kroll can blacklist me. He said he would.
You're being smart, Mrs. Taylor.
What the devil?
I don't like to be kept waiting.
The door was locked.
You forgot the window.
Oh, who are... Your mask.
The Green Hornet. Look out.
Get back.
What are you here for? I warn you, if you harm my wife...
Do as I say, and you'll be all right.
It's Kroll. You're working for him.
You gave him $10.
I didn't mean to tell a newspaper.
What you meant to do and what you did are two different things.
Hornet, she didn't mean it. You heard her.
Are you telling me what to do?
Please don't try anything. He's the Green Hornet.
Don't worry, dear. I don't care who he is. A gun.
To save time.
Please don't. Don't shoot my wife.
Never mind to talk, Taylor. Listen.
I won't say any more. I swear it.
You'd say that naturally.
Oh, but it's true. Believe me.
I prefer to believe in getting you away from here.
Getting away from
That
her?
reporter is coming here tomorrow.
Please, Kroll needn't worry.
I'm sure of that.
The way you say that...
If you're thinking of murder,
Here.
Money? Oh,
You're taking this money and you're going to a hotel.
I don't understand.
Take it.
Listen, Hornet. What's the idea of a hotel? We haven't...
Not you. Just Mrs. Taylor.
Is this Kroll's idea?
That reporter can make you talk. He may be able to dig a story out of you. That's why you're leaving.
Well, Oh, yes, I see. Until it blows over.
Now get going. There isn't too much time.
Hey, Casey, the boss in?
All morning, Lowry. Did you see Mrs. Taylor again?
For the boss's ears, Casey, not for yours.
Hey, wait a minute, Lowry. I didn't...
Boss, have I got news?
The employment agency set up?
You told me to see that dame. She wasn't in.
What?
Her husband was there. He said the Green Hornet came last night.
Green Hornet? And the woman's missing?
It's on the level, boss. Look at this.
That's a blank card.
Turn it over. It's the seal of the Green Hornet. Is that a story or isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but not the way you think.
Huh?
How do you know the Hornet was there?
Holy mackerel, boss. The dame's husband, that seal.
That seal is a fake.
What?
We've seen plenty of the real Green Hornet stuff here, Lowry. This one's an imitation.
Yeah, I didn't notice it before. It is a phony. And I thought I had a page one yarn.
You have?
But, boss, if it wasn't the Hornet...
That's just it. Who left that fake seal at the Taylor home? What's the purpose behind it?
It's a mystery to me.
Now, it is a mystery, and the Sentinel's going to play it up big.
Sentinel paper! Sentinel! Mystery surrounds missing woman! Hornet seal calls fake! Sentinel paper! Read all about it!
It's that Taylor dame. Sentinel says the Green Hornet seal was found. A phony seal. If that rat Krull is using this way to get her out of circulation, it's a bonehead play. Or maybe Krull's up to something phony himself. I'll see what he's got to say right now.
Yes, I saw the Sentinel, Quentin. I was just going to call you up myself about it.
You don't know a thing, huh?
It's strange. It's as much a surprise to me as it is to you.
Is it?
Somebody did it, but blessed if I can figure out. Huh? Just a second, Quentin. What is it?
I've been thinking. Nobody knows about that Taylor woman except us and that Daily Sentinel reporter.
Well?
Newspapers have spirited witnesses away before. That story might be a plant.
What do you mean, a plant?
If they're trying to uncover our method of getting money, they may have her someplace themselves.
And I thought it might be Quentin.
Not so loud, he's on the phone.
Couldn't hear me. I had my hand over the mouthpiece.
Well, tell him it's the Sentinel.
Yes. Quentin, Heck has an idea.
Let's have it.
She thinks the newspaper may have her in hiding.
The Sentinel?
We have to find her, Quentin. We have to find her before she really starts talking.
Britt Reed gave certain people time to think about the Sentinel story. Then, when darkness fell over the city, he traveled forth once again as the Green Hornet.
This time, Kroll and Quentin must be on edge, Cato. You're undoubtedly wondering where the Taylor woman is.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
We're the only ones who know. Yeah, we'll make good use of that knowledge.
Where are you going, Mr. Britt?
See that house there on the corner?
Yes.
We're calling on the owner of that house, a rat named Quentin.
Shall I go with you?
You wait here for me, Cato. I could handle a dozen like Quentin.
That dame must be in the city someplace. We don't find her before.
You won't, Quentin.
Who's that?
Nervous?
You, the Green Hornet.
Right.
I thought that seal was a fake.
It was a fake.
But I don't understand.
Didn't you talk to Krull?
Krull?
Maybe he's tired of handing out so much dough to you.
Huh? What's that?
You heard me.
But Krull said nothing to me.
Of course not. Told you he had nothing to do with it, didn't he?
So that's it.
For a smart politician, you don't get things fast, do you, Quentin?
Why, that dirty double-crosser. He knew it all the time. Where is she?
We're going there, Quentin.
Wait. What's that gun for?
For you.
No, wait, don't. Take it. I'll pay you out. I can't breathe.
Oh. That gas will hold him just about long enough. Krull's phone number must be here someplace. Maybe in the back of Quentin's desk calendar. Yeah, here we are.
Hello?
Krull? Quentin. The girl's been located.
You found her, Quentin? Where is she?
Bring the money with you. Might as well take care of the split at the same time.
Bring the money. Don't you think that's dangerous?
You do as I say. That Taylor dame may want a bribe. The room number is 604 at the old...
After Britt Reed finished giving directions to Krull, he made another phone call.
Is this a Daily Sentinel? You had a picture of a woman in your paper today. Well, I saw someone who looked like it might be her. Well, the best time would be around midnight. She's sure to be in then. Yeah, you can get a look at her. That's right. You know that old hotel on the corner of Main and 16th? Yeah, room 604.
Who is it?
Open the door. Bellboy.
I didn't ring for a bellboy.
Hiding out, huh?
Krull.
Get inside.
You can't come in
How
here.
much did you spill to that reporter?
I haven't seen him.
No? Where's the key for this door? I got it.
What are you going to do?
I don't want to be disturbed while we're waiting.
But I don't understand.
As soon as Quentin gets here, we're scramming, and you're coming along.
No, I haven't said anything.
Don't tell me. Why else should that reporter bring you here?
Reporter?
Where's this other door go?
A connecting room next to this one.
Yeah? We'll see who's in there.
There's no one. I tell you, I haven't seen that reporter. I haven't seen any reporters.
Looks empty.
Who's that on the couch?
On the... Quentin! What the devil?
Don't move, Krull.
The Hornet.
What the... Where'd you come from?
I was behind this door when you came in.
He's the one who brought me here.
What?
You better look after Quentin. He's coming too.
Where am I? What?
Quentin, what happened?
The Hornet.
I gassed him, Krull.
What is this? What's going on?
Krull, so you're around.
Sure. You called me up.
I did not. You're not fooling me, Krull. You and the Green Hornet worked this out.
Huh?
It wasn't the reporters brought you here, was it?
Why, I just told Mr. Krull.
Was it?
No, it was...
You're right, Quentin. I brought her here.
What?
Don't pull that innocent stuff with me, Krull. I know all about it. You and the Green Hornet, huh? Trying to cut me out of the tape, were you?
You're crazy, Quentin. I don't know what you're talking about.
Shut up, the two of you.
You can't
I
do
said
this.
shut up. You're both out.
Both out?
Did you bring that money?
Well...
Answer me. Did you bring the money to split with Quentin?
I don't know what's going on, but be careful what you say. This dame's listening.
Never mind her. I planned this whole setup.
Sure, Quentin. I told you I was in the clear.
Okay, but what's he want?
Search me.
You two are running a racket. The Green Hornet's very much interested in rackets.
Huh?
Why do you think I brought this woman here? Why do you think I told you to come here with the money?
The money?
So that's it. You're after a split.
You can't get any of this dough, Hornet. It's our scheme, and nobody gets in on it, see?
What about the people Krull took that money from? The unemployed, like this woman here.
Figure out your own racket. There's plenty of fish in the sea.
I prefer to catch you.
Why, you... What's that?
It's in the next room. Help!
Stop her.
Too late for that. It's the police.
Let's get out of here.
You're staying, Krull. I'm no longer interested.
No!
Stop him, Krull. Get him.
I can't.
Stop him, Krull. He turned off the lights.
Where are you, lady? I heard you yell. Get the light. Okay, sir. Well, if this is a
surprise. Roland Quentin.
We had nothing to do with this.
I heard everything they said, every word.
Daily Citizen can use it, lady.
Looks like we got the goods on your racket, Crow.
It was Quentin as much as me. It was his idea in the first place.
Shut up, you fool.
What's the difference? Mrs. Taylor can do enough talking for all of you.
So it was you two that's bringing her here?
No.
They didn't bring me. It was the Green Hornet.
The Hornet?
He tried to cut in on us.
Holy crow. What does he know? Where do you think? Out the window.
Yeah, there's a fire escape here.
Ah, Lowry, can you imagine that? We nabbed the little fish and missed the Green Hornet. The big one.
That's the way it is all the time, Axford. The big one always gets away.
Employment racket smashed! Carl and Quentin behind bars as witness top! Hornet escaped police! Read all about it! Green Hornet still in large! That's the electric
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld. risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. We're out to blow the building racket sky high.
Stop work on this job. It's orders.
Hey, he's Carlotta's man.
I'm in no work here.
You said it.
We're taking an awful chance, Pelton.
If Carlotti finds out about this, he'll break me.
Look out, it's a bomb! Can I come in? Is Mr. Fletcher... Oh, it's you, dear. Why aren't you home?
I'm a builder, honey. I've got a dozen houses here that must go up.
But you're not a watchman.
Well...
Look at me. Has anything else happened?
Anything else? What do you mean?
Oh, please don't. I'm your wife. You can't fool me with talk.
Yes, the watchman did quit.
Because of Carlotti?
Oh, what's Carlotti got to do with it?
It is Carlotti, isn't it?
Now, look, honey. Building's a man's job.
He's been threatening you, hasn't he?
Just talk.
He has, I know it.
No racketeer can bust me.
So, that's it. I suspected it when one of your houses caught on fire.
I can't prove it was Carlotti.
Tell me, what's Carlotti after? What's he doing?
What's he after? He's a racketeer, isn't he? He's trying to force builders to pay out money to him.
Is that why you had that fire? Because you wouldn't pay?
I'm not going to pay.
But the other builders, what about them?
They're paying him. They're afraid of him. Afraid to talk.
I'm afraid, too.
Now, don't you worry. Carlotti's tough, but the cops will get him. Sooner or later, they'll get evidence.
If something doesn't happen to you first.
I wish I had some proof, that's all.
Dear, why not pay him? It isn't much, is it?
No. He may have the rest hogtied, but not me.
You're going to continue taking chances?
I'm an honest builder.
The others are honest, too. Yet they've joined Carlotti's association.
No racket can rope me in.
What's that?
That? It's Pelton's lumber truck.
Delivering lumber at midnight?
Yeah. Now, wait here, honey. I'll be back.
Fletcher, I got your lumber.
Well, thanks, Pelton. You're a right guy. I didn't want to get you in trouble with Carlotti, too. That's why I had you deliver late at night.
I hope you'll lick him, Fletcher. I sell lumber to the builders in his association, and I can't afford to lose the business.
If Carlotti knew, he'd force them to buy from someone else.
Yeah, got him scared to death. Not one of them will talk.
Carlotti's clever. Nothing can be pinned on him.
Yeah, but they had your nerve, Fletcher.
Well, he won't get me.
The Daily Sentinel's been talking about him plenty, but nothing definite.
Listen, Pelton. Maybe I'm courting disaster, bucking Carlotti and his hoodlums.
No, maybe about it.
If Carlotti fails to bulldoze me, those he's intimidated may get their nerve back. Carlotti can't buck the whole bunch.
Not if they all follow your lead, Fletcher.
Look there.
Huh?
Hey, there's someone in my truck. Come on. What's going on? You one of Carlotti's gangsters?
I ordered that lumber. It stays.
I don't work for Carlotti.
Who are
That
you?
mask, you're the Green Hornet.
There you are.
What that car?
Don't try to follow me. It's useless.
All right, Miss Red?
All fine, Cato. You picked me up perfectly. No mistake. They know who I am.
Yes, sir.
We've been watching Fletcher's building job for the past several nights, Cato. I knew we'd get something eventually.
What, Miss Red?
You saw those two men and the woman?
Who is she?
She's Mrs. Fletcher, the builder's wife. She was trying to persuade him to give in to Carlotti.
She was?
She was thinking only of her husband's welfare, Cato. She wanted him to give in before Carlotti got tough.
Is he going to, Mr. Red?
Cato, from what I heard tonight, I think Fletcher is heading for a lot of trouble.
Trouble?
Carlotti's a racketeer. The Sentinel's been saying so for quite a while. What I heard tonight proves that Carlotti is cutting in on the builders. He's out to get them all, one by one.
Can he do that, Mr. Red?
He's after Fletcher right now. And unless the Green Hornet can stop it, Fletcher is Carlotti's next victim.
This the publisher hangout, sister?
It's the publisher's office.
Hey, Casey, I didn't know you had a brother. So Casey's your sister, huh? I'm glad to meet you. My name's Axford.
Yeah?
He's not my brother, you big nug.
But I just heard him say it.
Me? I call all the dames sister.
Well, don't. Not with me.
Oh, now, take it easy. My name's Carlotti.
Is that your boss's office?
You can't go in there.
Sure I can, sister. Sure.
No, you don't.
Didn't I tell you my name?
I said you don't go in there.
Oh?
Yeah.
Okay. No hard feelings.
I'll find out if Mr. Reed will see you.
Yes, Miss Case.
A man to see you, Mr. Reed.
Has he an appointment?
No, Mr. Reed. He just dropped in. He said that.
Yeah, that's it, sister.
His name's Carlotti.
Carlotti, eh?
Miss Case, you tell Mr. Carlotti to wait a few minutes. I'll see him very soon.
Very well, Mr. Reed.
Yes, very soon.
Hey, boss, did I get that name right?
I think so.
Carlotti's here to see you? Carlotti?
I admit it is a bit strange.
Strange. Say, after the way we've been going at that mug in the Sentinel, I'm surprised he's still in the state.
The Sentinel hasn't mentioned names, Lowry.
You don't need a signpost to see the road, boss. That guy spells racket ever since he stuck his nose into jail.
Yes, he is an ex-convict.
All I hope is he plays a return engagement.
Lowry, we know Carlotti's trying to build up a racket in the building business.
He's got more than a dozen of those builders buffaloed already.
But we can't prove that.
Oh, that word. Why does it keep popping up all the time?
All we know about Carlotti is that he started a builders' protective association.
Yeah, to protect him against his own hoodlums. How about that fire this builder named Fletcher had?
Fletcher hasn't joined, has he?
I don't know. Unless the cops pin something on Carlotti, he's going to have to join.
I see.
Yes, sir?
Carlotti still out there, Miss Case?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Send him in, please. I'm rather curious to know why he's here.
Those articles in the Sentinel. He's probably burned up.
Undoubtedly, but he won't discuss them directly. He'll lead up to it, I'm sure.
Hey, Mr. Reed.
I'm Mr. Reed. What can I do for you?
Who's this mug? Ain't I seen you before?
Sure you have. Around your place.
Yeah?
He's my ace reporter, Carlotti. I sent him.
Funny didn't ever talk to me.
I was there for information, Carlotti. I knew I'd never get it from you.
Suppose you tell me your business, Carlotti. Why are you here?
Me? A couple of things, Mr. Reed.
We're not in the market for any protection.
Never mind, Lowry. Well?
In the first place, I come to put an ad in your paper.
An ad?
Yeah. For my Builders Protective Association. We're making a drive for members.
I'll bet you are.
But before I give it the ad, there's a little matter I want to straighten out.
You're not referring to the Sentinel's articles by any chance?
Yeah, that's it. How did you know?
Tell him, boss. You're psychic.
You object to those articles, Carlotti?
Well, it's this way. Somebody's got the wrong angle on me. I come around to straighten you out and to give you some business.
All right, Carlotti. You've stated your business here. Now I'll give you the answers.
There's only one answer. Drop them articles and you get the ad.
And if the Sentinel goes ahead with the series?
Hey, I'm offering you dough.
It's all you can understand, eh? Money and force.
What do you mean?
Do you need a gun to build up your protective association?
Huh?
That's a shoulder holster you're wearing.
So what? I got a permit. Are you going to take my ad or ain't you?
The answer is no.
What?
We believe you're running a racket. We'd like to prove it, but so far we can't. But get this, Carlotti. We're going to keep after your fake outfit until we do.
Oh, I'm wasting my time, huh?
You are. Now, if there's anything else we can do...
You know I can sue you.
That's your privilege. Good day.
Why, you...
I said good day.
Hey, Reed. Holy cow, did you see the fire?
What fire, Ashford?
Right here, out the window.
Hey, boss, that looks like a 3-alarm.
That's across the river. Check on it, Lowry.
You don't have to read. It's Pelton's Lumberyard.
Are you still here, Carlotti? I thought I told you to leave.
I ain't hanging around.
Just one moment.
Yeah?
How do you know it's Pelton's Lumberyard?
He happens to do a little business with one of the members of the association.
Not anymore, he won't. You can see the flames from here.
Big, huh?
You don't sound surprised, Carlotti.
Don't I? Anything else you want to say before I scram out of this joint?
I've rejected your ad. That's all.
Okay, Reed.
Hey, boss, what was that rat grinning about?
It wouldn't amaze me in the least if Carlotti had something to do with that blaze.
Huh? That's strong stuff.
You heard him. Pelton sells lumber to Carlotti's victims.
But Carlotti's in the building racket. What's he doing, branching out?
Did you ever hear of a racketeer who didn't, Lowry?
Oh, that's it.
Once a racket gets underway, it keeps building up until it's smashed.
Golly, Reed, I can see the fire engines from here. Ain't you going to send somebody to cover that fire?
Of course. Get going, Lowry.
Okay, boss.
See if we can dig something up. Mention Carlotti's name.
Don't worry, I'll shout it out loud.
Holy crow, hold on there.
One side, you big lug. This is an assignment.
Well, sure it is.
What's wrong, Exford?
Reed, you ain't going to make me miss the fun, are you?
Fun?
The fire. Suffering snakes, you know I love to go to fire.
This one wasn't built to amuse you.
Oh, I don't know if we can spare you, Exford.
Golly, Reed, I know I'm sort of valuable around the newspaper.
All right, Michael, we can spare you this once.
You mean it's okay? I can go with Lowry?
Yes, but get going before I change my mind.
Golly, I'm going to a fire. Did you hear that, Lowry? A regular 3-alarm blaze.
Well, come on, it'll be out before we get there.
I'm coming. Suffering snakes, it's some blaze.
It is, Exford. A bigger blaze than you think.
The whole place going up in flames.
Now, ain't that too bad, Pelton?
You, eh? One of Carlotti's boys. Funny your being here.
Me? I like fires. Ain't it a shame? Now we'll have to have our builders buy someplace else.
I can't prove it, but I'll bet Carlotti had a lot to do with this.
Like you say, Pelton, you can't prove it. Now, you know, you hadn't ought to sold lumber to that Fletcher guy.
Oh, that's it.
I didn't say so, did I?
I don't need a diagram.
Well, hope your insurance covers it.
10,000 feet of prime lumber up in flames, and I can't prove a thing.
Well, how about it, Pelton? I'm Lowry from the Sentinel. How did it start?
I can't be sure. Did you ask the fire marshal?
So for his name, what do you think? He says he can't tell nothing.
The way this is going up, there won't be anything left.
Golly, Lowry, you don't think it was done deliberately?
Oh, shut up, expert.
Look at it. There won't be a stick left.
Say, Pelton.
Yeah?
You do some business with the builders who belong to Carlotti's association?
Well, yes, I do.
Well, is that all you can say?
What else do you expect me to say?
Just wondering.
If I could help you, I would. But even if Carlotti were mixed up in this, you couldn't prove it?
No?
I'm sure of it. I've had enough experience with Carlotti to know that. He's one guy that covers his tracks.
Yes?
Lowry, boss.
What about it, Lowry? You get anything from Pelton or the fire marshal?
Not a thing, boss. Only suspicions.
We can't print suspicions, Lowry. Nothing on Carlotti, huh?
Nope. No headline in that, is there?
Okay, Lowry. We'll handle a rewrite. Just a plain, ordinary fire. Yeah, plain, ordinary fire, huh? Not by a long shot. But if there's no other way to pin it on Carlotti, it's up to the Green Hornet.
Immediately after leaving the office, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where he spoke to Cato, his valet, and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Pelton's lumberyard was burned to the ground. There's the headline on the Sentinel. Carlotti's spotters must have seen that new lumber at Fletcher's development and checked. And that means Fletcher is next.
You go out now, Mr. Bates?
The Green Hornet's going out tonight, Cato, to check on a few details. When the time comes, Carlotti's racket is going to run into the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. While the Green Hornet secretly checked on the Carlotti mob, a cab driver named Pazzi Petruccelli picked up a man and his wife.
Now's my chance to tell you something, honey. We're headed for trouble.
You mean that fire at Pelton's? Does that mean Carlotti knows you got lumber from him?
Carlotti knows. This time, he won't just make those indirect threats. He's out to force me into his building association.
How did he find out?
The Green Hornet was there last night, remember?
Oh, darling, I wish you'd stop. Pay him his protection money. It's better than...
The Green Hornet and Carlotti both. Well, I started this and I'm finishing it. Building's my business and no racketeer...
It's they who'll do the finishing. Carlotti and the Green Hornet.
I'm going ahead with that house if it's the last thing I do.
It may be a tombstone over your grave.
Now, take it easy, honey.
But those criminals, Carlotti, the Green Hornet. Oh, please, don't do it.
I'm sorry, honey. We're ordinary citizens, Mr. and Mrs. Fletcher. We have a right to live, to do business on the level without interference from rackets. And nothing's going to stop me.
Never mind, Casey. I got it.
Now, Axford, I'm Mr. Reed's secretary, not you.
But you're busy with that stuff, and it's late already. Hello, Michael Axford, General Assistant and Bodyguard to Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel newspaper with
Axford.
Huh? Who's speaking? Patsy! Now listen, you little sawed-off runt of a cab driver. I'm a busy man. I ain't got time to... Holy crow! What's that? Are you sure you know what you're talking about? Sure. Golly, sure I believe you. I'm listening. Suffering snakes! Patsy, you recollect when I called you a half-wit? Well, I take it all back. You got as much brains as me. Nah. Can you imagine, Casey? Golly, I give the little half-pint a compliment, and he claims I insulted him.
What you did was practically the same as calling him a nitwit.
Golly, that's what Patsy said.
All right, Axford. What did he call about?
Oh, holy crow, can you imagine me forgetting? Patsy had a passenger in his cab.
Business must be picking up.
You don't get it, Casey. It was the Green Hornet.
What? Potsy's passenger?
Sure not. They was talking.
Who? Potsy and his passenger?
Golly, Casey, sometimes I think you're a bit slow at the uptake.
Axford, you big lug, will you explain before I die of curiosity?
Ain't that what I'm doing? Now listen. A fella named Fletcher was in Potsy's cab tonight. This fella said that Carlotti did the job on Pelton's lumberyard.
Everybody thinks so, but there's
This Fletcher must know, because he said Carlotti was coming after him next.
Well, what's all this got to do with the Green Hornet?
He was butting in on Fletcher, too. Suffering snakes, Casey. Can you see Reed's face when I brigaded the harlot all captured?
You?
Well, wasn't I a detective on the force? Where's Lowry?
Axford, you big lug, where are you going?
Holy crow, you're acting thicker than the thicket, Casey. We're going over to Fritz's place. We're going to get the Green Hornet if we have to wait for him till doomsday.
Across the city from the Daily Sentinel building, a sleek black car raced through the night. At the wheel was a mysterious figure, his eyes gleaming through a mask. The Green Hornet. Britt Reed's hand guided the Black Beauty to a deserted alley behind the racketeer's hangout.
Wait here, Cato, where you can watch.
I understand, Miss Bates.
I'm going to need your help in a few minutes. You know when to follow me.
Britt Reed made his way cautiously to the open window next to the door. Flattening his back against the wall, he listened to the conversation within.
Have you got the bomb, Turk?
Right here, Carlotti.
I got a tip from one of the boys. We're blasting Fletcher's house before it's built.
Tonight?
Right now.
I made it just like you said, with a 5-minute fuse.
Sure. I want this pineapple planted just right, see? I ain't taking no chances on somebody's throwing arm.
What's making you so jumpy? Is it the Green Hornet?
What do you know about the Hornet?
It ain't no secret. Pelton spilled it when his lumberyard burnt down.
Talks, that's all it was.
Sure.
Go on. Take this bomb and plant it like I told you.
Is the Hornet cutting in on our
Listen,
racket?
Turk. Nobody cuts in on me, see? I handle plenty of guys, and I don't scare easy. When I see that Hornet, I'll...
You'll what, Carlotti?
What the...
You...
Mask.
Listen, Hornet, I was just talking.
How much is your take, Carlotti?
Why,
You can't muscle in on us, Hornet.
Expect me to talk with a gun pointing at me?
You don't have to talk.
Huh?
I know your whole racket right down to the ground. You're a rat, and I don't like rats.
Who you calling?
Shut up, you.
Oh, you don't have to poke that cat in my ribs.
You said you wouldn't cut anybody in.
So what?
Still feel that way?
I don't know who you are, Hornet, and I don't give a hang. But it still goes.
I'm giving you a warning now. The bigger the racket, the sooner I get in on it.
Yeah? Well, maybe we can talk about...
Get your hand away from that shoulder holster.
Me?
Don't reach for a gun or I'll let you have it.
No, you don't. The lights. He turned out the lights.
Get him, boss.
I can't see him. Where is he?
He's around someplace. Blast this darkness. Carlotti. He got me. Yes.
What's the matter, Turk?
Watch him. He can't breathe.
Where are you?
Drop that gun. I said drop it.
Try me. Oh.
That's better.
My wrist, you broke it.
Nothing wrong with you. Just a tap from a gun butt.
You finished off, Turk?
Yes. And you're getting a dose of the same.
You can't.
Take it down.
Gas my throat.
Fools. Talking to each other in the darkness, so I couldn't help but know where they were. Who's that?
I heard noise. Are you all right?
Yeah, wait till I turn on the light. I thought it was you, but I couldn't be sure.
Are they...
They'll be unconscious only for a short time. Here, help me with this table, Cato.
Yes, sir.
The bomb is somewhere around. There. Put it on this table, Cato.
I have it. They're heavy.
Now these.
What are they?
Tools, Cato. We haven't much time. Those rats must go ahead with their bombing.
But, Mr. Brett...
I said they're going ahead, and we're going to see that they do.
I don't understand.
This bomb is going to be planted in Fletcher's house, just as they figured. Now, you're a chemist, Cato. What's inside this bomb?
I have to look.
All right, we'll open it up. Careful. I don't want any of our fingerprints on it.
Under Britt Reed's direction, Cato worked swiftly, using his knowledge of chemistry to advantage. A half hour later, Britt Reed spoke.
That's fine. Your handkerchief.
Yes, sir.
They mustn't suspect a thing. Carlotti's coming, too. Gather up those tools, Cato. We're leaving. Hurry, Cato. Into the car. All right, let's go.
A few moments later, Carlotti and Turk recovered from the effects of the gas and examined the bomb.
It looks okay to me.
He ain't touched this bomb, boss. I ought to know I made it.
Green Hornet, huh? He gassed us and then got scared. Okay, Turk, on your way.
Huh? You want me to go through with it?
You heard me. The Hornet thinks he can bulldoze me, but I don't scare easy. Plant this bomb.
These loose boards. I'll plant this bomb if I don't break my neck first.
Put it here, Turk.
What
Here's the best place.
You got a nerve, Hornet. After gassing me and Carlotti.
Next time, you won't get off so easy. Now, do as I say.
How do I know you ain't told the cops?
Would I be here? The cops want me more than they do you.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I'm interested in this racket. I don't need the police.
Yeah, no sense ruining it for everyone.
Now, plant that bomb.
Now, listen.
Less talk, get busy.
Okay, you don't have to get tough.
Here's a match.
The fuse is burning. Let's grab.
Out that way, out the back. Hurry before it explodes.
I tell you, Lowry, I seen a light in there.
In a half-built house? Don't be crazy, Axford.
I'm going in to see.
Axford, if you drag me on a wild goose chase,
Golly, I told you. It ain't no wild goose. It's the Green Hornet. I got the tip straight from Patsy.
You're bad enough without dragging in that screwy cab driver.
The little blister ain't so bad. If you don't let him get in your hair.
Now, wait a minute.
Suffering snakes, for all we know, the Hornet may be in there right now.
If you saw a light and I said if, the Hornet's gone by now. If it was the Hornet in the first place.
I'll find out soon enough. You stick out here to cover the retreat.
Okay, it's your funeral.
Golly, he's hard to convince. Wait till he sees me walking out of here with me fist in the Hornet's collar. Then he'll... What's that? Sounds like somebody hissing. Like a snake. There ain't no snakes around here. Holy crow! I see it now. A sputtering fuse. It's a bomb. I gotta get it. I got it before it...
He was there, Carlotti.
What are you talking about? Where you been? You should have been back a half hour ago.
The Hornet. I had the bomb in my hand.
What? The Hornet was at Fletcher's place?
Ain't I telling you? Boss, when that guy comes back, you better play ball with him. He's tough.
Did he stop you? Huh? Snap out of it, Turk. Did that bomb go off or didn't it?
Sure, it went off. Soon as I lit the fuse, I scrammed out. I heard it go off.
Then what are you yapping about the Hornet for?
I told you he was right in the spot.
Did he try to stop you?
No, he told me where to plant the bomb. Hey, I don't get that lug, Carlotti.
Why didn't you head right back here?
Because I couldn't.
The Hornet, huh?
Yeah, he clipped me on the jaw as soon as the blast went off.
Okay. He said he was going to cut in on me. When he shows up, we'll be ready for him.
Who's that?
That ain't the Hornet.
I'll take a look.
What's the matter?
It's for your gun, boss. It's the cops.
The cops?
We better scram.
What for? They ain't got nothing on us. Keep them up, Carlotti.
You rats. Plant bombs, will you?
Hey, what is this? I don't know what you're talking about.
Axford was in that house, in Fletcher's house, when the bomb went off. So what? We ain't got nothing
You
here.
put that bomb there.
You're crazy. You can prove it.
No, you're lying.
Lying, are we? Axford went in. He saw that bomb.
Yeah, too bad. He ain't alive.
Blown a bit, huh? And you think we done it?
Never mind acting smart, Carlotti.
Where's the guys that planted that bomb? Leave me at him.
We got him, Axford.
Axford? But you said...
I thought that pineapple went off. How come this guy ain't blasted to bits?
I'll tell you why, you yellow-livered skunk. Because the bomb you heard went off in the vacant lot next door.
What? A bomb in a vacant lot?
Yeah, there wasn't enough powder in the bomb at the house to fill a firecracker.
That's right. The bomb was intact. And what's more, it had your fingerprints all over it.
What?
Yes, fingerprints, yours and his. You're through, you and your whole racket.
They got us, boss.
That blasted Green Hornet. He emptied the powder out and set a bomb off in that vacant lot. Well, you ain't stopping me.
Look out, Lowry. Got the gun.
I'll stop him. Break for the car, boss.
No, you don't.
Stop the gun, Carlotti.
Oh, no. Don't hit me again. I give up.
Okay. Okay, you got it.
Come on, you rat.
You're going in the car, all right. In the police wagon.
If that bomb had gone off...
It didn't go off, Carlotti. It was a dud, but it was still big enough to blast your crooked racket all over the front page.
Street paper! Building racketeers arrested! Crooks confess bombing! Read all about it! Green Hornet still alert! Sentinel X Street
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. We're about to smash the numbers racket. call the cops. I'm innocent. So help me, I'm innocent.
Tell it to the judge.
He didn't do it. He couldn't.
Yes, but try and prove it.
Okay, Reed. You can count on me. Well, you should know where I stand with Reed now, Casey.
I suppose you've been given a special assignment on the numbers racket.
How'd you know?
What?
Well, holy crow, that's just what he said. He was talking about me valuable contacts at headquarters for getting the dope on Tobin and the rest of the racketeers. But I didn't tell you.
Well, it's not hard to guess after what happened last night.
You mean one of them racketeers getting rubbed out?
Now you guessed it.
Hi, expert. Say, how's that for a snap, Casey?
Clicker, this picture's still soaking wet.
Right out of the fixing bath.
Well, what is it?
Golly, looks like a man lying in the street.
It is. Hit and run.
Oh, that one.
Oh, no, youngster. There ain't nothing to get excited about, and this is there.
Well, let you know. Don't you know who this is?
Should I?
Well, if you read the Sentinel, you'd know. Tell him, Casey.
You tell him. I'm getting Mr. Reed.
It's Dutcher, or it was Dutcher before he stepped in front of a car.
Holy cow! Dutcher, the numbers racketeer?
Yes, Miss Case.
Click her Binny, Mr. Reed. She has a picture of Dutcher.
The hit and run?
Looks like front page, Mr. Reed. Shall I send her in?
Yes, by all means, right now.
The inner sanctum, Clicker.
What does that mean?
It means Mr. Reed wants me.
Give me a dictionary, Casey. I think she was lying.
Clicker? What about?
That there word, sanctum. Golly, it reads in an office, not a sanctum.
Good grief, Michael. That's an expression.
Oh.
Inner sanctum. It means the...
How do you do, Miss Case? So helping me, you're looking like bitches in a cream.
Well, Patsy.
Who let you in, you little blister?
I come in to show the lady my new sooty. How do you like, huh? Ain't I a connoisseur for snippy clothes?
Some kind of sword.
Oh, it is pretty. Pretty elegant, Patsy.
Elegant is putting it mild. It's a wow.
Wow is right. Why, it dazzles me.
Yeah. I thought these green and red checks would knock your eyes out.
Suffering snakes. Wait a minute.
You're not doubting my word.
So that's a new suit, eh?
That's right, pal. Fresh from the hangers.
Isn't it perhaps a trifle too fresh?
Yeah, just to feel the goods. Feel. Patsy Petruccelli don't fool around with burlap. Wool all of the way through.
Now listen to me, you little blister. How much did that suit set you back?
Cost me half a C note.
A C?
Ain't it sad how she don't know her pronunciations in English? C means 100. 50 bucks is half of a C.
Where'd you get the dough for that?
Oh, it's not hard.
Holy crow, last night in your taxi cab you was pulling a sob story about how bad business was.
Sure, that was last night.
You didn't win no lucky number?
So help me. For a pal, you talk like an enemy.
Maybe you two would like a boxing ring and a set of boxing gloves.
Not expert than me. We're pals. 2 of the 3 musketeers.
They told me I'd find a cab driver named Petruccelli here.
The cops?
You, Petruccelli?
Golly, I hope you've been parking near a fire plug.
That's a lie. I pull up 8 feet from the fire plug.
What do you want him for, officer, if it's him you want?
He's the guy. His mug's on the card downstairs in the cab.
Listen, you can't pen a ticket on me. I know the commissioner.
Fine. He'd like to see you anyway.
Me?
Was you driving your hack last night?
Sure, that's my job. Hacking.
Out late?
So, it's Inquisition, huh? The third degree.
Oh, Patsy, don't be silly. Answer him. I've work to do here.
Sure, Casey's right. Go on, you little half-pint. Kill him. He's an officer of the law.
Just what time did you finish the day?
Me? Well, it was 1 o'clock in the morning.
That's all I want to know.
Hey, the bracelet.
Holy crow, I ain't never heard of handcuffs for parking.
This isn't a parking ticket.
There must be some mistake, officer. What's the charge?
The charge. Lady, it's manslaughter.
Golly.
What?
He pulled a hit and run with his cab.
So help me, I'm innocent.
Your cab was seen last night. There's been a checkout for it since the killing.
But good grief, officer, it can't
Who was it he hit?
It's in the papers. A guy named Dutcher.
Dutcher? Why, he's the numbers racketeer.
That's right. One of Tobin's boys. But his being a rat don't make no difference. It's still manslaughter.
Suffering snakes, you little blister. You're a bum loser. Just because you can't hit to win a number, do you have to run over the guy?
I tell you, I didn't do it, so help me. I'm a flabbergasted.
Well, there must be some mistake, officer. Why, he wouldn't hurt a fly.
I tell you, I wasn't driving my cab last night. It was somebody else.
Never mind that. You just said you was driving. In front of witnesses, too.
Golly, that's right, Patsy. Me and Casey heard you.
Come on down to station house.
So help me, I've been framed. I've been hooked.
Keep your chin up. We'll get you out.
Out.
Holy gee. Alcatraz, here I come.
Well, good grief. Do you think he did it, Axford?
Holy crow, how do I know, Casey?
Miss Case, Axford, what was the row?
I could hardly hear Mr. Reed talking inside.
Golly, Reed, you got to help the little feller.
They're taking him to headquarters.
Headquarters?
Ooh, what happened?
Gosh, Mr. Reed, it's Potsy. He's been charged with a hit-and-run crime.
Potsy, the cab driver? Who do they claim he hit?
That fella last night, the numbers racketeer.
Gosh, Mr. Reed, Ducher.
That sounds incredible. If anyone bumped off that mobster, it was racketeers, his own type of rat.
Apparently, the police have proof, Mr. Reed.
That's that blasted numbers racket. I told the little blister to lay off the numbers.
The numbers racket, eh? Get down to headquarters, Axford. Bail him out and bring him back here.
I got him, Reed. Here he is.
All right, Axford, you help Miss Case with that mail.
Don't you want my expert help?
Yes, out with Miss Case. Well, let's have the story, Potsy.
Oh, holy gee, Mr. Reed. Thanks for going my bail. They was going to railroad
Never mind
me
that now. Were you driving your cab last night?
So help me, the answer's no.
You told the cop you were.
But the James, that was before I knew what he wanted me for.
You can't change stories in midstream. Did your cab kill Ducher?
It must have. The cops found some paint under the guy's fingernails, and it come from my hack.
Yet you still say you're not guilty.
Regardless. It's a put-up job. I wasn't driving, I tell you.
Then how could your cab
Somebody else was driving the James. Listen, let me tell you how it was.
Go ahead, but make sure it's good.
I get up this morning, see? I go out to get my cab, and it ain't there. I says to myself, it's been swiped.
Sounds fishy so far.
I ain't finished. And just when I'm going to whistle up the law to get me my cab back, so what happens?
What?
Up comes some guy. He's driving my cab. I run up to Harold yelling at him. Hey, what's the idea? Car stealing, huh? So helping me, nobody can play jokes with me, and I'm law legal property, huh?
Take it easy, bud.
Easy? Put him up. I'll turn you inside out. I'll break it up your looks.
You want it?
Holy gee. A century. $100.
It's yours if you forget your cab was taken.
Oh, you ain't fooling me. That long green must be counterfeit.
Please. My kid brother took your cab last night.
Oh, so you're cracking. You admit it. So help me, I'll spread you flat. And your kid brother, too.
Now, hold on. You don't want to get a young, innocent kid in trouble.
So help me, Trouble?
Yeah. You see, he's sort of young, irresponsible. He took your cab as a gag. You know how kids are.
Sure, I was a kid once myself.
My father's pretty strict. If he finds out the kid pulled a stunt like this, he'd take him out of college.
That ain't right. Everybody's got to have education. Like Abraham Lincoln says, it's the land of the free.
Your cab hasn't been harmed. You look like an understanding fella.
So he goes on in that style some more. He turns around, so I break her right down. I'm a 40 on his hands.
Potsy, the hard-boiled cab driver falling for a con game.
Can I help it if I'm soft-hearted? I ask you, Mr. Reed.
There's no doubt you've been framed, Potsy.
Yeah, boss, but try and prove it.
I'm mortified. It's a numbers racket.
What are you staring at?
It's him. Like spots before the eyes, it's him.
What?
This picture. There he is. Look. Looking down on the corpse.
Clicker Benny snapped that picture, Potsy. It's your shot of Ducher lying in the road.
So help me. There he is.
I see. The same man who talked you into pulling this absurd stunt was there last night when Ducher's body was photographed.
Some coincidence, huh, boss?
It's more than coincidence, Jenks.
Yes, I guess it is.
It looks very much as if Potsy's cab was stolen deliberately.
It didn't walk away.
The numbers racketeers used it to murder Ducher. Made it look like a hit and run.
And then they got worried and made Potsy the fall guy.
Who is the guy in the picture?
I don't know. Whoever he is, he's in with the racket. Tobin and the other big shots probably decided Ducher was getting too ambitious, so they rubbed him out.
With my cab.
We'll find out who he is.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Tell Clicker Benny to come in. I want her to do a blow-up of part of that picture she took last night.
I'll get her.
And get me the district attorney on the phone.
Can you make him talk, Mr. Reed?
I'll give that enlargement to the district attorney.
Oh, that racket's organized like an army, boss. This guy'll deny everything.
Oh, I can feel the hot seats already.
The Sentinel will do all it can, Potsy. Yes?
The district attorney on the phone, Mr. Reed.
Good. Switch him on.
It's incredulous. So help me, I'm at the stand-in for a murder rap.
Hello, Martin. Reed. About that Ducher killing last night. Yes, I bailed him out. I believe his story. I'm sending over a blow-up of the man he accuses. Have your men get busy and... Yes, my reporters will be out questioning Tobin. I'm depending on you to locate this man and make him talk.
Okay. This is your picture. How about it?
Is it a crime to look at a hit-run victim?
That cab driver says you brought his cab back in the morning.
Me? You're mistaken. I never even heard of that cab driver.
It's no use, Mr. Reed. Jenks asked Tobin.
Plenty, boss. Looks like Potsy's due for a one-way trip. All Tobin does is laugh.
It's a pipe. You pull that frame up smooth as silk, Carp.
Thanks, Tobin. I figured that cabbie would make a good fall guy.
Yeah. Ducey was getting too big for his shoes. Had to show him who was boss of this racket.
He can't get no ideas where he is now.
Just one angle, Carp.
Yeah?
The rest of the boys are going to stay in line after they've seen what happened to Ducey. We got to keep them in line.
Don't worry, Tobin. You're the boss. The numbers racket's all yours.
Hold it a second. Yeah?
Tobin, you killed Ducey.
What the? Who is this?
You're not getting away with it.
Who is it?
Don't know. Some guy putting up pressure on. Who's talking?
You made a mistake, Tobin.
Who are you?
Have you ever heard of the Green Hornet?
The Green Hornet?
Holy smoke.
Yeah. He wasn't a pal of Ducey's.
Ducey had friends.
Now, listen, Hornet. I didn't rub Ducey out. He was my pal. He worked for me. Bossed the policy runners. It was a hit and run.
Numbers racket's too big for you, Tobin. Somebody's gonna cut you down.
Now, wait a minute, Hornet. You ain't muscling in on me.
You had your warning.
You was afraid, Miss Brett?
It wasn't hard to plant the impression that the Green Hornet was a friend of Ducey's. Tobin will be worried. Now, it's up to us to keep him in that same frame of mind.
I understand, Miss Brett.
So far, the police have been unable to pin the numbers racket directly on Tobin.
But it's known.
Cato, this racket is so widespread it's hard to get proof. That puts it squarely up to us.
I see.
If Potsy can be cleared of this manslaughter charge by getting the real killers to confess, it'll reach right to the heart of the numbers racket.
That is true.
At the Green Hornet mask and the gun, Cato. We're going out to prove that Potsy was nothing but an innocent stooge for a hit-and-run murderer. The Black Beauty is ready, Cato.
Yes, sir.
Potsy's taxicab is impounded in the garage as evidence. We're going to see that car.
But, Miss Brett, the police...
That's exactly it, Cato. The police guard his life because they don't think anyone would dare such a thing. But they haven't counted on the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. Driving his powerful car through deserted side streets under cover of night, Britt Reed arrived at a dark alley near the garage.
Got your mask on, Cato?
Yes, sir.
Here's the garage where Potsy's cab is kept. Keep your gun handy.
Wish I was back on a beat. Sticking around here watching a hit-and-run cab ain't no excitement. Who's going to...
You're wrong.
What the...
Don't try anything.
The Green Hornet, that man.
Look out, drop it.
Where's my gun?
Take it.
Keep your gas. You gas me. A Hornet.
We don't want any interference.
I can't breathe.
He's unconscious.
Got his keys.
Yes, Mr. Brett?
You saw him, Cato. He was making his regular rounds. Well, we'll keep his watchman schedule for him. There. That gives us an hour before the next signal must be turned in.
Is that enough, Mr. Ritt?
Won't take half that long. How soon will he recover from the gas?
Very soon. 30 minutes.
That's plenty for our purpose. Yeah, this is the cab. Inside, Cato.
We're looking for something?
Pull out the seats. Rip the upholstery.
But, Miss Brett, what are we looking
You
for?
do just as I say, Cato. You'll learn later.
Thinking, flagging. No, boss, I haven't seen Potsy around. Axford's out after him now. Sure, if he shows, I'll drag him in. Oh, that little cabbie's heading for the Hooskow faster than ever. A Green Hornet, no less.
Hey, Jinx, I found him. That's a free country. Line of business. First the cops, they come after me, and now my friend, my bosom's pal. What's the idea of dragging me around like I was criminal?
The cops think you are, Potsy.
There ain't no justice. You'll see what happens on the next election.
Shut up for a minute. You blab so much a guy can't hear himself think.
Where'd you find him, Axford?
You'll never guess, Jinx.
Oh, never mind the games. Where was he?
I was minding my own business.
Can you imagine the crazy coot, Jinx? He's out in bail for hitting a numbers racket here and running away. And you know what he was doing?
What?
He was buying a number.
Huh? A number from a policy runner?
Holy gee, I got him my rights. And I'm going to need dough. How am I going to pay him out to be?
So you figured you'd buy a winning number?
Sure, I got as much chance of winning as anybody.
Of all the screwy ideas. Come on.
Hey, you can't lead me around like a bull with a ring on his nose.
Holy crow, you little half-pint. Do what Jinx says.
Where are we going? I demanded to know.
To see the boss.
Oh, Mr. Reed. What do you want to see me for?
Suffering snakes because of last night.
I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing, so help me, I was asleep. Dreaming the dreams of innocence, like a little child.
Who said anything about you? It was a Green Hornet.
Who you ribbon?
Potsy, will you come along? Reed wants to see you because of what the Hornet done last night.
And I ain't enough for trouble. That Hornet, he haunts me.
He did more than that, Potsy. The Hornet ripped up your cab last night.
So I got insurance, ain't I? What difference? What?
He gassed the watchman and went all over your cab from radiator cap to tail light.
Holy gee, what for?
That's what we want to know.
Let me go. I got my rights. I got to talk to somebody.
You're going with us.
No, I ain't. I got to see Mr. Reed. He's my pal. He listens to me.
Holy crow, you little blister. That's what we brung you here for. To talk to Reed.
All right. Keep shut up. Cover up. Well, what are we waiting for? I'll tell him. I'm innocent of this. I ain't no Green Hornet. I'll tell him.
Potsy, we believe you. You know nothing about it.
What gets me, Mr. Reed, is what was the Green Hornet doing there?
Yeah, where does a hornet fit in this thing?
Golly, Reed, I bet he's in with them racketeers.
You think so, Axford?
He must be. He ain't helping Potsy.
Helping me? I shudder from the thought.
You're sure you're not keeping something back, Potsy?
Oh, Mr. Reed, you touch me to the quick. That Hornet, I don't know nothing about him. So help me, I'm confused about the whole affair.
I see. Okay, Potsy, that's all. You can go. Just remember one thing.
For you, Mr. Reed, I even remember what I forget.
You're out on bail. Now, don't try anything funny.
Not to me, not Potsy. I'm innocent. I ain't running out, even if I gotta be proved guilty to prove it.
Gosh, Mr. Reed, you don't think Potsy will jump his bail?
That little squirt might do anything.
I want Potsy watched.
Huh?
The Green Hornet's in on this now. Anything may happen.
Potsy isn't tied in with a Hornet, boss.
Perhaps other people are.
Holy crow. You mean Tobin and his gang?
Watch Potsy. He may be heading for trouble.
The poor half-pint's in plenty of trouble already.
Yeah, the numbers racketeers were bad enough, but now that the Green Hornet's involved, it may be worse.
Will you sit down, Carp? You've been wearing a hole in the floor all day, ever since the Sentinel came out with that news about the Hornet.
What was he after, Tobin?
Sit down. Yeah, that's better. Now listen.
If you got an angle...
Use your head, Carp. That Hornet guy wasn't fooling last night.
You're gonna let him muscle in?
You were driving that cab. What did you leave in it?
I told you...
You must have left something.
I didn't. I checked everything. My wallet, keys. There ain't nothing missing.
Why was a Hornet there, then?
Search me. That cab was as clean as a whistle. The cops went over it.
Not as thoroughly as I did, Carp.
What the...
Nast!
The Hornet.
Leave that door alone, Tobin. Nobody pulls a gun while the Hornet's around except me.
A gun?
How did you get in here? I
Through
didn't...
the door. You were too busy worrying.
What did you find in that cab?
What cab?
Don't stall
Shut
us.
up, Carp. Tobin can do all the talking.
I didn't
said
like
shut
that.
up. The Green Hornet doesn't talk to anyone but the big shot.
Listen, Hornet. We know you got something.
Do you?
You ain't out for peanuts.
I'm out for your racket, Tobin.
You grabbed off some evidence, huh?
If I have something on you, I can go to the police with it.
Carp, I knew you was a sap. You left something in that cab when you sliced down Dutcher and the Hornet found it.
You don't like competition, do you, Tobin?
Listen, Hornet. You got the pressure on, so I'll play ball.
You will.
I didn't know Dutcher was a pal of yours, honest.
There are a lot of things you don't know.
Yeah. You ain't sore?
About Dutcher? No.
Okay. You say you want to cut in the take?
Keep talking, Tobin.
Hand over what you lifted from that cab and we can talk split.
I have nothing with me.
You didn't bring it?
Where is it? Where you got
What
it?
time is it?
It's 11 o'clock.
We'll talk business in an hour.
What's the matter with right now?
Now? If you want to.
Don't be a sap, Tobin.
Huh?
How do I know this guy ain't pulling a bluff?
What are you driving at?
Ain't showed us nothing yet. He's got evidence. Let him bring it out. Then we can talk.
I see why Carp is your right-hand man, Tobin. He's, smart.
Okay, Hornet. When and where?
Wherever you say.
What's the matter with here?
Here? Nothing?
Okay, here. How soon can you bring back what you got?
You can expect me in an hour.
We'll be waiting.
Just a place, Mr. Brett?
Potsy lives here, Cato. Axford and Jenks are here with him. Possibly Miss Benny, too.
What for, Mr. Brett?
I told him to watch Potsy. Wait here, Cato.
Mr. Brett, they know you.
I'm not going inside their door. You see this?
A piece of paper.
I took it off Tobin's desk while I was talking to him before. I'm going to leave this where Jenks or Axford can see it.
Now?
Potsy is under a manslaughter charge. There's a policeman standing guard over him. He's the one I want to take with me.
I better go with you.
No, Cato, you stay here with the Black Beauty. I can handle this myself.
Ain't none of you ever going home? It's 11:30.
Holy crow, Patsy, we're guarding you.
You don't have to hang around Axford. I'm keeping my eye on him.
You're valuable, Potsy. After all, the boss doesn't want to lose that bail he put up for you.
I'm mortified. I don't even trust myself no more.
That's what Mr. Reed is afraid of.
Oh, go on home, babe. You're losing your beauty sleep.
Quiet, you little squirrel. That ain't no way to talk to a lady.
Why, Axford, what chivalry?
Relax, Potsy. The Sentinel is safeguarding you.
And the police, too, after that Green Hornet business last night.
All right, you can stay.
Sure,
But you ain't no pal of mine. Outside.
Listen, guy.
Never mind the compliments. If you're guarding me, you can do it from outside.
Okay. The air's fresher anyhow. Why don't they jam that little who's this in the jug? Seen more fuss about this hit-and-run job.
Don't move.
Who the deuce?
You're going down the hall.
Let go. Who are you? The Hornet.
Come on, if I have to carry. Come on now,
You guys! You!
What happened? It was out here.
Holy crow, he's gone.
Hey, what's this? I found it on the floor.
Give me clicker. Holy mackerel, it's a piece of stationery with Tobin's name on it.
Tobin? You mean that racketeer took the cop?
All I gotta say is I hope he keeps him. A free country and him outside my door. It serves him right, so help me.
But why?
Holy crow, listen to that. It's the Green Hornet.
I'm a delirious. What's going on?
We are. We're going after him.
Sure, Jenks, but where?
You need a diagram, clicker, this piece of paper.
Oh, you mean Tobin's place.
Golly, we better hurry. That haunted car moves awful fast.
So will we. And the cops, too. Where's your phone, Potsy?
Me? I used the one in the drugstore.
Well, let's go. If the Green Hornet's heading for Tobin's place, I want to be there. With the cops.
Where is that guy, Tobin? It's 12 o'clock.
Okay, Tobin.
Oh. You got it?
I've been thinking it over. Why have Carp in on this?
Huh?
He bumped off Dutcher, didn't he?
What about it? Sure I did. So what?
He was taking orders from me, Hornet. I told him to swipe that cab and use it on Dutcher.
I don't like murderers, Tobin.
I told you, Tobin. The Hornet's a pal of Dutcher.
You're through, Carp.
So you've been pulling a phony. You didn't get no evidence.
All I wanted from you was a confession, and I got it.
That don't make sense.
What's that?
The cops. It's a double cross.
Get away from those lights, Hornet.
Outside, I'm leaving.
There he goes out the window.
Wait, I'll put on the lights.
We better scram. The cops are coming.
What for? They ain't got nothing on us. The only one who heard was the Hornet.
Yeah, that's right.
Where is it? Hit a picture, clicker. It's a Hornet.
Wait a minute. What does this mean?
Holy crow, you rat. Don't try to tell us the Hornet was here. Sure he was. When he left through that window.
What about the policeman?
It's a mystery. I should have stood in bed.
Hey, look at this.
Huh? Holy mackerel, it's a cop. He's been out on the fire escape all the time.
Take these ropes off me. I got plenty to talk about.
How'd you get out there?
The Hornet. He parked me on the fire escape. Dolan, keep those two rats covered.
Sure.
They're the ones that bumped off Dutcher. I heard the whole thing.
What?
Let go of me, you.
Don't move, Tobin.
They got us, Tobin. That blasted Green Hornet put us on the spot.
Wow, what a yarn. Come on, clicker. The front page is waiting.
With pictures.
Hey, Patsy, what are you looking so glum about? You're standing in a corner like you was dumbstruck.
There ain't no justice, so help me.
You're dumb squirt, you're free. The racket's busted up.
That's what I'm crying about. Why couldn't that Green Hornet wait till tomorrow?
Tomorrow? What for?
Hard luck, Patsy, that's me. Look at that paper. That's the number, the winning number. And you know who's holding that number?
Holy crow, you got the winning number? You, Patsy?
So help me, I'm mortified. It's a disaster. I get the winning ticket, and what happens? Before I can collect, that Green Hornet busts the racket wide open. Give me your handkerchief. I'm going to start crying out loud.
Paper! Racketeers confess murder! Cab driver released! Green Hornet involved in racket! Read all about it! Green Hornet still in large! Sentinel X3 paper!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. We're out to break a real estate racket.
Farm by proxy.
I want my money back.
Buy now. Only a few acres left.
Fortune and farming.
It's a racket. I want my money back. It's a racket.
Hello? This is the Franklin Farm by Proxy Company. Mr. Franklin isn't in yet. Hello. You saw our ad in the Clarion? Well, I'm Mr. Franklin's assistant. Yes, drop in here anytime. The Farm by Proxy Company, that's right.
Mr. Franklin come in yet?
Did you see the sign on the door? He's out.
I'll wait.
If you want to buy some acreage, I'll be glad to.
I already been roped in.
What's that?
You ain't fooling me.
Now, just a moment, Mr.
Nevins.
Oh, yes. I thought you looked familiar. You bought some acreage several days ago. Yeah, here it is. Right on the wall map. Nevins, that's a fine section. Southern slope is perfect for apple orchards.
You can have it.
Why, something wrong?
Plenty, lady, and you know it.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do anything about it.
Are those two men in the outer office waiting for me?
Oh, yes, they're reporters.
Reporters? From where?
The Daily Sentinel.
Is that so?
This man, Mr. Nevins, wants to see you, Mr. Franklin. He has some sort of complaint.
Complaint?
You sold me 5 acres in your farm by proxy scheme, and I want my money back.
Scheme? I don't like that word, Mr. Nevins.
Oh, I suppose it ain't a crooked...
Now, hold on. The Franklin Farm by Proxy Company is absolutely open and above board. You know our proposition.
I know it by heart.
We have a large block of land given over to apple orchards. We plant trees, take care of them for 5 years, and at the end of that period, the trees are mature enough to bear fruit.
You told me that.
For your initial investment now, you stand a good chance of getting 5 times your money in 5 years.
What about the cost of taking care of the land?
Naturally, you pay for that. We merely do the work at your expense.
You didn't say nothing about that when I signed one of your contracts.
You should have read the contract, Mr. Nevins.
And that ain't all. I went out to see that land.
You went there?
It's all rock. You couldn't grow moss on it, let alone apples.
Well, that's your opinion. We don't agree.
Never mind the talk. Do I get my money back?
That's impossible. I tell you what we will do, though.
I'm listening.
Where is Mr. Nevin's property?
Right here, Mr. Franklin. This pin.
Fine. We'll give you a switch, Nevins. Instead of the 5 acres here, how about these 5 over on the other?
Blast your map. Your whole land's worthless. It's a racket. If you don't give me back my dough,
I wouldn't lose my temper if I were you,
The
sir.
rest of our clients haven't any complaints.
They haven't seen the land like me. Let them be suckers. I don't care about them. I'll see a lawyer.
Go right ahead. That's your privilege.
Listen, you grab $500 off of me. Suppose I talk to other folks.
Well?
What are you going to pay me not to let on what I know?
Not a cent.
You won't even pay me to keep my mouth shut about your racket?
Get out before I call the police and have you put out.
We have a law-abiding business.
You have a contract, and we're holding you to it.
Why, I ought to break your...
Don't try it.
A gun?
You can't threaten us in our own office. Sally, call the police.
All right. All right, I'm going. But I'll get even with you racketeers if it's the last thing I do.
Okay, Sally, hang up.
I hope he does see a lawyer. That contract's so foolproof, nobody could wriggle out of it.
Too bad I had to pull the hardware on him. Can't use talk all the time.
He was sort of nasty, Frank.
Sure. The poor sap saw $500 go bye-bye. And he'll have to keep on paying for 5 years. Besides, he's no angel. Did you hear the way he talked about the other suckers?
Guess that's right. He'd be crooked, too, if he had our brains.
Forget him. We've got to clean up this map and see those reporters.
You're going to see them?
Sure, why not?
They're from the Sentinel, Frank.
Well, what of it?
Well, they're pretty tough on rackets.
We're on the right side of the law. They can't prove anything. Besides, we sold practically all the orchard land already. What can they do? Get those contracts back?
No, but...
Well, there you are. Let those reporters ask questions. We got all the answers.
Hiya, Casey. Boss in.
You two back so soon?
Holy crow, that ain't no crime.
Well, I thought you were out getting a story on that farm by proxy complaint we got this morning, Lowry.
Sure, me and Lowry both.
That's where we came from, Casey. Now, how about it?
Golly, youngster, what are you waiting for? Press the button and tell Reed we're back.
What for if you didn't get anything?
Says who?
One look at your face, Lowry. That's all I need.
You mean you can look at me face and tell I didn't get no scoop or nothing?
With your face expert, I can always tell what you're thinking.
You can?
Yep. It's always a blank.
This is no time for repartee. The boss.
Oh, good grief. I'm getting him. He was on the phone.
Yes, Miss Case.
They're back, Mr. Reed.
Oh, Lowry, did he get anything?
My guess isn't enough, Mr. Reed.
Well, send them in. Miss Case,
Yes, sir?
check on the name and address of the man who made that complaint this morning. Let me know.
You two get... Hey!
It's okay, Casey. We heard and we obey.
Hey, Reed, it's a racket, all right.
Come in, let's hear it. Was Miss Case right about her guess?
Casey hit it on the nose, boss. This guy Franklin has a con game that's as airtight as a diving bell.
Just exactly what is it? This man who called this morning gave nothing more than a hint.
Franklin's selling worthless land, Reed.
Yeah, his angle is apple orchards.
Apple orchards?
He's got a nice big map and a smooth line. Franklin and this dame feed the customers a high-powered line about the profit in apples.
Does he make any specific promises?
Not him. That's how he stays inside the law.
I see. They use clever hints to make people think there's a profit to be made in the future.
Yeah, so they make him a present of the dough.
Contracts?
Nothing there, boss.
He must have cheated hundreds of poor people out of their skins.
Now, one moment. Yes, Miss Case?
Here's the information you wanted. That fellow's far more disturbed today than he was the other day.
What's the man's name?
Carl Nevin.
And his address?
17 Weston Drive.
I see. Thanks.
That's the guy who called this morning and made the complaint?
His name is Nevins. Miss Case said he seemed even madder now than he was before.
Holy crow, you can't blame him. Falling for a line of applesauce.
I want something that's set look and print, Lowry.
Tell me how, and I'll get it if I have to dig to China.
Have you seen this property?
The land they're selling?
Yes.
I know where it is, but I haven't been out to look.
I wonder if it might be worthwhile.
You want me to hop out there tomorrow?
Me and Lowry will get there early.
Will you stop butting in, Axford?
But golly, maybe you'll need a man of action like me.
Not this time, Michael. This is at the other extreme.
Reed, you don't mean subtile. That's my dish. Being subtile.
Listen, you big lug.
No, Lowry goes along. But
no.
play safe, Lowry.
Huh?
If possible, try not to reveal that you're from the Daily Sentinel. Find out as much as you can, as carefully as you can.
But, boss, there's no headline out there.
You take the assignment. I'll decide on the headline so long as you get the news.
That evening in his apartment, Britt Reed spoke to Cato, his faithful valet, and the only living person to know him as the Green Hornet.
It's an odd situation, Cato. These confidence racketeers are undoubtedly gypping the public. Yet they're careful to stay within the limits of the law.
I see, Mr. Brett.
Lowry's going out to see that land tomorrow. He's going to keep his identity as secret as possible.
Secret?
Well, Lowry believes that's necessary in order to get information for a story. Actually, my purpose is quite different. I want Franklin to believe Lowry is there for some other purpose.
What is that, Mr. Brett?
Now, here, Cato. Look at this map.
Yes, sir.
Right here, circled in red, is the land which Franklin is selling in his farm by proxy racket. You notice these wavy brown lines?
Here?
Now, those are contour lines, Cato. They show that Franklin's acreage lies along a peculiar rock formation. It's definitely not the kind of land that would raise good apple orchards, Cato.
I see.
Yet we can use that formation of land for something entirely different from apple orchards. We can use it to plant a certain idea in the minds of those racketeers.
I don't understand, Mr. Brett.
You'll see as we go along. Did you get the money I asked for?
Here.
Fine. I'm going to give this money away, Cato.
What?
I have a plan which requires the help of someone besides the Green Hornet.
Can I help, Mr. Brett?
At the present moment, you're to stay here. I'm going out tonight to call on one of Franklin's victims, a man by the name of Nevins.
Who is he?
He bought some of that property, and he knows he's been cheated. Get the Green Hornet mask and the gun.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of money here. I don't know whether Nevins will turn out to be the kind of man I can trust, but there's no other way.
Here, Mr. Brett.
Oh, thanks, Cato. The gun is loaded?
Yes, sir.
Now, how about the Black Beauty?
It's all checked, Mr. Brett.
All right, Cato. I'll be back as soon as I turn this money over to Nevins.
Kind of late for anybody to be calling. I'd have been in bed an hour ago, except I can't sleep thinking about them blasted racketeers taking me in on their scheme. Yeah, might as well see who it is. Hey, what do you want? It's late.
Your name is Nevins?
Who wants to know?
I have some money for a man by that name.
Money? Sure, I'm Nevins. Come in where I can see you.
I will.
You're wearing a mask.
You recognize it?
Listen, I know you. I've seen pictures of that mask in the papers. You're the Green Hornet.
Stay away from this door.
I ain't done nothing.
You saw Franklin this afternoon, Nevins.
You're with him. I didn't mean them threats, honestly.
Stop shaking and take this.
No, wait, I tell you. Don't shoot.
Take it.
Now, look, Money. Bills.
Didn't I say I had some money for you?
You mean it's for me?
Go ahead.
Sure, but I don't understand.
There's a string attached, Nevins.
As long as it's money, I don't care how many strings.
I see. You're not especially particular, are you?
Why should you ask? You're a crook.
Nevins, I don't care any more for Franklin than you do.
Yeah? I'd like to get even with that guy. And a dame, too.
That's what the money's for.
Huh?
I want you to be my agent.
Agent for what?
To buy property from Franklin.
What are you getting at? That property's worthless. You ain't no sucker.
For obvious reasons, the Green Hornet can't buy property. I've chosen you, Nevins.
But I don't...
I'll be your silent partner. I want all of Franklin's land you can get.
You're crazy. That land couldn't grow apples.
I'm not interested in apples.
And what are you after?
Look at this letter.
But it ain't addressed to nobody.
I tore that part off. After all, I can't reveal my real identity. Read it. Read it.
Okay. It says... What? What's this? Oil? You mean there's oil on that land?
That letter tells the story.
Oil, huh? No wonder you want to buy it.
Use that money.
You bet I will. I'll buy all I can grab. You and me, huh?
Franklin's clever. Be careful he doesn't get suspicious.
Not him. He wants to sell.
If he thinks there's valuable oil, he'll never let it go.
How's he going to know? He cheated me. Now I...
Remember one thing, Nevins.
Huh?
I have no way of knowing that you won't double-cross me, but I advise you not to try it.
Sure. You can trust me, Hornet.
For your sake, I hope so. Good night.
Night. Sure. You can trust me, Hornet. You can trust me to get that property from Franklin and maybe capture the Green Hornet in the bargain.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now, to continue our story. After leaving Nevins, Britt Reed went to the dark alley where he had parked the Black Beauty.
Nevins doesn't seem like the sort of person who'd be on the level. Just because he's fallen a victim to Franklin's racket doesn't mean that he couldn't be just as unscrupulous himself. Perhaps I'd better make certain that Nevins doesn't have any chance to double-cross the Green Hornet.
Britt Reed returned to the apartment and got his valet Cato. Then together they drove across the city to the apartment where the farm racketeers made their home. On the way, Britt Reed stopped to make a phone call, first removing his Green Hornet mask.
Hello?
Nevins?
Yeah, who is it?
I saw you earlier this evening about a certain proposition.
Oh, you're the Green...
No names, not over the phone.
Okay. What'd you call for?
We haven't arranged a place to meet. You're going to buy that property tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going over sometime when when he's in.
Be at your place tomorrow night at 11.
What for?
Using my money, do as I say.
11, huh? You gonna be here?
I want to see the results you had. You'll be there at 11 o'clock. You can expect me.
Who is that?
Move over and take the wheel. I spoke to Nevins, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Brett.
I told him to be at his place tomorrow night at 11.
You'll be there, Mr. Brett?
Nevins expects the Green Hornet at that hour. I was very careful to let him get that impression.
Where will we go now?
I'll take my mask, Cato.
Here it is.
Head for Franklin's home. You know where it is.
You told me.
A lot of innocent people have put their savings in Franklin's farm by proxy scheme. It's up to the Green Hornet to see that they get it back.
Well, kid, here's luck. Another couple of days, maybe a week, and we get rid of the rest of that land.
Yeah, and I thought you was crazy when you bought it. Here's luck.
Crazy like a fox. Cost us $5 an acre, and we're selling it to the saps for $100.
What do we do when it's all sold? Skip out with the cash?
What for?
Well, the police might...
Wise up. We got contracts. The police can't touch us. No, we stick around.
But why do that when you're...
Because we get more dough that way. You know what those contracts said?
You mean about us servicing the land for them?
Yeah, farm by proxy. They get gypped when they buy it. And for 5 years after, they have to pay out whatever we want to charge them.
Suppose they don't want to pay us for farming.
Well, if they don't pay, we take the land back. Get it?
Yeah, we sell it over again.
That's the racket. How are they going to know that we charge them for repairing fences and spraying trees, jobs that we never do?
Suppose they squawk.
Let them. That sucker was in today. He squawked.
Nevins?
Yeah, that's the guy. He ain't got a snowball's chance in midsummer. The law's on our side.
I wish I could be sure.
I know it. I've been in plenty of rackets and never been caught yet. Why? Because I'm always careful to stay inside the law.
You're smart, Frank.
You ain't telling me. Now, come on. Finish up that drink, and I'll pour us another.
Okay,
What's the matter with you?
Frank,
Hey, you dropped your glass.
Behind you, a man wearing a mask.
What? Don't try anything, Franklin.
You, that mask. You're the Green Hornet.
A stick up.
You
Stay
can't
away
for
from
this.
this desk.
Look out, Frank.
I'll put a bullet through him.
Get back!
No, you don't.
There's another man behind you with a gun.
It's right, Frank.
Oh, two of you, huh?
I thought you might have a gun in here. I'll remove the bullets just to make sure. There.
What do you want?
You own a certain piece of property.
Well, what about it?
You've been selling that land.
Sure we have.
I want a list of the people you've sold it to.
A list?
You can't do anything. It was legal.
The list.
What could you with the names?
Do I get the list, or do you want a dose of gas?
Yes. No, I...
Well?
You can't get anything out of those suckers, Hornet. I already picked them clean.
I'm sure you have.
Then what are you going to do
I'm after
with
that
it?
list. Either you give it to me, or I gas you and search for it myself.
Well,
Make up your mind. I'll get it either way.
I don't know what you want it for, but... Okay, here it is.
I want to see Franklin.
You again. He told you yesterday, Mr. Nevins, you can't get your money back. The sale is...
Who said anything about getting it back? I want to see him for another reason entirely.
Oh, he's in here. Visitor to see you.
Nevins. No use arguing again.
He says it's something else.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, make it snappy.
I thought maybe I could buy some more of that land.
What?
Well, I got to thinking it over, and I figured maybe your scheme was okay. About the apple orchards, I mean.
You're not telling the truth, Nevins.
Me?
Something has changed your mind since yesterday.
We haven't many acres left to sell, Frank. Why not get rid of
Shut
them?
up. I'm handling this.
You got to sell it to me.
Pretty anxious, huh?
Well, will you or won't you?
Why?
What do you mean?
There's been some funny things going on lately. Why do you want that land?
What do you care? I got the dough.
Well, I'll have to think it over.
Look, Franklin, if you don't want to, give me a list of the other people who bought it from you.
What? Did you hear that, Frank?
Yeah, I heard it. You're the second guy who asked for the list.
I'll pay you twice as much as
Who
the other.
told you to come in here?
Why, nobody. I just...
You're too dumb to get a hunch by yourself.
Hunch?
Has the guy with a mask been seeing you?
Well, no, of course not.
It's written all over your face.
I tell you...
You ain't telling nothing. I'm telling you. It's the Hornet.
The
Come on, talk. The Green Hornet put you up to this, didn't he?
He asked us for a list, same thing you wanted.
I didn't know. He told me to...
Yeah, I got a good idea what he told you.
You mean about...
One of my boys called in from the property. There's been some guy snooping around out there. Wouldn't give his name or state his business. Just looking.
Are you going to stall all day?
Reach, Nevin.
Hey, now look, you don't need no gun.
Sally, he's got something in that pocket. He's been fingering it since he came in.
It ain't money. I left the money the Hornet gave me at home.
Whatever it is, get it, Sally.
Okay.
Must be important or you wouldn't keep handling it.
Well, it's nothing but a piece of paper.
Give me that.
Get back. Hand it here, Sally.
Frank, it says oil. It's a report from one of them geologists.
Oil. So that's it.
Don't say where. It's a fake, I tell you.
A fake, huh? Not after the way you come in here. Not after the Green Hornet last night.
And that guy snooping around, he must have been checking over for spots to drill.
Get out.
Listen, you can't. I'll pay you double. 3 times as
Go
much.
on back and tell the Hornet he made a mistake. He should have picked a front man who's smarter than you'll ever be.
I'll give you 5 times your price.
There's the door, and I'll get going before
Okay. I'll see those others myself.
You won't see him because you don't know who they are.
You chiselers. Taking my idea. Just like to see the Hornet get back that dough.
Outside.
We gotta work fast, Frank. Oil.
Get all the salesmen moving. We got to buy back all the land we sold.
All of it?
Sure. This report don't point to any particular section. We'll get them all back. Play safe.
We'll have to pay plenty.
We'll give them 10 times as much money as we have to. It's oil. We better get busy. The Hornet has a list.
But the Hornet can't go around seeing people in the daytime.
He'll use Nevins. Then we got to get those acres back first. Now get busy. I want every bit of that land back in my possession by tonight. Well, Mrs. Carlson, what do you say?
I don't understand, Mr. Franklin. You sold me this land in the first place.
I'll give you just what you paid for it, Mrs. Carlson.
But you said I'd get a profit.
I'll absorb that. 3 times as much.
Well, in that case,
Fine, now. Just sign it over to me. And here's your money. 50, 100, 150, 200.
That's right. Our company has decided to assume all the risk itself. Instead of waiting 5 years, we'll give you your profit now.
Hey, that sounds okay to me. Here's your contract.
And here's your money. Not one refusal yet, Frank. Guess none of them know about the oil.
Keep after them, Sally. I want all of them. All of them.
I went out to that place, boss, but got nothing.
Franklin's property, the acreage he's selling in his farm by proxy plan?
Yeah, I fished around, but there wasn't anything out there. One of Franklin's men got suspicious. You told me not to give my name or mention the paper.
You're excited about something, Lowry. Let's have it.
You know what Franklin's doing?
Should I?
It's all over town. He and that dame are buying the land back.
What? Why should they do that?
Search me. I'm not in the racket.
Well, see if you can find out why. Let me know.
Okay, boss. It's screwy, all right.
In about 2 hours from now, Franklin will get a letter telling him he's allowed himself to be fooled. A report proving there never was any oil there and never will be.
Reed! Oh, golly, Reed. This time we'll nab him.
Axford, what's wrong?
It's not wrong, boss. For once, Axford may have something.
It's the Hornet.
What?
We got a tip. He's going to come to a certain place tonight.
Yeah, at the home of a guy named Nevins.
Nevins, eh? Oh, isn't he the man who called the Sentinel complaining about Franklin's racket?
That's the baby.
Dial just give me a call from headquarters to give me the tip about Nevin.
He called the police?
Holy crow, the Green Hornet must be in with Franklin.
You think so?
Suffering snakes, he must be.
Sounds hot, boss.
11 o'clock, eh? Well, we'll keep the front page clear. This may be a false alarm.
Oh, Reed.
But if the Hornet's caught, it'll be the biggest headline we've ever had.
You said it, and Ed Lauer's going to be right there for a personal interview.
That night, several people gathered in Nevin's home, all tensely watching the clock.
Suffering snakes. I'm getting more jittery than a jitterbug dancer.
You're sure he's coming, Evans? I know what I'm talking about.
Listen, Doyle, you have this place surrounded. How's he going to get through?
They got orders to do nothing till they heard from me.
Anyways, Lowry, how can they tell he's the Green Hornet or not? All he wears is regular clothes, and it's too dark to see the mask.
He don't know we're waiting for him. We'll catch him in here cold.
Hey, Nevins, what have you got to do with the Hornet in the first place?
I told you. He tried to rope me into something.
There he is. Go ahead, Nevins.
All right. Be sure and watch him.
You're the guy I want to see, Nevins.
Hey, he ain't the Green Hornet.
That's Franklin and the woman. What is this?
This man gypped us. Him and the Green Hornet.
Told us there was oil on the land. We bought it back from the people.
What? You bought it back?
Holy crow! Is there oil out there?
There is not. There never was oil there.
It's a scheme. Nevins, you were in it with the Hornet.
You can't pin it on me. I did what I was told.
You rat, I ought to knock
Shut up, all of you.
Franklin, you fell for it. All those people you gypped got the better of you.
Golly, where did the Hornet fit in?
I don't know what he's trying to do, but he hasn't fooled me.
No?
I still have the money.
Shut up. It's 11 o'clock.
Hey, look out.
Someone turned off the lights.
Let go of me.
Holy crow, where is he?
I can't shoot without I can see.
Take it. He's going. Get him.
It was him. Put on the lights.
There.
Oh, he's gone. Went out that door.
Blast him. He took it.
Suffering snakes. Took what?
The money. He gave me money to help him.
So that's why he came. You tried to double-cross the Hornet, and he took his dough back.
And he sure wiped these racketeers off the slates.
Hey, Doyle, blow that whistle. Your men are waiting for a signal. Doyle.
Golly, Lowry, look. Doyle's lying on the floor.
He's been gassed. Now the police will never get...
There he goes.
Blast him. Why don't those cops close in?
All they'd catch now would be dust, Franklin. The Hornet made sure Doyle couldn't blow that whistle in time.
He gets away, and we're left here holding a lot of worthless property.
You got no better than you deserve. You and your crooked apple orchards.
Sure. The Sentinel gets a headline, and you get a lot of applesauce.
Green Hornet involved in farm by proxy racket. Read all about it. Hornet X-ray. Racketeers get taken in. Green Hornet still in large. Sentinel X-ray paper.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet.
Yeah, Cole, sure. Sure, we'll be waiting for you. We'll have a reception committee right in front of the Daily Sentinel building.
You get here. We'll take care of printing your story. Okay.
Carly Lowry, is there something important?
Out of my way, expert. Hey, Gunnigan.
I seen him and Reed go and talk to
Oh, there they are. Hey, Gunnigan. Boss, wait.
Who's that?
Wait a minute.
What's the matter, Lowry?
What's all the excitement?
Boss, it's a scoop on its way.
What's that?
I was just on the phone talking to Cole.
Cole?
Yeah, he's assistant to Robertson.
Holy crow, you mean Robertson, the guy with hands out on the cart job?
Hold it, expert. Lowry, this sounds like something.
We've been trying to get the goods on Robertson for months, Reed.
What about Cole, Lowry?
He's coming here.
Here to the Sentinel?
Right. He called me on the phone just now. He's on his way here to spill all the dirt about Robertson's racket.
But Cole works for Robertson.
And that's what I thought.
You mean to say Cole's going to talk?
The whole works. He said he'd give facts and figures on how Robertson makes every court employee in the state kick in part of his salary.
Golly, the Sentinel's been hinting that for a long time.
Well, if this is true, we won't have to hint anymore. Gunnigan.
Yeah, Reed?
You better stick around. We can't trust this to the night editor.
You're telling me? Hey, give me my
talks. We'll plaster Robertson racket all over page 1.
He'll talk, boss. Cole sounded plenty sore on the phone.
Golly, he ought to know all about Robertson's racket.
He's got all the facts and figures.
Why should Cole talk, Lowry?
Well, he didn't say, boss. But from what I know of those two rats, maybe Cole wanted a cut. When Robertson said nothing doing, Cole figured to spill.
I hope so. We went after Robertson's scalp for
Hey,
a while.
Lowry.
Yeah?
I got makeup on the phone. They're worried about the deadline. You say Cole's coming here?
Yeah, he's on his way.
Yeah, how soon?
He said he was upstate. He's driving down. Said he'd be here in half an hour.
Hello, makeup. Figure 40 minutes. Half an hour to get here and 10 minutes to pump him dry. He's driving down by car.
This'll serve that chisel right, huh, Byrne?
Do we take this road all the way in, Cole?
Yeah, right to the door of the Daily Sentinel.
Okay, it's your funeral.
I'll show Robertson he can't keep me out of it. Can you imagine him? Dragging down thousands a week. Every guy that works in a courtroom in this state paying him a percentage. And Robertson won't even give me a 10% cut.
Maybe he doesn't like you.
He'll like me less after he sees the headlines in the Sentinel tomorrow. I'll smash him high, wide, and handsome.
Then you won't ever get a cut.
So what? If he gets tossed out, maybe I can get in. Sure, then I'll do the same thing. Only it won't be 10%. It'll be the whole take.
Robertson doesn't like a double-cross, Cole.
Shut up and keep your eyes on the road. I want to go over these figures.
I'm driving.
The whole works right here in this little book. Names and figures, everything. It even lists the safe deposit vaults and the bank accounts Robertson has the money hidden in. And the way he signs them.
That ought to finish him.
It'll do it. Ryan.
Huh?
There's a car following us.
Yeah, I know.
Then why didn't you say so? Is that Robertson's car?
How should I know?
We'll step on it, lose it. I can't take any chances. If Robertson knows I'm spilling, he'll try to hold me up. Put your foot on that accelerator. We're due at the Daily Sentinel.
If you're in such a hurry, why don't you take the wheel?
And let that car behind catch up. I tell you it's Robertson. Can't you shake him?
I'm going as fast as I can.
He's going faster.
Oh, how do you know it's Robertson anyway?
I don't know, but I don't want to find out. We're almost to the city limits. Once we get inside, we can do a little turning and... Hey, what are you slowing up for?
There's a stoplight. It's red.
Go through it. Come on.
Well, it's your funeral.
You fool. You let him gain on us. Get away from him. Oh, he's coming alongside.
Get over and stop.
It's him. Hey, what are you doing? Don't stop.
Let go of the wheel.
Keep going.
Look out. Don't fall off the road. Look out.
Here, hit the brake. He got it. Hit the brake. There's a tree.
Looks like a false alarm, Lowry.
Yeah, we've been waiting an hour already, boss.
We're not getting a scoop tonight, Reed.
I could swear Cole wasn't kidding.
Well, he isn't here.
Hey, Reed, you want me to wait downstairs some more? It's awfully cold.
Hello. Gunnigan talking. Hold it.
Who is it, Gunnigan? Makeup?
They can't hold off any longer, Reed. So what?
Do I wait some more?
No, never mind, expert. Sorry, Lowry, but we can't hold up the edition. Tell Makeup to run page 1 as we originally set it up.
Okay. Let her go, Mac. Yep. Same way.
Gosh, I wish I knew what happened to Cole.
Swell story on the courtroom racket gone bluey.
Well, there's no use guessing about it now. You get out there tomorrow, Lowry, and talk to Robertson and Cole. See if you can find out what made him change his mind.
Hello? No, this is Robertson. I don't know where he is. All right, I'll tell him you called.
For Cole?
Uh-huh. You better make up a good story.
From the way he grabbed the wheel out of my hands last night, I thought we were going to need tombstones, not stories.
You're as good at handling a car as any man I ever saw, Vern. When I stopped and ran to your car, I certainly didn't expect to find you both uninjured.
A little shaken up, that's all. It's a good thing Cole was unconscious.
That's why Monk was with me, to handle him.
Monk took Cole to the farmhouse?
And he's going to keep him there until I say so.
Do you think it's wise?
What?
Well, what's to stop him from talking later?
Time.
Time?
Yes, a week's time. That's ample to cover up.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I thought you would. You're a smart girl. Now, I'll transfer those bank accounts and safe deposit vault somewhere else. Use different names.
This time, make sure Cole can't check on him.
He won't get close enough to see a thing. From now on, he's out. All the way out.
It might have been wiser to give Cole 10%.
Why should I? I built up this system. I'm the one who appoints court attendants and interpreters and the rest of them. Now, isn't it worth their while to give me a fee for getting the jobs?
Yes, but...
Cole worked for me. Why should he be cut in? Besides, you're my security against what he tried to pull.
Suppose Cole hadn't taken me into his confidence. Suppose I hadn't heard him call the Sentinel and make an appointment.
Why, suppose. We snatched the fat from the fire, and the fire's out.
If Cole ever realizes that I knew you were in that car behind, and then I deliberately slowed down so that you and Monk...
That's all past history, Bird.
Cole, keep talking, I warn you.
Let him. By changing bank deposits and accounts, his sting is gone. He'll be merely a disgruntled ex-employee.
What about Monk? You trust him?
Oh, stop worrying.
Well, Monk isn't exactly an honest citizen.
Monk's a gangster. He's an out-and-out hoodlum. But he's smart enough to keep on my right side. I'm a friend in court. And he's in court plenty.
The Sentinel would love to locate Cole.
He's been after me for years. I'm used to it.
Door.
See who it is.
I'm looking for Cole.
He's not...
Oh, Mr. Robertson. Close the door, sister. I'm in.
You heard Miss Ryan. Cole isn't here.
I'm Lowry from the Daily Sentinel, Robertson. Cole was supposed to drop in last night. Maybe you know about it?
Was he?
I talked to him on the phone myself.
Well?
He didn't show. Come on. Where is he now?
Mr. Cole is no longer with this department.
Yeah, I figured that.
Did you try his home?
His home, his club, everywhere, sister.
Cole may have left town.
Listen, Robertson, the cat's out of the bag, so we might as well come to the point. The Sentinel's been after you and your racket for a long...
Your choice of words is ill-advised.
I said racket and I meant it. You take a cut from every court worker in the state.
Nonsense. They're appointed on the merit system.
Yes, merit system. If they pay, they get the job. If not...
Well, here, Lowry. You're making accusations. Sentinel's been after me for some time. Now, you've talked to some of the court attendants and others. They denied this, didn't they?
They want to keep the jobs they have.
You're barking up the wrong tree. My department's as honest as the day is long.
Yeah, in Finland. The days last 5 hours, and that's giving you a break.
Mr. Robertson doesn't know where Cole is. Why keep asking?
Because there's an answer someplace.
Well, then find Cole and ask him.
Why see him, anyhow?
Cole was going to spill, Robertson.
Huh?
He had the facts and figures on your racket, and the way you squeezed money out of court workers.
Absurd. A vindictive employee who's been discharged.
Maybe he was vindictive. Cole wasn't any lily any more than the company he kept.
Meaning me?
Meaning you. Now, he started out here last night for the Daily Sentinel. From here. He never got there, and I want to find out why.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
You heard from Lowry yet, Miss Kate?
Gunnigan just heard from him, Mr. Reed. He's due in any minute.
Have those letters ready for me to sign. I'll be out in a moment.
Yes, sir.
Hiya, Casey. Boss in?
Well, Lowry, you saw Cole?
Cole? Cole. The name escaped me.
Oh, don't be so flip. Did you see him?
No, not a whisker, Casey. Matter of fact, I got no place.
From the way you charged him here, I thought you...
That I brought home the bacon, huh?
You didn't?
Cole's gone. Can't find him. Something happened to him between there and here, and only birdies know about it.
Not a trace?
Yeah, maybe Robertson and that girl Ryan know, but they ain't talking. At least not to a Sentinel reporter.
Oh, Lowry.
Yeah, I just got here, boss.
Any inkling of what happened to Cole last night?
An idea, that's all. Somebody got to him before he got to us.
He's gone, huh?
How did you know, Mr. Reed?
I guessed as much. Lowry, whom'd you talk to, Robertson?
Right, boss. Robertson says Cole is no longer with the department. Doesn't know where he is, what's happened to him, where to reach him, doesn't know anything. But he's got a look like a cat that's been lapping the cream.
He's been lapping plenty.
And the same goes for that Ryan dame. Boss, if you ask me, they know where Cole is or what happened to him. They got him out of the way so Robertson could cover up.
Please, Mr. Reed, you think he's been
Murdered, Miss Case? No, I don't think Robertson would do that. Except as a last resort.
Here, easy.
I got them for you.
Where have you been?
Oh, I know you told me to stay around, Reed. But golly, after all the excitement, I've been out sleuthing.
Sleuthing?
Out detecting, huh?
Yeah, and I found something too, Lowry, which is more than I can say for you.
Well, I admit it. Come on, expert, spill it.
Reed, Cole was in an accident last night.
What? Well, how do you know? You haven't seen Cole?
No, I ain't seen Cole.
Nobody has.
But I seen his car.
His car?
Yeah, Reed. You know, I used to be on the farm. So I figured maybe I could find out if there was an accident on the road last night.
Yeah?
I figured which way I'd be coming in town if I was Cole. So I got Moran over to headquarters and went out to investigate. And by gravy, we found Cole's car sitting by the side of the road just beyond the city limits.
Gosh, but for once you were right.
That ain't all, Reed. One fender on the car was crumpled, and there was a dame's glove on the front seat.
A woman's glove?
Yeah, it was brown with...
Brown with a sort of gold cord along the back?
Yeah, how did you know?
Boss, this ain't Ryan.
What about her?
She was in Robertson's office. She had a glove like that. I noticed it on the desk.
One glove?
Right, boss. Just one.
Holy crow, Reed. That means she must know what happened to Cole.
Yeah, there's no doubt of it, expert. Try and find out from her. If she's working with Robertson, the Sentinel hasn't a chance in the world of getting information. Not from that source.
That evening in his apartment, Britt Reed talked to Cato, his valet, and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
No doubt of it, Cato. This looks like a situation that cries out for the Green Hornet.
There's no other way, Mr. Smith?
Cole was going to talk. He was due at the Daily Sentinel, yet he never showed up. Why?
Why?
What he had to reveal would have thrown light on Robertson's extortion racket. Blazing light.
Yes, that is true.
Robertson told Lowry he'd fired Cole. He knew where he was or where we could get at him. But I'm certain that's a lie, Cato.
I see.
Robertson's running a racket. He's been after it for months. And just when that evidence is driving right into our office, gone.
What about the glove, Mr. Smith?
Miss Ryan admitted it was her glove. She said she'd often gone driving with Cole. She might have missed it any one of a dozen times.
She's lying.
Of course she's lying. She knows where Cole is. Stalling, Cato. Stalling until Robertson can cover up. There's no other way to find out the answer. We'll have to go out, masked. The Black Beauty ready?
The car's ready.
Hornet mask and the gun, then, and hurry. Miss Ryan hasn't answered many questions. We'll see how many she answers for the Green Hornet. This is good enough, Cato. It's been a long drive, but she's still up. Lights on.
I wait here, Mr. Smith.
Look at that car across the way. You see it, Cato?
Yes.
Well, that's Robertson's car. You get the Black Beauty up the alley where it's very dark. The darker, the better.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I see him, Cato. Robertson's the door with Miss Ryan. You wait for me. I'll slide around near them and see what I can pick up.
All right, sir. All we got to do. We don't know a thing about Cole, you understand?
So many reporters around. That glove I dropped there.
Forget it. A few more days and Cole will be released. But no one will believe his story.
Robertson, what's in it for me?
Huh?
Well, I'm doing a lot.
Of course you are. Of course.
So what?
Well, suppose we discuss it later, Vern. I'm very busy now.
Yeah, I know you are. I'm getting accounts switched, huh?
Are you getting ideas?
I don't have to get them. They're around anyhow.
You know what's happening to Cole, don't you?
Look here. You threatening me?
Just telling you to do as you're told.
I have so far.
Well, keep on that way and we'll get along.
Cole wanted 10%.
Now, hold on, Ryan. You were smart enough to play along with me. It wouldn't be wise to get any smart notions at this stage of the game. You might find yourself out in the cold.
I was only suggesting.
Thanks. I'll do the suggesting. Good night.
I thought perhaps I could help you.
You have. So's Monk by taking care of me.
Switching bank accounts and safe deposit vaults.
Oh.
Now, don't get me wrong.
Now, there's no need for that. I made one error when I left Cold in on my methods. I'm not making that same mistake twice. You've played ball. That's all. Understand?
Nice. There it goes. Big shot. Well, may as well go inside. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I should have stayed with Cole. There might be more money in it.
Why not, Ryan?
Who said that?
Here, this way.
Who are you? How did you...
Never mind that door. Robertson's gone.
That Matthew. You're the Green Hornet.
Robertson called you smart. I wonder.
How did you get in?
The window on the side.
You heard us talk.
I know about Monk and about Cole.
You're the Hornet. You're a friend of Monk.
Yeah?
Monk's a crook, but he never mentioned you.
Most people don't like to.
What do you want?
Well, I lose a chance to grab off some cash, Ryan.
I don't know what you mean.
No? What was in your mind when Robertson gave you the brush? You're after a cut, aren't you? Well, why not? Where's Cole now?
I don't know.
Here's your head. If we tell now, Robertson's ruined.
I don't know.
You can hold him up for plenty.
Robert?
He'll pay. He'll have to keep you quiet.
I wouldn't dare. He's dangerous.
Don't you think he might pay if he knows the Green Hornet's with him?
Well, you mad. I never thought of that.
Well, there it is. Now, come on, where's Cole? Where is he? Where is he?
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Miss Ryan told me where Cole is.
How?
She thinks the Green Hornet is going to help her hold Robertson up for a pail. I told her to keep her mouth shut until she hears from me, say, tomorrow night.
Will she do that, Mr.
I
Britt?
think she will if there's something in it for her. Got the Black Beauty headed out highway number 6. A crook named Monk is holding Cole out there. I'll tell you where to turn off.
You're going to pay?
Not this time. We're just going to look it over. So we'll know the quickest way to get there later on. For future reference, Cato.
Look, Mr. Britt.
Yeah, that's the place. The farmhouse.
There's a light.
No, don't get any closer, Cato. You sure you'll remember how to get here in a hurry from the city?
Yes, sir.
Good enough. Turn here, Cato. We'll head back to the city, and tomorrow night we'll put Robertson in a spot he won't like.
There he is. Where was you at last night?
Last night, actually? Oh, why?
Golly, I was looking all over for you. I couldn't find you no place.
Oh, that's too bad, actually. I was out.
Reed, I've been keeping something a secret from you.
No.
And your old man hired me off the fort to act as your bodyguard. He said I was to stick with you when you went out gallivanting at night.
Yeah, and it seems to me you slipped up lately. Last night, for example.
That's what I'm getting at. I'm trying to be a reporter instead of a bodyguard. That's why he went upstairs to talk with that Ryan boy.
What? Last night?
Golly, Reed, when I got close to her place...
Did you talk to her?
No, because I seen something. It was the car of the Green Hornet.
Why haven't you mentioned this before?
On account of I wasn't certain, Reed. You see, I only caught a glance near the dame's house. I didn't want Lowry or Casey to do that.
Well, whether you're sure or not, Axford, you should have reported it. Now get over to the Sentinel.
You think so?
Now, tell Gunnigan about it.
Sugar and snacks, Reed. That's what I've been waiting for. You're okay.
You have my okay. And Axford,
Yeah, Reed.
you might call up Miss Ryan.
Who?
On the phone from the Sentinel. You're a former detective. Ask her some questions about the Green Hornet. Pointed questions.
Good gravy, Reed. Golly, I'm a nasty reporter. Go on, Reed.
Cato.
What's going on, Mr. Red?
Axford almost spotted us last night, Cato. We came very close to being identified.
Yes?
Fortunately, Axford didn't get a good look at the Black Beauty or us.
What do we do?
We start moving, Cato. We're going to make 2 phone calls. One to the Daily Sentinel, the other to Miss Ryan.
From here, Mr. Red?
Now we'll make the one outside phone as the Green Hornet. Now get the mask and gun. We're moving out in the Black Beauty.
Behind the secret secret panel in Britt Reed's apartment, a narrow passage within the wall of the apartment house connected directly with an adjoining building. Supposedly abandoned, this building was in reality the hiding place of the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, car of the Green Hornet.
You take the wheel, Cato. How's the gas and oil and the tires? You checked the car after we returned here last night?
Yes, sir.
All right, step on it. We're stopping for those phone calls, and then we're heading for the farmhouse where Cole is held captive. And the Black Beauty must get us there before those who get a phone call from the Green Hornet.
Talk to Miss Ryan. This is Michael Axford, star reporter of the Daily Citizen newspaper.
But I have nothing to say.
He wants to know about the Green Hornet.
The what?
What was he doing at your place last night?
That is it.
Axford. Hey, Axford, come on, we're traveling.
I can see I'm beginning the phone, Lowry.
Never mind the phone. Gunnigan just got a tip on the Green Hornet.
Huh?
Cole's out of the farmhouse on highway number 6, about 25 miles out.
The Hornet's got him.
Will you put that phone down and call?
Holy crow. Ryan, Miss Ryan.
What's that?
She ain't there. She hung up.
You sap, were you talking to the dame that works for Robertson?
Golly, you caught me by surprise, Lowry. You must have heard what you said.
Well, big lad, why didn't you warn me? Come on, they're passing the fire now. We got to beat Robertson out there, or we'll never locate Cole. What are you talking about, Fred? The Sentinel knows where Cole is?
I just heard it on the phone.
A reporter called you?
Yes, he wanted to know about the Green Hornet being here last night.
What? What's that? The Green Hornet here? Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well,
Holding out on me, huh? What were you planning with the Green Hornet?
You got me wrong, Robertson.
You little sizzling. Yeah, the phone. No, you don't. I'm listening, too. Take that phone and answer as I indicate. This time I want to hear.
Hello?
Trying to collect what Robertson's doing now. He's Sentinel knows where Cole is.
Robertson knows already. He's here.
So that's it. Trying to hold me up for dough. You and the Hornet. I'll take care of you later.
Robertson, listen.
Save the explanations. I've got business to attend to. Cole must be removed.
Robertson, I'm with you, honest. I was going to tell you about the Hornet.
Get away from me.
There's still time. Call up the farmhouse. Tell
There's
Monk.
no phone there. I'm driving. I'll give Monk orders in person. And I don't want you along. I can reach the farmhouse before those reporters get there.
Cole? Listen, Monk. Robertson hasn't any right to keep me prisoner here. Look, I'll pay you.
Pipe down. The answer is no. I'm playing ball with Robertson, see? He comes in handy. A couple more days, and you can do all the talking you want to. But right now... What the? A car. Help! Pick it up, you! Back inside. So it's you, Robertson. Quick, close the door.
Listen, Robertson, you can't do this to me.
Shut up, I told you.
This is kidnapping. This thug you hired to hold me here.
Robertson?
You have a gun, Monk?
A gun?
Sure.
That's right. Keep it trained on Cole.
What are you going to do?
Now, listen to me, Monk. Reporters coming out here. You any minute from the Sutton. I beat them here.
Reporters, huh? That's fine. I'll tell them plenty.
I'm afraid not, Cole. You won't be able to talk.
What are you getting at?
Monk, can you use that gun without having it traced?
Sure. Sure thing, Robertson. I can dump the gun in the river. They'll never find it.
Okay. Get him in the car.
Sure, I'll put
Don't
him...
shoot him. Here, you fool. They'll left fingerprints around. Now, in the car, we'll dump him on the road.
So you're a killer, too, eh, Robertson?
When the necessity arises, Cole. Yes. Now get going. We haven't much time.
What's that gun, Monk?
That man.
Green Hornet. Out of the way, Robertson. Let me plug him.
Look out. Monkey's got a gun.
Take it, Monk.
You. Oh. Shot me. Yes. I can't wait.
You shot him.
Now, listen, Hornet, it's okay. I'll make a deal with you and Ryan, both of you. Only get Cole out of here now.
Hornet, listen.
Hornet, there's a car coming. I can see the headlights.
What about it?
Get Cole out of here.
You're getting what Monk's got.
No.
This is yours, Robertson.
Oh. You're not going to shoot me.
They're not dead. They've been gassed.
Gas?
You can tell the reporters what you please, understand?
You're not going
I'm
to...
through with these rats. Now do what you like. Going on the back way. You can wait here for them. And you needn't try to catch me. I've got a car that can't be caught.
Hey, Lodi, the door's open.
Who's inside there?
This way. Come here. Help.
Here, I could. I'm down for the steps. Okay, keep your hands up. We got you covered.
Holy mackerel, that tip was on the level. It's cold. Thank heaven. You got here just in time.
Hey, who's these mugs on the floor?
Robertson, he's been gassed.
And this other guy, he's a hoodlum named Monk.
Come on, spill it, Cole. Was the Hornet here?
Yes, the Hornet. He gassed him. Robertson wanted to kill me. He was going
Don't tell me the Hornet stopped him.
Yeah, it was some argument about a payoff. The Hornet was in it all right.
Hey, Cole, have you got the dope and the racket Robinson was working?
All of it, plenty. Robertson stopped me from coming to the Sentinel with it before, but he can't stop me now.
Politicians behind bars. Racket smash. Green Hornet mixed up in political takedown. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at bars. Such an electric hammer.
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld. Risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. Here's where we smash a grass racket.
The Daily Sentinel intends to continue this campaign against conditions in our state institutions for the insane until something is done to change them. This is the 20th century. We're living in a free country. You got that, Miss Case?
Yes, Mr. Reed. A free country.
Yet people are committed to insane asylums in this state without a trial, without even appearing in court. Any one of you who reads this newspaper can have a person committed to an insane asylum just by having two doctors certify that he's insane. Nor do these doctors have to be psychiatrists or neurologists, men who know mental diseases. Far from it. The present law of this, our sovereign state, merely says two doctors. They can be horse doctors. It makes no difference, just so long as there are two of them. Think what that means. How would you like to find yourself taken from your family, your home, sealed up behind high walls for the rest of your life?
Let me turn the page.
The Medical Association has fought for reform. The Daily Sentinel is fighting for it. Every honest citizen is fighting for it. Yet, because of the power of one state politician, nothing is done. One man controls the treatment and the commitment of those unfortunates who are labeled insane. A label that means nothing and everything. Not many people have known what goes on behind the stone walls of Rockridge, the state's largest insane asylum. But now the Sentinel is telling it, giving you the...
Hey, Reed, something's gone haywire.
What is it, actually? About Rockridge?
Your idea of hiring a guy to get committed to the insane asylum ain't working out so good.
We've done all right so far. Wait a minute. Sherman hasn't been found out.
I don't know, Reed.
You just came from the asylum?
I waited next to the back wall like I've been doing all week. Every day before this, Sherman tossed over a couple of sheets of paper and a roll of film.
Yes, that's the stuff we've been printing.
Well, today, I waited for a whole hour past the regular time, and nothing come over the fence.
Good grief, Mr. Reed. If they spotted Sherman, they might do anything.
You should have let me try, Reed.
Too many people know what you look like, Richard. I picked him because he was from out of town. No one knew him.
I'll bet they do now.
Murchison runs Rockridge. He heads up all the state institutions.
You think it's Murchison?
Who else? He's the politician we're shooting at. The more people he gets in those institutions, the more he can dig out of the state treasury for expenses. And the more he can shove in his own pocket. Of course, it's Murchison.
Reed, if anything's happened to Sherman, we'll...
Get busy on it, Exford.
Yeah.
I've got to start pulling strings.
I get you, Reed.
And keep the Sentinel's name out of it. Otherwise, Sherman is certainly out of luck.
I'll see Dunnigan now, Reed.
Oh, I hope Sherman gets out of that place.
Yeah, it's easy to get in, Miss Case, but it's not so easy to get out. Well, let's get on with this editorial about Rockridge.
I'll get over that wall
What?
someday.
Who's that?
I frightened you.
Oh, it's you.
You be a good girl, I have to put you behind those bars again.
No.
Well, don't creep around like that. If you want to have the run of the place, you act sensible.
I frightened you.
Oh, now go on, get out of here. What are you roaming around the grounds for anyway? It's late.
There's a moon. I like the moon.
Go on now, I'm reading my paper.
Baker, are you the watchman or aren't you?
Oh, Mr. Murchison. Who's this? Oh, she's harmless. We let her wander around. Get out, Sally.
She is crazy.
Yeah, I guess so.
You guess?
Well, with all the people we got here in Rockridge, Mr. Murchison, sometimes it's hard to tell which of them is bats and which is just crazy about getting shut up here, if you know what I mean.
I don't like that kind of talk.
Well, there's an awful lot of them don't belong in no insane asylum.
That's enough of that talk, Baker. I see you're reading that newspaper.
Huh?
No. They're filling the people full of that stuff. Dangerous.
Oh, I don't pay no attention to them. Just curious, that's all.
I'm curious, too.
I don't get it.
You left the gates open.
Not me.
How do you think I got in?
Yeah, that's right. I could have
You
sworn.
mustn't be so careless. A lot of the inmates are dangerous. Why, they could walk out.
Oh, there ain't no real lunatics here.
I'm talking about the others. People who have been committed for other reasons. Can't have them getting out unless we're sure they won't talk.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, you'd better. It means your job. And never mind checking the gate. I closed it when I came in. What about this fellow Sherman?
Maybe you better talk to the super.
The superintendent? Is he in? He told me you'd know about it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's in town tonight. Well, there ain't nothing much, Mr. Murchison, only I caught this fellow Sherman acting kind of funny this afternoon.
Wandering near the back wall, huh?
Yeah. He was writing something on some paper. He started to roll it up, then he saw me and walked away.
Is he one of the...
No, he ain't off his base.
Anything else?
I kept watching him. He burned the paper when he thought I wasn't looking.
Or else he was sure you were looking. Baker, the Sentinel's been describing conditions here in detail.
Yeah, I've been reading about it.
They've described the terrible food we serve. They've had pictures of the sleeping quarters. How did they get that?
You think this guy Sherman?
Did you notice anything else?
Well, nothing much, except that there was a man outside the fence. He stayed there for an hour before he left.
Outside the wall?
Yeah. I heard something and climbed a tree. Looked like he was waiting.
I think we'd better question Sherman.
Okay.
Good Lord.
That's Sally. This way.
There she is.
Sally, shut up, you fool.
What's the matter? What is it?
Sally, I told you not to play games.
Saw him.
What? What did you see?
In the moonlight. He ran past me. He had a mask.
A man?
Oh, she's making it up, Mr. Murchison. She's nuts.
There he is.
Good Lord, she's right, Baker. It is a man.
Yeah, I can see his mask.
Stop!
He's going over the wall.
This underbrush.
Get him. There he is.
Did you get him?
He's not here. How'd he get over this wall anyway?
Who was he?
I don't know. He had that mask on, but...
What's that?
I hear it, too. It's a car.
Oh, I can't see over this wall. It's coming right past us.
Hey, did you notice? It didn't sound like no car I ever heard.
That horn. Baker, that man, he was masked. That was the Green Hornet. Huh? Get back inside and take a look at this man, Sherman.
Sherman? You think
I don't know. Find out if he's awake or asleep or what. I'll be in the office. Hurry. What kind of case is the office in? Everything's scattered around and...
Mr. Murchison.
Save it, Baker. Does the superintendent usually keep his records from messy?
No, sir,
I can't make head or tail of them. Many of the records seem to be missing. Those things are important. They could be used to show how I'm padding the appropriation, how much the food actually costs, and how much I say it costs. Look around. Find them.
Yeah, sure. But Mr. Murchison...
Not now, Baker. Look.
But I just want to tell you that...
Answer that.
Yes, sir. Hello? Rockridge Asylum. Oh, yes, Mr. Leverett, yes. Yeah, there were some shots. Yes, sir. Mr. Murchison.
Who's that?
It's the superintendent, sir, Mr. Leverett. He says he just got out of the movie in town.
Movie?
Yes, sir. He says there have been a lot of calls to the police in town about hearing some shots out this way.
Let me have that. Hello, Leverett. Never mind that. I want to ask you a question. Your office is a mess. Where do you keep the records? Where? You're sure? Just a second. Baker.
Yes, sir.
Look in that top file. I looked before, but I may have been hasty. You see any blue sheets there?
Blue?
Yes, blue. The records.
I'll see, sir.
Hurry. Hold it, Leverett.
Don't see them, Mr. Murchison.
Oh. Leverett, they're gone. Someone took them.
I wanted to tell you.
How do I know who... Oh, wait a minute. You wanted to tell me what, Baker?
Well, sir, you asked me to look in Sherman's room.
Yes?
Sherman ain't there.
What? You're sure?
Yes, sir, he ain't there. And I found this under his bed.
A camera?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's it. I thought it might have been this Green Hornet, but I was wrong. It was Sherman. He must be a reporter for the Sentinel.
A reporter?
The camera, you fool. Those pictures in the Sentinel, those stories.
Hey, then Sherman must have took them reports, Mr. Murchison.
Good Lord, that's right. The reports. If the Sentinel gets those... Leverett, are you still on the phone?
What are you going to do?
Quiet. Listen, Leverett. Tell the police one of the inmates escaped from Rock Ridge. A man named Sherman. Tell him he's a dangerous maniac. Yes, I know he isn't, but tell him anyway. Stop asking so many questions, Leverett. The man's a reporter. He's got those records. Oh, I thought that would get you. Give the police his description. He's probably heading for the city. Tell the police he's a dangerous maniac. Tell him he's armed. Tell him to shoot on sight.
Hello? Yes, Senator Burke, this is Reed talking. That's right, I did want to get in touch with you. Well, about introducing a bill to change the method of committing people to the state asylums. You've read the Sentinel stories. Well, someone's got to do it, and you're the man. Well, why not drop around to the Sentinel? We can discuss it. Well, frankly, Senator, we have a man inside Rockridge. That's where we got our information. All right, that'll be fine.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Miss Kay, Senator Burke will call in a day or two to arrange an appointment.
Yes, sir.
About the insane asylum setup. Make a note of it.
Very well, Mr. Reed. Hey, just a minute.
What is it?
It's Axford. He's heading to your office.
It's all right. Let him come in, Miss Kay.
Try and stop him.
Hey, Reed. Something thinks the cops are after Sherman.
What?
I just seen a police bulletin. You know that story about a dangerous maniac escaping from Rockridge?
No, I didn't know.
It happened last night. The state cops are looking, and the city cops are starting out, too. Reed, the description fits Sherman.
Great Scott, you mean he's being sought as a dangerous maniac?
It must have been Murchison give out that kind of a lying story. Suppose Sherman gets shot.
You get back in the newsroom. Have Gunnigan contact the state and local police.
Okay.
Tell them who Sherman is. Have the search called off.
Phone call for you.
Phone call?
Yes, from Sherman. He's at a cigar store on the corner of Carvel and Hopper.
Carver? Get out there, Axford. Carvel and Hopper. Tell the police.
Holy cow, I gotta hurry.
This phone here, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Sherman?
Yeah, Mr. Reed. I ducked out of Rockridge last night. I've got the records of the money news there right with me. It's a big story.
Never mind that now,
But
Sherman.
get this, it's important. I was locked in last night. I was worried because I thought they'd found me that afternoon trying to toss my stuff over the wall to Axford.
Yes, they must have suspected Sherman.
Well, some guy in a mask came along last night and let me out. I slipped away from him and grabbed the records. And you know who that guy was? It was a Green Hornet.
All right, Sherman, we'll go into that later. But get this, there's an alarm out for you.
Yeah, sure, I know.
Murchison's notified the police that you're a dangerous lunatic.
What?
We know where you are. Hang on to those records and keep out of sight. Gunnigan's giving the police the straight story now. If we don't get to you before... Sherman, what is it?
There's a guy trying to get in the phone booth, Mr. Reed. Get out of here. Get... Oh!
Sherman! Hello? Miss Case, something's happened. Come on, we're going over there. Can't find a sign of him anywhere.
The owner of the cigar store says Sherman used this booth, King Saint.
Thanks. Doesn't he know?
He can't. He was up at the front of the store. The phone booth's back here, off concealed by this corner.
And there's a side entrance. Whoever grabbed Sherman came in the side way without being spotted. If it's Sherman out of his booth...
Mr. Reed.
What?
Look here, on the floor of the phone booth. This slip of paper. It's got the seal of the Green Hornet.
Yes, Commissioner, that's what the Sentinel printed, and that's what we believe. I tell you, that man who's missing is no more crazy than you are. His name is Sherman. He was doing a special assignment for the Sentinel. You let me know? Thanks.
Did the police have anything, Mr. Reed?
Not a thing. Sherman can't be
I
found.
have a state police on the other phone.
Oh, fine. Hello, State Police. Well, this is Reed, publisher of the Sentinel. Have you got an alarm out for a Sherman? Yeah, that's right. The man who escaped from Rockridge Asylum and disappeared later. Well, that man is not a dangerous lunatic. I don't care what Murchison gave out. That man is a special reporter for the Sentinel. What? Oh, the Green Hornet, eh?
Well, whoever's got him, tell your men he's not dangerous. Thanks.
Mr. Reed, I don't think it was the Green Hornet who got Sherman in that cigar store.
You found his steel, Miss Case?
Well, it was broad daylight.
Well,
Well, gosh, the Hornet never went around in broad daylight, Mr. Reed.
perhaps. You won't find many people who agree with you.
You ask me, I think Murchison knows a lot more than he admits.
Picture it, Miss Case. 5 minutes more and the police would have gotten there. Sherman would be standing here, and now we'd have the old inside story of the graft that goes on behind the walls at Rockridge. And now he's gone. We don't know where. Take that phone.
Daily Sentinel, publisher's office. Oh, yes, just a moment.
Me, Miss Case?
It's Senator Burke. You spoke to him several days ago about sponsoring a bill.
Oh, yes, to change the procedure for commitment to state institutions. Hello, Burke. What did you decide? You sponsor the bill, the Sentinel... What? What's that? Oh, Murchison is that? I see. Well, if you change your mind, let me know. He's not sponsoring a bill, Miss Case.
He's changed his mind?
Now, Murchison changed it for him.
But how?
I didn't learn that part, Miss Case.
He must have seen last night's Sentinel. Gosh, everyone knows by now that Sherman was working for the paper.
Hey, Reed, I just come from headquarters. You know what that rat Murchison is saying?
Well, I have an idea, actually.
He's saying that's all a lot of malarkey about Sherman working for the Sentinel.
What?
Cross me hard, Casey. Murchison keeps insisting the guy who escaped was a dangerous maniac.
But the story...
Murchison says the story was fixed. He says the Sentinel is making it up out of whole cloth, that there ain't a word of truth in it.
And they believe him?
There's your answer, Miss Case. Apparently Senator Burke believed him.
So what are we going to do, Reed? Murchison says the Sentinel is just slinging mud. And without Sherman around to say he's lying, he can keep on saying it.
Well, Sherman isn't around, actually. What can we do? All right, Cato. Take the Hornet mask, the gun down below. Check the Black Beauty.
Hey, Reed, where are you?
Ashford, step on it. Give me room. Here I am, Ashford. In the bedroom.
Oh, there you are, Reed.
I thought you were covering police headquarters, Ashford.
Yeah, Reed. I come up from my raincoat. The cops got a tip on the Green Hornet.
Well, they did, eh?
Yeah. Some guy called up and said the Hornet was busy at Rockridge Asylum a couple of nights ago. What do you think of that?
That sounds like a crackpot.
Oh, maybe, Reed. But the state police are going over to check up, and I'm going to be with them.
Rockridge? I hope you find Sherman there.
Huh?
Well, if it is the Hornet...
Sorry, it's got to be.
Well, if it is, this tip may mean that Sherman is back inside there. If it's just a frame-up by Murchison to throw suspicion on the Hornet...
You mean if maybe Murchison was the one who grabbed Sherman in that cigar store, like we was wondering?
Exactly. If that's the case, what better place would there be for Murchison to hide Sherman than back...
The Asylum! Rockridge!
Right.
Holy crow, I better get traveling. Jolly Reed, we sure hit on a theory, didn't we?
Wait. Yes.
Where's me raincoat? Where's
It's
me...
outside in the hall closet.
Oh, yeah. So long, Reed. Be seeing you.
Just by, Ashford.
Hey, Reed, why don't you come along with us?
Come along? Well, I have an engagement.
Okay, then. Go night clubbing if you want to. But this is one job I ain't going to miss. If I get home first, should I tell Cato to wait up for you?
Oh, well, Cato's out right now, but I'll tell him. I'll see him before you do. Better step on it, Ashford. You can't keep the state police waiting.
Over his neck, you're right. What am I standing around for? Come on.
Harry almost spotted Cato leaving by the secret passageway. Well, it's time for me to move out, too. Cato's waiting below for the Green Hornet. The Black Beauty has to get to Rockridge ahead of the police.
You again, Sally. Wandering around in the rain. You get crazier every day. Someone at the gate. Fine time.
Baker, open the gate.
Yeah, I'm coming. Now, Sally, get back to the main house where you belong.
Hurry up.
Okay, Mr. Murchison. I didn't expect you.
Never mind the social layers. Open the gate.
Yeah, just as soon as I find the key. Hey, it was open all the time.
What?
It was open. I could have swore a lot.
There's something going on here. Come along, Baker.
Yeah, just as soon as I close the gate. This time I'll make sure it stays closed.
Hurry.
Yes. Are you here for anything special?
Baker, the state police learned the Green Hornet was here the other night.
What?
Yes. They asked me about it when they were checking. That's why I'm here. Did you tell them?
Me? No, sir.
You know a lot, Baker. Don't try to use what you know to boost yourself too high.
Oh, not me, Mr. Murchison. Being a watchman is all I want.
The police are coming here.
Tonight?
Of course, tonight. Did you think I'd come out in this weather for fun?
Hey, if they find we got Sherman in the old
They
building...
won't find him. Where's Leverett?
The super? He's in the office.
We've got to get those records out of the way. And Sherman, too. Police may have a search warrant so they can get in.
Who's that?
Oh, that nut Sally. She's crazy as a loon. Don't pay no attention.
Oh, come on. Let's find Leverett.
I wish this rain would let up.
Sally, where are they going?
I know you. You are the man with a mask.
Where's Sherman?
In the old building. The old building.
Which way do they go? I've got to get there ahead of them.
That way. That way. That way.
You ain't never locked the door before, Mr. Murchison.
Leverett, are you there? Leverett.
There's a light inside. Leverett. Mr. Murchison. Well? When we was walking outside coming here, you recall I thought somebody passed us by?
It was raining. You must have been mistaken.
Suppose the guy seen us inside. Suppose
Shut up. Come on, put your shoulder to this door. Again, hard. That did it. Leverett.
Hey, Mr. Murchison. Look at them files. Somebody's gone through them again.
The records. We put them back. Come on, they can't be missing again.
Yes, sir.
Look, Leverett.
He's lying on the floor.
What happened to him? How did he get this?
I shot him, Murchison.
Who's that? The Green Hornet.
I was waiting behind the door.
You're that guy we seen pass by in the rain.
You shot him. What for?
He tried to stop me when I came looking for these.
The records. You were in the file.
Right. I heard you coming, so I locked the door to make sure I got what I wanted.
Give those to me.
Perhaps later, Murchison, for a price.
A price?
These are valuable, aren't they? You might lose your job if these fell into the wrong hands.
I don't like this, boss. This guy's dynamite. Look what he did to Leverett.
So you want a bargain, eh, Hornet?
Why not?
And how will Leverett be explained?
Simple enough. I left the Green Hornet seal on the desk. But if I were you, Murchison, I'd get Sherman out of here.
Sherman?
Don't act dumb. The man who disappeared yesterday.
Oh, I don't know anything about him. He's gone.
The Green Hornet seal was left there, Murchison. I didn't put it there. That leaves you.
Sherman. Quiet, Baker.
All right, Murchison. I know Sherman's here. Even know where he is. In the old building.
You know?
Not a woman, that said. A woman who whispered.
Sally.
She told me. Is your car outside, Murchison?
Yes, outside the gate.
Good. Use it to get Sherman away. You know the police are coming here. Now move, or you want the same thing Leverett got.
No, you're right. Yes, the police. You don't need that gun. We'll get Sherman now.
Who's there? Who's that?
This way you have him.
Murchison, let me out of here. Putting me behind bars. Can I get this yarn in the paper?
You may not get it, Sherman.
You, the Hornet. You're the one who was here the other night. You let me out.
Well?
I got away from you last time. Took the records from the office.
That was last time, Sherman. I have the records right here. Get moving.
Where?
You're going for a ride in Murchison's car.
At the point of a gun, huh?
You're going.
Oh, that's it. You were going to take care of me last time, but I got away. Then Murchison caught up with me in that cigar store.
Right. And this time you won't make any breaks.
You're in this together. Murchison and the Hornet. What a story. State institution racket run by...
It's a great story. If you ever get it printed, keep moving.
Here we are. Here's my car. Let's get Sherman away from here. Then we can talk terms on it.
Yeah, you better hurry. The cops
Wait.
might... Huh?
I think we better take care of Sherman right now.
I don't care when or how, so long as he's taken care of.
You can't shoot me.
Shot him, Sherman. This is for you.
You shot me. I can't breathe.
That gun, it didn't make no sound.
Shut up, Baker. This is no time for nerves. Get him in the car. What's that?
Huh?
Don't you hear it? Horner, do you hear it?
What the... It's the police. Police sirens. Let's get Sherman out of here.
Coming. Get him in the car.
Yeah.
Put him down.
Huh? Horner, what are you pointing that gun for? Well, they'll be here.
So will you.
Well, what do you mean?
Police car is fast. They might catch your car.
But
they can't catch my car. It's too fast. And there's no room for you in it.
You've got it.
I'll discuss these records with you later, Murchison. And just to make sure you remember.
Grab him, Baker.
Don't shoot.
Take it, you sizzling rat.
I can't breathe.
Only gas. You'll be all right. And tell the cops anything you like.
Hey, you almost smashed this car. Turn the flash this way.
Okay.
Holy cow. It's Murchison and that watchman. Suffering snakes. This guy. I had me doubts about seeing him again. It's Sherman and he ain't dead. None of them's dead. Wait till I bring him into Britree's office.
Mr. Reed. The Hornet must have heard the sirens and skipped out. Axford found me and
It was gas the Hornet used on Sherman.
The Hornet is in with Murchison. I got that much. Boy, when I looked into that gun, all I could think of was 6 feet under.
Golly, ain't that some story, Reed?
It'll be a better one when we print those records, Axford. And what's more, I was just talking to Senator Burke. He's putting through that bill. Murchison and his crooked racket are cleaned off the slate.
Yeah. But say, Reed.
Well?
There's one thing worries me, Reed. If the Hornet was trying to get a cutout of the racket, how come he left them records right where the cops could find them?
Axford, you should know better than that. If there's one man whose motives can't be figured out, it's the Green Hornet.
Extra paper! Safe insane asylum investigated! Paper proves draft! Read all about it! Police seek Hornet as credit passes we phone bill! Green Hornet still alive! That's the extra paper!
VintageRadioshows.com.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. We're out to smash a parking lot racket. I want 10% from every parking lot in the city, understand?
We're getting them lined up fast, Bleeker.
You gotta make it faster. Get out and start collecting that dough. I want more money coming in.
35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70,
Where's that dough, Carson?
I'm not paying any money for racket chiselers like you.
We'll be back to persuade you. No!
160, 170, 180, 190.
They won't listen to reason. Smash a couple of the cars, throw a couple of bombs, start a few fires. They'll lay it on the line.
220, 230, 240, 250, 260, 270, 280.
There's the parking lot. Toss that bomb. Here she goes.
A bomb! Wreck the cars! It's them racketeers!
500, 550, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800.
Some blasted rat's going to slash all the tires in the lot. That paid plenty for this.
Morning, Blake. How's your parking lot going?
How much you, Blake?
10%, Blake. Pay it and you won't run into grief with your parked cars.
All right, you got me. I'll pay. 10, 20, 30, 40.
4,500. 5,000.
Pay up.
5,500.
Pay for protection. Wreck cars.
Ruining my business.
10% or out.
Okay, I'll pay.
You win. Go for the racket. Kick in. 10%. Here you are. Don't smash any more cars.
I'll pay.
Hand the dough over.
Here's the money.
There, we got a wind up. Count the money, Maid.
19,000. 20,000.
Look at it pile up.
20,000.
Look at it pile up.
Golly, Reed, we must have driven downtown early.
Why, Exford? No earlier than usual.
Then holy crow, at first the parking lot so empty. You don't think that... Say, Reed, today and Sunday, is it? Don't tell me we made a mistake and come down to the Sentinel on Sunday.
Why not? The Sentinel's a daily paper. There are plenty down on Sunday.
Yes, but suffering snakes, I never come down at...
Relax, Exford. It's not Sunday.
Look it, there ain't hardly 6 cars in the parking lot.
Morning, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Schaefer.
What do you wear the long face for, Schaefer? You're looking like a candidate for the morgue with the other cadavers.
You better go to that parking lot across the street, Mr. Reed.
What?
I can't handle you here.
Suffering snakes, what's he trying to do? Don't you like it? Or maybe Reed Sedan ain't good enough for your parking lot, giving us the cold shoulder.
Shut up, Exford. Can't you see something's wrong?
Huh? Oh, golly, is there?
Why can't we park here, Schaefer? There's plenty of room.
Yeah, after all the accidents I've been having.
Yeah, we've heard about them at the Sentinel.
So the city. They may take away my parking lot license.
Golly.
The insurance company has already turned me down as a bad risk. So since you're a particular customer of mine, you'd be better off at another parking lot.
Your license hasn't been revoked yet, has it?
Not yet.
I have my own insurance on the car.
Hey, Reed, where are you going?
Get out, Exford. We're parking the car here.
Mr. Reed,
Car's yours, Schaefer. I'll call for it at the end of the day.
Suppose something happens.
What about these other cars?
Well, I told them the same thing, but
they wouldn't listen. Well, put me down as the same kind of sucker, then, Schaefer.
Well, this is swell of you, Mr. Reed.
You see, Schaefer, I know something about those accidents.
Golly, Reed, the way you say it, you don't mean accident.
I don't. You've heard of Bleecker.
You mean the racketeer?
He's behind your trouble, isn't he, Schaefer?
I won't pay that dirty rat 1 red cent.
I thought that was it.
10% he wants for protection. Protection.
Holy crow, why don't you tell the police?
I've told everyone. What good does it do me?
No, don't tell me he's bribing the police.
Of course not, Exford, but Bleeker's smart.
That's it. Everybody knows he's pulling the racket. But how can you stop it when you can't get proof that it's his guerrillas who go around smashing cars and cutting up the tires in parking lots?
You've had that happen?
Oh, everything.
And still you refuse to knuckle under?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I ought to pay the 10%.
Yeah, you've fought them this far. Why lose your fight now?
I wouldn't mind if it was fight so long as it was a fair fight. But them rats work in the dark.
And the police can do nothing, huh?
Not a thing.
I see.
Hey, Reed, what are you daydreaming about?
Daydreaming?
You had a kind of faraway look in your eye, like you was up to something. Only just when I was getting me brain around to figuring out what, you lost that faraway look, and golly, now I can't tell.
You'll just have to wait till that look comes back.
Ah, you got something up your sleeve, I know it.
Just as well you're not a mind reader, actually.
Huh?
There are times when I like to keep my thoughts to myself. And this is definitely one of them.
Letters, letters, and more letters. How do you bake a chicken pie? Is barbecued beef made in barber shops? Gunnigan, if you keep grinning at me, I swear I'll get the screaming memes.
Don't you like my always, Miss Case?
No, but even less do I like handling this cooking advice for the homebody column.
It's only for one day. Somebody had to take Miss Topper's place.
Good grief, why does Mr. Reed have to pick this one day to be out of the office? It leaves me with so little work on my desk that I just couldn't excuse myself from this.
Casey, why don't you take those letters back where they belong?
I like it better here.
This is the city editor's cubbyhole. My cubbyhole.
They could do with a good cleaning.
Don't go domestic on me.
Why not? I'm reading very domestic letters.
Miss Topper's desk is out in the city room. See? Through the glass. Out there.
It's too drafty. I like it better here. Or did I say that?
You did.
Well, here's a typewritten letter. Most of them are in longhand.
All right. One housewife can have a typewriter. No law against it.
Well, let's see what recipe she wants.
Go ahead, Casey, but never mind the talk.
Okay, I won't bother you.
Casey, what's the idea of knocking the typewriter table over? If that's your substitute for talk, you...
Gunnigan, this This letter.
What's the matter with you?
Why, it's from a man. Not a woman, a man.
So what? Men are interested in cooking?
Read it. Go ahead.
Listen, I have a front-page makeup to schedule.
Read it. Does it say what I think it does?
In cooking up a stew about... Oh, Casey, I'm not interested in this hooey.
Good grief, will you finish? There's more.
In cooking up a stew about a certain type of racket now being worked. Jumping blue blazes. It's about the parking racket.
That's what I read, too. I couldn't believe it, but look. Look at the signature.
Signature? Well, I'll be a first cousin to an animal trainer. It's signed the Green Hornet.
That's what I thought. The Green Hornet.
That crew's got a sense of humor. Sending it to the Hints for Housewives column.
It's the first time anything sensational came to this column since that cook sent in a recipe for hot buttered scones.
Never mind the banter. This is big.
Where are you going?
Larry! Hey, Larry!
Yeah?
Take your elbows off that desk and come in here. Casey, get on the phone, call the studio.
What for?
Get 'em! Tell 'em I want a sample made of this Hornet letter. Half-tone for the front page.
Right. Give me the dark room, operator.
What's the 4-star special, Chief?
Get in here and close that door. We got a note from the Green Hornet.
Huh? Holy mackerel.
The door!
What about? What did it say?
Here, read proof on it yourself.
Oh, dark room. Send a boy to the city desk. There's a rush job on a snapshot, and Gunnigan's waiting.
Well, is that something?
Great guns. According to this, the Hornet's coming right out and saying he's going to take that racket away from Bleecker.
One crook fights another.
That's going into print in the Sentinel.
Are you sure this is on the level, Gunnigan? It hasn't got a Hornet seal.
Gosh, that's a thought.
Yeah, why isn't Reed here? He's an authority on the Hornet notes. He'd check the paper it's written on.
I don't know where he is.
Holy cow, Gunnigan. Guess what?
Expert, this is no telephone booth. Get back. Reed, glad you're here.
Boss, take a look at this. We run into more excitement, it seems.
More? There can't be more.
What this guy's got to show you is more exciting than anything you got, Gunnigan.
What guy?
Who is he?
His name's Schaefer. He runs a parking lot across from the Sentinel building.
A parking lot? Well, that's just what we were talking about.
He got a threatening letter.
What?
Yeah, he's going to get dough from me or else.
Now, wait a minute. One thing at a time. Reed, we got a letter, too.
I'm telling you, it can't be as important as this, Gunnigan. Why, golly, Schaefer got a threat from the Green Hornet.
So what? The letter we got... What? What's that?
The Green Hornet?
Yes, Gunnigan. Axford and I got into the parking lot when he was looking it over.
Well, what are you all staring at us for?
Because you big lug, this letter is from the same writer.
Holy crow!
The Hornet?
You must have mailed them both at once, boss.
Hey, let me see that. I'll compare them. Yeah, there's no doubt, Gunnigan. These are identical. Same paper.
The Hornet?
I'm as certain as if I had written these myself.
That's bad business, Mr. Reed. I've been standing off Bleecker, but now if the Hornet's stepping in, I'll be getting it from 2 racketeers.
You keep your chin up, Schaefer. When the Sentinel prints this and the news gets around, Bleecker and the Hornet may battle it out just long enough for the cops to pick up the remains.
Sentinel Hornet X-ray! Green Hornet steps in on parking lot owner! Read all about it! Racket threatens to Sentinel! X-Street Piper, Sentinel!
Britt Reed returned to his apartment that evening and spoke to Cato, his valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Cato!
Yes, Mr. Brett.
The Sentinel's out in the street with the 2 Green Hornet notes I wrote. It's time for us to get moving.
You want a Black Beauty?
The car and the mask, too. I'll need the gas gun as well. Bleecker is reading the Sentinel himself, like everyone else in town. We've got to be ready for him.
Bleecker!
Don't shout your lungs out, mate. I already saw the Sentinel with them 2 Green Hornet notes. That guy's got a nerve.
You gonna let him step in?
I was just talking to Hackley.
You want the car?
The car, sure. I want you and Dirk to bring your guns. We're going to be ready for the Green Hornet.
A lot depends on how Schaefer reacts, Cato. He's almost at the end of his rope. He can't hold out against those racketeers much longer.
He's a brave man.
Yeah, he's taken a lot from those rats already. Cars smashed, tires ripped open. His business is practically sunk.
That is true.
Unless I'm mistaken, Bleeker's going to make it even tougher now that he believes the Green Hornet is muscling in on his territory.
I see.
Open the sliding panel, Cato. We're going to the hiding place of the Black Beauty.
Where are we going?
Bleecker is just the kind of gorilla to make sure that Schaefer doesn't slip out from under him now. He wants whatever extortion money Schaefer is paying out for himself. And it's up to the Green Hornet to stop him.
all depends on that mug Schaefer. We've been putting enough pressure on him to make him ready to crack wide open.
His business is shot already. He can't keep holding out.
He's got plenty of what it takes.
He's due to crack. But get this. Schaefer's paying us, not the Hornet. Nobody's muscling in on us.
We better get moving.
Where's the car?
In the garage, waiting.
Okay. Open the door, May.
Where you going, Bleeker?
Me and the boys are paying a little social call on Schaefer.
Got the car all ready, boss.
Get in. Take the wheel, Dirk.
You better be careful when you get to Schaefer's parking lot, Bleeker. The cops can read the papers, too.
We'll wait until it's clear for us to go in and talk to him, May. Get going, Dirk. We're going to stop that crook that calls himself the Green Hornet.
As Bleeker's car swung into the street and turned toward Schaefer's parking lot, a huge, sleek black car started along behind them. It was the car of the Green Hornet. The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. In the Black Beauty, Britt, Reed, and Cato trailed the racketeer's car until they were certain Bleeker was heading for Schaefer's parking lot.
Keep watching them, Cato. If they turn that next corner, there won't be any doubt about where they're going.
Yes, sir.
Fortunately for us, it's too late for there to be much traffic on the streets. Otherwise, we might be running constant risk of being recognized as the Green Hornet.
Mr. Britt.
What is it?
The car.
Oh, yes, Bleeker. He's turned the corner, Cato, heading for Schaefer's lot. Quick, turn in this alley.
But, Mr.
Do as
Britt.
I say. Swing the Black Beauty in here. Hurry before we're past it. Good enough.
I don't understand.
Why we didn't continue after them?
Yes, but...
Those three crooks were desperate men, Cato. They're sure to be heavily armed. If the Green Hornet walked in on them, we'd run into a hail of lead. Wait here a few minutes to give them time to get to where they're going. I'm going into that drugstore to make a phone call. And I want to be certain Bleeker is there when that phone rings.
There's Schaefer talking to a cop. Come on.
Who's going to take care of the cop, Bleeker?
I'll handle him.
This way. We can get around behind the shack he uses for an office and slip up on him before they know it.
They're standing right next to the door.
Take care of that cop before he spots us, Dirk. I don't want any interference when we start talking to Schaefer.
A tap over the head will take care of him.
Take it easy now. Here's the shack. Head around this way so we'll come right up behind him.
There ain't nothing happened yet, Schaefer. And there won't be nothing. You got police protection now.
Protection? Why don't you get those racketeers?
We'll get them. We need proof, that's all.
Bleeker. And now the Green Hornet.
Let him make one slip and we'll pick him up so fast you won't see him for the dust.
Meantime, my business is ruined.
You're okay now. I got that.
Take him. Look out.
What the?
No, you don't, copper.
Oh.
You inside, Schaefer. Oh. You hit him with a blackjack. I saw it.
Inside.
What do you want?
Let me do a job on him, boss.
Keep an eye on that cop. I don't want him coming to and identifying us.
Okay, Bleeker.
You can't shut me up. I'll tell the police.
As long as the cop didn't see us, you can blab all you like.
It's your word against ours, Schaefer. That ain't worth talking about.
What are you after?
What we've been after all along since we started giving your place a works.
Extortion money. I won't pay.
You're a tough nut, but we can crack you.
Or maybe you got a reason.
Huh? Reason?
Don't play dumb. Are you already paying off?
No.
Maybe you got the Hornet behind you.
I don't deal with crooks. Any crooks.
If you figure paying the Hornet will keep us away, get it out of your head. We're controlling the parking lots, and the Hornet ain't stopping us.
Where is he?
I don't know. I never saw him.
We read the Sentinel.
You got a note from him.
Where is he? I tell you, I don't know. Sure, I got the note, but I didn't see him.
You're paying us and nobody else, see?
The phone.
Get away from that. I'll answer it. Keep your gun on him, Hackley.
Right.
Hello? Schaefer parking lot.
Let me speak to Schaefer.
Who wants him?
This is the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet?
What? Don't move.
Green Hornet, huh? I got your note.
Is this Schaefer?
Yeah, this is Schaefer talking. You calling about the note?
When are you going to pay up, Schaefer?
Pay up? Well...
Don't stall. You agreed already.
Oh, so I agreed to pay you, did
Don't back out.
No, I ain't backing down. Sure, I'll pay you, sure. When are you coming around to collect?
Sometime this week.
Okay, Hornet, I'll pay you. I'll have the dough for you.
When?
How about tomorrow night? Yeah, tomorrow night, say around midnight. How's that?
I'll be there, Schaefer.
Okay, Hornet. Tomorrow night.
He's coming here, Bleacher, tomorrow night?
It was a Hornet, Hackley. He took me for Schaefer. So you was planning on paying the Hornet off, huh, Schaefer?
I'm not paying anyone.
The Hornet's coming here tomorrow, midnight. You have the dough ready for him, Schaefer, like you said you would.
I tell you, I'm not paying
it. I was just talking to him.
Hey, boss.
Yeah?
If we tell the cops, they can make a pinch.
The Hornet?
Sure, he's due here. The cops can nab him like that. It'll get him out of the way for a long time.
Listen, Hackley. The Hornet's a crook, and so are we.
Everybody knows that.
When I tell you to talk, I'll tell you, Schaefer. We're not telling the cops, Hackley.
But we got
This is our job, taking care of rats who try to cut in. We look after that baby ourselves.
Yeah, I guess that's the regular way.
It is. We'll be here, and Schaefer ain't blabbing a word to nobody.
No?
You ain't got the nerve, Schaefer. I thought you were tough. But from what the Hornet said over the phone, it was him behind you that was giving you backbone.
Sure. Otherwise, Schaefer'd have folded up like the rest of them parking lot owners when we put the pressure on.
Yeah. Schaefer, you'll keep your mouth shut. Because you know if you don't, we'll shut it for good.
And if we don't, the Hornet will.
So you're playing ball with our team, see? The Hornet's coming here tomorrow night, and we'll be around to meet him with a dose of lead.
Miss Case, where's Reed?
Well, he left about an hour ago, Gunnigan.
Where?
I don't know.
Well, get him. Try his apartment. Try every place.
I already have, but it's no soap, Gunnigan. I wanted to get in touch with him on another matter, and I couldn't locate him.
He's missing something.
Don't tell me it's another Hornet note.
More than a note this time, Casey.
Good grief, you mean they got the Hornet?
Yep. Well, that is practically.
When?
About 7 hours from now. They're brushing out a cell at headquarters already.
7 hours. I thought it was in the past, not the future.
Casey, by the time tomorrow's Sentinel comes out, it will be over. The Green Hornet will be a crook with a past. And no future.
There isn't much future in bars.
Bars my foot. That baby will get the chair.
Where are they going to pick him up?
Right across the street.
What?
Right there. Shaver's parking lot, midnight tonight.
But how do the police know?
For a very good reason, Casey. The Shaver told them.
Shaver himself?
In person. Apparently, that guy has more fight than the Hornet and those other rats gave him credit for. They took it for granted he'd be too scared to spill. But they took it wrong.
They? I thought you said it was the Hornet.
Did I forget to mention Bleecker?
What? Bleecker, too?
The works, Casey. Will this make a headline for the public gaze? I might try an experiment on this yarn. Slap the headline that new red ink instead of black.
Got it all settled already, haven't you?
By gravy, Casey. You don't seem elated. Wake up! The Green Hornet's going to be captured.
Yes, I can see that, and frankly, I'm a little bit sorry.
Oh, you dames. You think he's a knight in armor.
No, in a mask. Honestly, he's not as bad as he's painted.
No, he's worse.
Hey, Gunnigan, you've been looking for me.
I'll say I have, Lowry. Where have you been?
Downstairs in a place...
Never mind, I know. You have an assignment tonight.
Tonight? I was going to the fights.
Throw the tickets in the ash can. This assignment is a racketeer roundup.
Bleecker?
Not only Bleecker, my little news hound. The big bug as well.
Huh?
The will-o'-the-wisp, known as the Green Hornet.
Holy mackerel, Chief. When? Where?
You'll get the details later. Just be at Shaver's parking lot with the police tonight.
Will I? This is better than any fight.
Looks like the finish of the Hornet.
Where'd you get the tip, Gunnigan?
From Axford. He was at headquarters with his pal Doyle when Shaver came in.
Axford?
Good grief, Gunnigan. That big lug couldn't get anything straight.
He's always wrong. It's probably a month from tonight.
Schaefer never said anything, and besides, it wasn't the Green Hornet in the first place.
Sure, that's how experts' tips always turn out.
This time it's accurate.
I wouldn't bet a plug nickel on anything that guy...
Lowry, I'm not a fool. I know how Axford is. So I spoke to Doyle myself. This tip is authentic. The real McCoy.
Well, that makes a difference.
It does, plenty.
We'll hold page 1 open.
Gosh, I wish I could get in touch with Mr. Reed. He'd want to know about this.
He'll read it in tomorrow's Sentinel.
Reed's plain out of luck, Casey. But what's the difference? He'll still be able to pay the reward for the capture of the Hornet. Now get going, Lowry. Over to police headquarters.
I'm on my horse. Schaefer's parking lot, midnight. I'll be there.
No, there's no sign of anything yet. It's only 10 o'clock. What time are you cops going to show up? Yeah, they said they'd be here around 12, but you better get over early. Huh? Be here before midnight? Okay, Sergeant, so long as you grab those crooks. Sounds sensible. Cops not wanting to get here too soon in case Bleecker and the Hornet have someone watching.
I want you, Schaefer.
You!
Get outside.
You said 12 o'clock.
Do as I say. Don't try anything like come out. There's a man out there with a gun on you.
Yeah, I see him. Another man with a mask.
Keep him there. I'll be out in a moment.
Closing the door of the shack, Britt Reed took down the one window shade in the small office and replaced it with another he had prepared. Then he shifted the desk lamp around. A few moments later...
All right. Get back inside, Schaefer.
You put out the lights.
I don't want you making any phone calls between now and midnight.
A gun.
Take it.
Yes, you... I can't breathe.
All right. To the Black Beauty.
So ready, Mr. Britt?
I fixed the window shade, Cato. I didn't like to gas him, but it was necessary for our plan.
We're coming back?
According to the way you prepared the gas, Schaefer should be unconscious till around midnight. When he recovers, he'll put on the lights. And by that time, Bleecker and his rats will be here.
We come back?
Yeah, the Green Hornet will be here at midnight, Cato. But not in person.
We got all the men placed around the parking lot. But where's Schaefer?
Was he going to be here?
Golly, that's what he said, Lowry. But there ain't no lights, not even in the shack.
Almost 12. Come on, we'll go in.
Holy crow, what's that?
Turn on the light.
Schaefer, what happened? I'm all right. The Green Hornet.
Sugar and snakes, was he here already?
Gassed me and left. What time is it?
It's almost 12. Hey, we better get out of here with the cops.
Right. Come on.
You stand right here outside the door where you told them crooks you would be.
We'll have you covered.
Okay.
Remember, the cops want to catch the Hornet as well as Bleecker.
Yeah, I got it.
Car coming.
Stay here, Schaefer.
We'll be here within earshot.
Hey, Lowry, I just noticed something.
Stay here, you lug. Come on, back out of sight.
Come on, Dirk. Hackley.
Who's that?
Okay, Schaefer. Is the Hornet here yet?
He was here. Now he's gone.
What? So you called him after we left?
No, I didn't.
Oh, then he'll be back, huh?
I guess so.
Yeah, we'll get him. He ain't cutting in on us. But right now, hand over that dough.
Wait a minute.
We wrecked your cars a couple of times already, Schaefer. Pay for protection or we'll do a final job.
Hey, boss.
Pay that dough you got for the Hornet. You'll take care of him when he shows up.
Boss, it's a Hornet.
Huh? I didn't hear nothing.
Sure, he's been here all the time.
What?
Look there, boss. See the lighted window of the office shack?
What the?
There's his shadow. You can see the profile of the mask. He's holding a gun.
Listening, huh?
Yeah. He don't know the light makes his shadow a perfect target.
Well, what are you waiting for? Blast him to bits.
Right through the window.
That does it. Hey, he ain't falling down.
He's got to. I caught him square. I can see the bullet holes in the window shade.
Come on inside. We'll finish him. You too, Schaefer. Stick him up. Well, I'll be a Dutch uncle. Look at that.
What the cops? We're trapped.
Make a break for it.
Hey, where you are?
Drop that gun.
Take it.
No, don't hit me. You got us.
Set to rights, you rat. We heard what you said to Schaefer.
Get moving. Take these crooks to the jug.
Okay, Sarge.
Come on.
Hey, what about the Hornet? I heard those crooks say he was in here.
Yeah, I saw him in the window. But where's he gone?
There wasn't no one here when Bleecker shoved me in.
Hey, Lowry. Holy crow, will you look at this window shade?
Window shade? Axford, you going bats?
Here, you can see for yourself. I tried to tell you I seen it from the outside, but you yanked me away.
Holy mackerel. A paper cutout of the Hornet pasted on the window shade.
You must have done that earlier. That's what Bleecker shot at from outside.
Blast it, I don't know how, but the Hornet must have got suspicious.
Sugar and snakes, Lowry. We better give Gunnigan the story. But, golly, what kind of story is it when we ain't nabbed the Green Hornet?
you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental. Field and Farrington speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach, the Green Hornet. The Adventure, The Devil's Playground. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Some mob, isn't it, Casey? Look at the crowds around all the different stands.
There's the wax museum and a shooting gallery. Was it always so crowded here, Lowry?
Sure, all season. People come down here to go swimming on the beach, and they wander around evenings taking in all the excitement. Hey, don't tell me you've never been here before.
First time, cross my heart. I was meant to, but after leaving the newspaper, well, you know how it is.
Well, even us newspaper hounds get a day off once in a while.
Anyhow, Mr. Reed suggested I come out here with you, so here we are.
Yep, with orders to see how all these carnival concessions are going.
But why did Mr. Reed want me to go? I'm a secretary, not a reporter.
So we'd look like the rest of them. Couple out for a good time.
Mr. Lowry.
Oh, here's the roller coaster, Casey. What do you think of it?
It's awfully high, isn't it?
Listen to that Barker selling tickets.
Thrills and thrills that leaves you breathless. Enjoy the fun ride, the Devil's Dipper, only 50 cents, half a dollar, the fastest, biggest roller coaster in the world. How about it, brother? You and the lady friend, Carl, leaving right now.
Like to try it, Casey?
No, thanks. Not me, Lowry.
Why not?
Sure, lady, there ain't nothing to worry about.
It doesn't look safe. Why, every time a car goes around that curve there, the whole support seems to shake.
That's the way it's built, lady. Vibration can't have it rigid.
Yes, but so much.
Safe as the ground you stand on, lady. Absolutely safe. Come on, get aboard the Devil's Dipper. 2 tickets, brother.
Well, the lady says no. I guess you'll lose a sale.
Come on, Lowry. Let's see what's further along.
Okay.
Come on and ride the Devil's Dipper, folks. Thrills and thrills.
What's the matter with you, Casey?
Now, don't you start calling me a baby because I didn't want to ride that roller coaster.
Well, the only way for us to get any dope for a feature story is to ride those things.
You're the one that writes the stories, not me. Besides, it did shake a lot.
I didn't notice it. Ah, but forget it, Casey. There are plenty of people who don't go for roller coasters. How about a hot dog?
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
there's a stand right over there.
Gosh, did you see that roller coaster go past?
Yeah, they screech around those turns like nobody's business. Come on. Hey, what's that?
It sounded like a...
It was that roller coaster. See it back there at the bottom of that dip?
It's sort of dark. This fence, I can't see over it.
I can. Looks like the car's jumped the rails.
Anyone hurt?
I can't tell from here. Come on, back to the entrance.
An accident! Accident! It's a roller coaster!
Stand back there, folks. Don't crowd around. We ain't letting nobody in here.
Gangway coming through here.
Stop shoving, will you? Can you see it?
Now, he ain't let nobody in.
I'm right behind you, Lowry.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Inside to see that accident.
Sorry, brother. Nobody gets past this gate.
But people might be hurt.
Now, a little jarring, that's all. Nothing serious.
Listen, we're reporters. You can't keep us out.
Reporters or whatever you are, nobody goes in. Them's orders, see?
Stay here, Casey. I'll
Oh,
get
now you don't.
Hey, what's the row? Easy does it.
Watch this gate and don't let nobody in, officer.
Okay.
That doesn't go for reporters.
Oh, you a reporter?
He's Lowry from the Daily Sentinel.
Sure, let me in on this. It might be a story.
Well, yes. I guess reporters are
He stays here. Everyone stays. The Devil's Dipper is private property, you understand?
Those people who are riding your roller coaster...
There's a doctor in there now. You can come in as soon as it's okay. Now, there ain't no story in little shows like that.
Well, for the... How long are we going to have to wait?
Till I hear different. Now stand back. Stand back, all of you. Stand back.
Dear Mr. Reed. There I go. Getting all tangled up again. Golly, the way Casey makes this here typewriter fly in using all 10 fingers, too. So I tries again. A new sheet of paper to begin fresh.
Here we are, Casey. The boss is waiting.
Oh, hold on there.
No, Ashford, you know better than to... What's happened to my typewriter?
Yeah, the ribbon's halfway out.
And crumpled paper all over the floor. Oh, Ashford, what have you been up to?
Now, take it easy, Casey. Can I help it if your machine is so old and ramshackle is falling apart?
You big ape. It was all right until you got at it.
I better use the sledgehammer.
His fist is big enough.
No, look here, you two spalpeens.
I'd tell you plenty if Mr. Reed weren't expecting it.
Expecting you? He never said nothing to me about it.
Well, why should he?
Because I'm his bodyguard, that's why. And furthermore, beyond that, I've been told to sit here and keep people out while Casey's been gone.
Well, you can stop then. I'm back.
Here now, I'm still on duty.
Yes?
Miss Case, Mr. Reed. Laurie and I are back again.
I've been expecting you. Come in, both of you.
Hey, hold on that chair, Axford. Mr. Reed doesn't want you.
Johnny, I can't understand Miss Reed since I got back.
Hello, Lowry. Close the door. Well, Miss Case, you and Lowry ran into a lot of excitement last night.
Yes, we did, Mr. Reed, and we've been out all this morning talking to people about it.
Maybe she'd rather be a reporter than a secretary, boss. She'd do all right, too.
Did you get anything that the Sentinel can use?
Boss, we got plenty.
You know about the accident last night?
Oh, yes, we already had that story in. What I want now is the facts on who's responsible for it.
In the bag, Mr. Reed. We got enough to call out the militia and have that roller coaster padlocked.
It isn't safe, Mr. Reed.
Sure of that? A statement made by the owner after the accident blamed it on a stick that had been lying across the rail.
And that's what he said, boss. By the time we got past the cops and took a look, well, they might have fixed things up.
What about the safety inspector?
That's just it, Mr. Reed. He gave them a clean bill of health on it.
And why are you so sure it wasn't merely an unfortunate accident?
Here's why, boss. These little statements.
Where were they from? Some of the injured passengers?
No, Mr. Reed. The passengers only knew there was an accident. They didn't know how it happened.
And I don't
These
see...
statements are from guys who count, boss.
Yeah, but I still
The
don't...
guys who built that roller coaster, the contractors. And here's one from one of the roller coaster employees. He worked right there. He knew what went on.
We got them this morning.
And every one of them signed.
Oh, good work. We'll be able to close down that rickety trap immediately. Hello, get me Gunnigan.
Shall I do the rewrite on this, boss?
Yeah, at once. Miss Case.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Take this other phone and call the composing room. Tell them to hold the front page. Gunnigan, just a moment.
Give me composing.
Lowry.
Yeah?
Send Axford in here. Gunnigan, we're starting a campaign against ramshackle amusement concessions.
Composing. Hold the front page for us.
Now, that's right. We're going after them hammer and tongs.
Here I am, Rick. What's going on?
We have enough for a series, Gunnigan. Now, plenty of proof. No, we won't use names yet. No sense in using all our ammunition at once.
Ammunition, is it? Who shot who?
Oh, Axford, hush up.
Certainly name the roller coaster. The Devil's Dipper. It's unsafe. Hammer on it. I'll tell the readers we'll have more later. In this case, put these statements in an envelope.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
What can I do, Britt?
Axford, you're going to do some bodyguarding.
Glory be. You, Reed?
No, those papers Miss Case has. You're going to see that nothing happens to them.
Oh, no, Reed. That ain't no fit kind of a job for a he-man like me. I want something important.
Well, these papers are plenty important. They're going to make certain that innocent people aren't the victims of another accident like the one that happened last night.
No paper, Gumbo! Roller coaster declared unsafe. Demand police close down amusement concession. Just no paper!
Meddling newspapers. How did the Sentinel get the story, Scanlon?
Not from me, Durkin.
What about that accident? You told me there was a reporter from the Sentinel at the Devil's Dipper when it crashed.
Sure, with a dame, but they didn't get in. I swear it, Durkin.
Then how...
No, Durkin. Let's look at the facts calmly.
Calm, huh? You're in as deep as I am, Buckley. You're the inspector who okayed my permit on that roller coaster.
That's very true. Yeah, and you got plenty for it. A lot of good it's doing us now.
This doesn't answer my question. How did the Sentinel get enough information to be so positive?
If you read past the headlines, you'd know.
Huh?
We ain't had a chance. I have. The Sentinel got that information from the contractor and men who built the roller coaster. What? They have statements from them. Furthermore, they have a statement from one of your own employees, Durkin.
Do they say that?
Oh, not in so many words. This story in the Sentinel is just the beginning, Durkin. It intimates that unless I, as inspector, close down the Devil's Dipper, they have proof and they intend to publish it.
So that's why all those reporters outside are hot on the trail. They think the Sentinel's got an exclusive.
The Devil's Dipper will not close. That's what I paid you for, Buckley.
Relax, please, Durkin. I have this whole situation well figured out.
Yeah?
You better have.
It's very simple. A few threats will take care of these witnesses the Sentinel talks about.
Sure, but they got statements, signed statements.
And that's where you come in, Scanlon.
Yeah?
Get to the point, Buckley.
If I remember, Scanlon once did a stretch for safecracking.
What about it?
Simply that I know where those statements are kept. They're being guarded by a man named Axford. He's not very smart.
Oh, I get it. I swiped them statements before the Sentinel can use them, huh?
Precisely. As for those reporters out there, Durkin, come along. We'll see them together.
What are we going to tell them?
Leave that to me.
Well, there they are.
What about that Sentinel yarn, Durkin?
There's Buckley, the inspector. Are you closing them down?
Gentlemen, please. The Sentinel newspaper has not only blackened the reputation of Mr. Durkin, but its report has caused him to lose a lot of trade. He'll lose more than that. Who are you?
I'm Lowry. The Sentinel's a paper I work for. Is Durkin closing up, or isn't he?
No, he is not. What's more, as inspector, I can vouch for him. That accident was caused by a stick thrown across the rail by some passerby. Purely unintentional.
There'll be a better story than that in the Sentinel tomorrow.
Young man, you can tell your employer this. Both Mr. Durkin and I have been libeled. We intend to sue.
That's a laugh. Why, we have proof.
Then you had better use it. We're suing the Sentinel immediately unless it publishes a retraction.
Oh, it's unless, is it?
I don't like your tone. Gentlemen, you can notify the editors of your various papers that we are suing the Daily Sentinel. Today, we'll demand $1 million damage. And, gentlemen, you may print this, too. Mr. Durkin and I are going to collect it.
Late that evening, Scanlon and an accomplice took up their post near Britt Reed's home in the entrance to a dark alley. There they waited until they saw the bulky figure of Mike Axford approaching.
There he comes, Monk. You see him crossing the street?
You mean that big guy, Scanlon? Hey, he ain't gonna be no pushover.
We'll handle him. Buckley sure was right about that guy being a little bit on the dumb side. All I did was send him a telegram to bring them statements to his boss's place, and he falls for it.
It looks that way. He's carrying an envelope.
That's them, all right. Couldn't be nothing else. Stay here in the shadows. When I talk to him, you know what to do.
It's all set.
Pardon me, brother. You got a match?
Huh? Golly, that's a fine way to hop out of the dark. And besides, I'm in too much of a hurry to...
Now!
Oh, why, you dirty...
Again, Monk. This blood's tough. There, I got the envelope. Run for it.
That sounds like...
Axford. Good Lord, Mike, what happened? Why are you here?
Golly, Britt, I've been ambushed. They nabbed them papers. Somebody must have known you told me to bring them here.
What?
There was 10 of them, Britt, all around me. I done me best.
Mike, I never told you to bring those statements to me.
Sure, and I'd have beat them all if they had... What? What was that you said?
How long ago did this happen?
Golly, you must have told me to come here. Here's your telegram. It's only black and white.
Axford, I don't know what's wrong with you. Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Get in the other room, Axford, and lie down. You have a bad bruise in your head.
It's beyond me how I mistook this telegram. It's underhand, that's what it is.
Cato, the statements placing the blame for the roller coaster accident are gone, stolen. There's no doubt about who's responsible for that.
Mr. Durkin?
So that's why Buckley and Durkin were so sure about suing the Daily Sentinel for libel. Without the evidence upon which we based our story, they've got us right where they want us.
Very bad, Mr. Britt.
Well, there's only one answer. Unless we recover those statements or get new ones from the same witnesses, there's no power on earth that can save us from this libel suit. What's more important, the Devil's Dipper will continue to operate and endanger the lives of hundreds of people.
What are you going to do, Mr. Britt?
Call the paper. Get every available man out to try and get new statements from those witnesses. If that fails, Cato,
Yes?
this may be one more job for the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. With the evidence against the Devil's Dipper stolen, Britt Reed sent reporters out in an attempt to get their stories on paper a second time. But the attempt was doomed to fail.
So that's where we stand, boss. I went to every one of those witnesses after you phoned here to the paper last night.
And none of them would repeat his previous statement?
Not a one, boss.
Yes?
Mr. Buckley is here to see you, Mr. Reed.
Buckley?
Send him in, Miss Case. And come in yourself. Bring your notebook.
Oh, sure, Batty. That guy's here with a summons sure as I'm a foot high.
Well, I can't avoid it forever, Lowry. Well, Buckley, you wanted to see me?
I didn't expect you'd be so easy to see.
Got to the point.
I wanted to have the extreme pleasure of serving you with this summons myself.
Don't imagine that you surprised me with this. You're just as crooked as Durkin, Buckley.
You can't talk to me like that.
No, we know all about you. Durkin runs the Devil's Dipper only because he bribed you to overlook its flimsy construction.
You need proof for that, Reed, not talk. Perhaps we should add a slander suit to this one for libel.
Do you deny what you know is true?
Your secretary needn't take notes, Reed. I'll do all my talking in court when you answer that summons.
Boss, let me take this summons. Here, Miss Case, file it. In the wastebasket.
With pleasure.
As for you, Buckley,
Open that door, Lowry. Here, what are you... let go of me.
Toss him out, boss.
we're giving you the same treatment your summons got, only instead of the wastebasket.
You can't...
Outside! Don't show your face around here again, and you'll get the same treatment.
What a heave!
I'll sue you for assault and battery, Reed. You can't get away with this.
Go ahead, try it. Only remember, the Daily Sentinel's going to keep after your rotten racket, libel suit or no libel suit.
That evening, after Britt Reed arrived at his apartment, he described the situation to Cato, his valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Well, that's the story, Cato. The witnesses refused to repeat their evidence. They've been intimidated, threatened.
I understand.
The Daily Sentinel's being sued for libel. They have no defense. Cato, it's up to us to make sure this crookedness is settled once and for all.
Yes, sir.
Lowry told me about one of those witnesses, a man named Thomas. He's an attendant at the Devil's Dipper. His job is to inspect the roller coaster after closing time each night.
Will you talk?
If we get one to repeat his statement, the others will follow. Get the mask and gun, Cato. We'll take the Black Beauty. Tonight, Thomas is going to meet the Green Hornet.
Thomas? Hey, Thomas!
Yeah? What do you want, Scanlon?
Turn off the music. We're closing up the Devil's Dipper for the night.
Not a bad take tonight, huh, Durkin?
All right, considering how the Sentinel's been talking up that accident.
We'll split plenty from that libel suit.
Okay, Scanlon. All fixed. Except I gotta make my tour of inspection.
Don't bother us with details, Thomas. Go ahead and do your inspecting.
And make it snappy, Thomas. Me and Durkin will be waiting over in the shack next to the entrance.
I'm going.
Thomas,
Yeah?
just a word of warning. Remember what we told you about any squealing.
We took care of that statement you signed for that Sentinel reporter. We got him back, all of them, yours included. When that libel suit comes up, you keep your lip button about the accident, you understand?
I ain't gonna talk.
You better not. You know what'll happen if you do.
I told you once I wouldn't talk no more. Ain't that enough?
Hey, look over there.
What?
One of the roller coaster cars is starting up the slope.
Huh?
Well, get after it, Thomas. It must have caught on the cable.
It's empty. How could it catch?
It did, that's all. Go over and get it and snap it up.
I can't figure it. Guess the cable control must have slipped and pulled the empty car up the grade. This whole devil's dipper ought to be junked. Condemned. Rotten equipment all over. Where's that cable lever? There. Shut off. Guess I'll leave that car there till morning. No use.
You'll be with it, Thomas.
Huh? Who's that? Don't you know this place closes?
I'm a special visitor, Thomas.
Hey, you're masked. You're the Green Hornet.
Right.
What are you doing here?
I came to see you.
Me? For what?
You gave a statement to the papers about the accident.
They ain't got it now.
You might repeat it, Thomas.
Not me. I'm doing like Durkin and Scanlon told me to. I'm keeping my mouth shut.
Perhaps they don't believe that.
Huh?
Perhaps Durkin and Scanlon are still afraid you'll talk.
Listen, Hornet.
As long as you're alive, you're a danger.
Durkin and Scanlon wouldn't do nothing like that.
How do you know they don't plan to put you out of the way?
They said they'd pay me plenty for keeping quiet.
You trust them, eh?
I got it.
Suppose I tell you they've no intention of paying.
You just
Suppose they want all that money from the libel suit for themselves.
They're the kind of guys to do a stunt like that, all right, but... Look here, Hornet. What's your stake in this?
Sign this and I'll tell you.
What's that?
Look at it.
Okay. Easy with the gun. I'll look. Hey, this is about the accident.
It's a duplicate of the statement you signed.
Yeah, I thought they burned it.
Not before I got a copy. Sign it.
What?
Do you think you can trust Durkin and Scanlon?
What's that got to do with signing this?
When they know the Green Hornet has your signed statement, what'll happen then?
You mean they won't take a chance on doing nothing to me?
Exactly. You're safe as long as someone has your statement.
Yes, but
Besides, they'd pay plenty to get it back from the Green Hornet.
Say, I never figured that. You're right. You're a smart guy.
Sign it.
Sure, pal. You and me, huh? We'll blackmail them for a load of dough. Yeah, that'll teach them guys to threaten me.
Here's a pen.
Okay. You're on the level, Hornet. You'll split with me.
Whatever I get from Durkin and Scanlon, you'll get your share.
That's enough for me. There you are.
We thought you couldn't be trusted, Thomas.
Huh?
So you would double-cross us.
What the... So that's it. You was testing me. You're in with Scanlon and Durkin.
You were warned to keep your mouth shut.
Tear it up. Tear up that statement. I won't talk, I swear
It's too late.
Don't do it, Hornet. Don't.
Take it.
Don't. I can't breathe. You're in with...
Give him the gas?
I have his statement, but it's not enough. He'd say it was signed under threat of force. But now he believes Durkin and Scanlon tried to finish him.
Yes, sir.
We're making sure he doesn't change his mind. Here, take his feet.
Yes, sir. I have them.
I got his arms. When he recovers from the effects of the gas, he'll be high up on the Devil's Dipper in that roller coaster car that's stalled up above.
What for?
After we leave him there, I'm going to phone the police. Then we'll take care of Durkin and Scanlon.
Britt Reed and Cato carried the unconscious form up the narrow catwalk high above the ground. They deposited Thomas's limp body in the stalled car. Leaving Cato on guard, Britt Reed descended and went to the nearest phone, first removing his Green Hornet mask.
Police department? I'm calling from the amusement park. There's something wrong at the Devil's Dipper. Yes, that's right, the Devil's Dipper. Better get over in a hurry.
I was just thinking, Durkin, what's happened to Thomas? He's been gone a long time.
Hey, how's it that? Maybe that car gave him a little more trouble than he figured.
Yeah, maybe so. Still, I don't trust that guy.
No, he's not going to talk. He knows what'll happen.
Why take chances? No sense in letting him out of our sight this late in the game.
We already burned that statement he gave to the Sentinel.
Well, he can make another one, can't he? Come on.
Perhaps you're right.
We'll soon see if he's around or not.
Well, there's the car.
Yeah, it's still up there. Stalled halfway up to the top of the first rise.
Oh, that's funny.
Look, Durkin. There's someone up there. See, standing up in the car?
He's outlined against the sky. Must be
There's
Thomas.
another one right beside him. See, a little guy. It looks like he's holding a gun on Thomas.
You're seeing things, Scanlon. It's too dark to tell for sure.
We're going to make sure. Here's the tracks going up. We'll climb up this catwalk.
Yes, hurry. Single file.
That way's too slow.
Who's that?
Get in this car, both of you.
Mask.
The Green Hornet.
Get in this roller coaster.
Hurry, you'll get a shot of gas.
Okay, we're going.
That's better. I'll go with you. The cable will carry us up.
Now listen, Hornet, what's the idea? We ain't done nothing to you.
The roller coaster up ahead. It's moving, too. Of course it is. The same cable that lifts this one to the top of the first rise works that one as well.
See, it's going over the top now.
Hey, one guy got out. He's standing at the top.
That ain't Thomas. Thomas is still in that roller coaster. He's getting a free ride along the whole length of your Devil's Dipper.
Hey, what are you doing?
Stay where you are.
You're jamming the brakes. We won't be able to stop.
Exactly. Once we reach the top of this first incline, this car will follow Thomas's. His brakes are jammed, too.
You can't do that.
What's the idea?
Just making sure neither you nor Thomas will be able to get out before you reach the end of the Devil's Dipper.
What are you doing, playing games?
Yes, if you must know. Huh? Exactly that, Durkin. You and Scanlon have been playing a game with the public long enough, you and your infernal Devil's Dipper. Now I'm taking a hand in it.
You can't.
Here's the top, and here's where I get off.
I bet you and Thomas figured this.
If you want to catch Thomas, you better hurry. He's halfway down already, so here's a little shove to help you on your way.
They go very fast, Mr. Bill.
Look at them, Cato. They're already over the first dip and going faster all the time. You fix the brakes on Thomas's car, as I told you?
Yes, sir.
Good. Neither one of them will stop until they reach the end. Thomas is certain that Scanlon and Durkin have it in for him.
He kept saying that, Mr. Bill.
Seeing them come after him will make him even more afraid. You see them? They're going around that curve now with Durkin and Scanlon about 50 yards behind.
Should we go now?
Yes, it's high time we were on our way, Cato. But not that way. We'd walk straight into the police.
How then?
Down the beams. By the time the police get things straightened out, the Green Hornet will be miles.
Here's the Devil's Dipper. I don't see nothing wrong.
This is utterly ridiculous, getting me down to a deserted roller coaster this time of night.
Listen, Buckley. Didn't a call come into the police saying something was wrong here? And aren't you the safety inspector for the amusement park?
Well?
Then this is where you ought to be.
Sergeant, there's nothing wrong here.
Looks like a false alarm right now.
Oh, yeah? Look at that.
I don't see nothing.
Where, Lowry?
Up on the roller coaster. 2 cars coming around that last curve.
Hey, you're right. They'll be at this platform any minute.
This is childish. Who'll be riding at this hour?
Here comes the first, baby. Let's ask.
They're right after me.
You, Thomas. What goes on?
Who's after you?
Durkin and Scanlon. Let me out of this car.
Hold it. What's that sticking out of your pocket?
I ain't got nothing.
This paper.
Hand that over, Lowry. We're running this, not you.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me read it.
This fuss is ridiculous.
Yeah? You know what the statement is?
I neither know nor care.
This is a signed statement about the accident.
Impossible. Those statements were... Huh? That is, I mean...
Go on, say it. They were swiped from the Daily Sentinel. That's what you were going to say.
That's right, Buckley. Nobody knew about those statements. How did you?
He's in with Durkin and Scanlon. I'll talk plenty. Nobody's putting me on the spot.
I haven't time for this farce. I'm leaving.
You're staying here, Buckley.
Here comes your pal. We'll take them in, too.
Up on the platform. Make it snappy.
Cops! What's the idea?
Move!
You're all washed up, Durkin, you and your pals. We have Thomas's signed statement right here.
What statement?
The one I signed. You ain't putting me on the spot.
He's crazy. It was the Green Hornet.
Sure, the Green Hornet's working with you.
The Hornet?
Is he in on this?
That's what I'm telling you. These guys sent him to get me. Only he slipped up. I'm spilling the whole works.
Why, you...
No rough stuff, you.
Listen, officer. I had nothing to do with it. I'll tell you the whole story.
He's as guilty as we are.
We have the goods on all of you. You're going behind bars. If I could lay my hands on the Green Hornet, he'd be there with you.
You can't have everything, Sarge. Sure, he got away. But the roller coaster is finished, and so is that libel suit. Boy, I'll bet the boss will be tickled when he finds this out.
Roller coaster accident down. Owners under arrest. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel entry paper.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. We're out to break up the war on the waterfront. Come on! Get that cargo hoist filled! Move those boxes!
What's the rush, Pratt?
None of that, Wolf. Delay or no delay, we're doing the job. Shorty, Hick, put some muscle into it. Joe, make sure of that cable. When we swing this load aboard, I don't want nothing to slip.
Say, are you the boss here?
Huh? Who wants to know?
Yeah, that's him.
Are you in charge or aren't you?
I am. Now, look, mister, I'm busy.
Well, you're not busy enough. What's all the delay on this job?
What's it to you?
If you must know, I own this boat. My name's Jensen.
Oh, so you're Jensen. Boss of the Triple Stripe line, huh?
Answer my question. This boat was supposed to be ready to sail with last night's tide.
Don't blame us.
No?
Go on, Pratt. Tell him about the rotten equipment.
Shut up, Wolf. Tend to your job.
Rotten equipment on my boat?
Listen, Jensen. You may be a big shot aboard your steamers, but the Longshoremen's Union handles the loading. All we want from you is our pay, see?
So that's it, Trask. You're stalling on this job so you'll get more dough. And you try to blame your soldiering on the equipment of my boat.
Why, you little dried-up pipsqueak, what do you mean by that crack?
My boats are in perfect shape, every one of them.
Yeah? And how come we've had 5 accidents in the last 2 days?
Bad loading, that's what.
Rotten equipment, you mean?
Look here, Trask, I've dealt with your union before.
Our union's always been on the level.
That's correct, up until now.
Are you saying I'm not on the level?
I am.
Look here, mister. You may have been a sea captain and bossed around a lot of sailors, but here on this wharf, I'm nobody's man but my own. Do you know that a whole dozen bales of wheat slipped off that hoist and landed plunk in 20 feet of green water?
I do, and what's more, I think you did it deliberately.
So's we could get more pay, huh?
No, you're being paid for this job on a time basis, so you drag it out all you can and blame it on my boat.
One more crack like that and we pull out of this job.
I'm losing $1,000 an hour for this delay, and I hold you responsible.
Try it and see what you get.
Hey, Pratt, she's all loaded, ready to hoist.
Okay. Hey, you on deck. You at the donkey engine.
Yeah? Is that net full of boxes going aboard that way?
What's wrong with it, Jensen?
It looks top-heavy to me.
My gang loaded that. They know what they're doing. You want your boat to clear port tonight, don't you?
Of course.
Then shut up and mind your own business. Okay, hoist her up for number 1 hatch.
Pull that gyro! Bring her clear the deck rail! Up higher!
Hey, clear that foredeck!
Still looks top heavy to me.
Getting there, isn't she? Be over that hatch in a second.
Watch it! The cable snapped! Let her down! Let her down!
Swing it in, fast!
Watch that hoist. If the other cable snaps, she'll smash.
She's going! Look out! Look out! Get clear! Get clear of it!
I told you it was overloaded.
Smash the deck! Move in the hatch!
Get up there, you lugs!
That cable was rotten, Trask!
Stow the talk! Get up there, all of you! Clear away that wreckage!
This settles it, Trask. Get your crew off this dock.
Huh?
You're fired.
What? Listen, Jensen, we got a contract. You can't fire us.
Union or no union, you're fired.
So, blaming us because of your rotten equipment.
Trask, I'll tell you something else. Someone phoned and told me that unless I paid $5,000, this job would run into trouble.
What?
I didn't believe it before I come here, but now I'm convinced it's true. And what's more, I think you're the man that's after that dough.
Why, you little
Well, I have so far suspicions, but that's enough for me. After the way you've been handling this job, now get out and stay out.
All right, Jensen, we'll go. But the union's going to have plenty to say about this.
Let them. I'll take it up with the Board of Arbitration.
Go ahead. Meantime, you can't get anyone else.
I can get plenty.
My men are walking out, but we're picketing this place.
Picketing?
Yeah, Jensen. Starting right now, you're up against us.
Snakes, Casey. Can you imagine that guy Trask asking for a bribe?
Uh-huh.
It says right here in the paper. Jensen accuses Trask of asking for $5,000.
Uh-huh.
Holy crows, that's all you got to say, Casey? Just plain
Oh, what's the use of trying to get any typing done with you around here, Axford?
But golly, youngster, a bribe. Don't it make your blood boil?
There's no proof that Trask demanded that money.
Proof, is it? What more proof do you need? Ain't it a fact that there's been all that damage on the triple stripe loading job?
Mm-hmm.
And ain't the Board of Arbitration checking up to find out about Jensen's charge that Trask's been doing it deliberately?
Oh, you make me sick.
Huh? Ain't you feeling well?
No, I'm not. Trask has always had a good reputation, and there's never been any trouble between the longshoremen and the ship owners before.
Good gravy, Casey. You ain't sticking up for Trask.
I certainly am until it's proved otherwise.
Hi, Casey. Axford. Where's the boss?
You got something, Lowry?
Well, me and Clicker went over to the offices of the Triple Stripe Line and interviewed Jensen.
He runs the whole shebang, don't he?
Quiet, Axford.
And then we went over to the docks and interviewed Trask.
Come to the point. Did you get anything?
Casey, all we got was plenty of nothing.
Golly, I could have done that myself.
For once, you're right, Michael.
Is the strike still going?
And how? Unless the Board of Arbitration gets Jensen and Trask together, it's going to spread. It'll be war on the waterfront for sure.
Did you talk to Jensen and Trask, Lowry?
Yeah.
But he didn't get anything, Mr. Reed.
Oh, is that true, Lowry?
Both of them are sticking by their guns, boss. Jensen insists that Trask deliberately sabotaged the job.
And, Trask?
Trask swears up and down that his gang were doing all they could to load Jensen's boat as fast as they could. He blames the delay on poor equipment on Jensen's ship.
And did you ask him about this bribe business, Lowry?
Did I? He almost tossed me out the window when I brought it up. Boy, has he got a temper, and Jensen's just as bad. The Board of Arbitration's going to have a tough time getting those two together.
It's already done.
Huh?
I just spoke to Sligby. He says Jensen and Trask are meeting at his place in half an hour.
Sligby?
Unbutton your ears, Axford. Sligby's the politician in charge of the Board of Arbitration.
Lowry, take Miss Benny and get over there. Got the story and picture.
Right, boss.
Hold it.
Yeah?
That place will be jammed front and rear with longshoremen. They're big and tough, apt to resent outsiders. Axford, you go along with Lowry and Miss Benny, just in case.
Huh? Me, Reed? Why, golly, you mean I'm going out on a reporter job?
Get going.
Well, glory be. When I get me theory proved, I'll come back
on,
here...
bodyguard. When those two get together, there's going to be fireworks, and I don't want to miss it.
I regret to say I'm afraid you've missed it.
Gosh, Mr. Sligby, you mean there hasn't been any meeting?
We got here on the double.
Jensen and Trask have both left by different exits.
Is the strike settled?
It's worse, if anything. No sooner they sat down than Jensen repeated his accusation.
You mean about that bribe?
Yes.
But why should Trask or anyone else figure they could get $5,000 out of Jensen?
Very simple. It's worth much more than that for Jensen to get his ship loaded in a way.
Yeah, this strike is costing him plenty.
But what makes him think Trask is trying anything like that?
The accidents, the delay in loading.
You mean Trask really did things?
I don't think so, but Jensen does, even though he has no proof. My private opinion is that Jensen would be wiser if he paid.
What?
Oh, this is off the record, you understand. Not for publication. But it would save the situation.
Well, that's a funny attitude for the head of the Board of Arbitration to take.
Perhaps it is. However, I think
Hey, Clicker, bring your camera. They're outside.
Who, Axford?
Jensen and Trask. And aren't they having wars?
Wow, come on, Clicker.
Lucky I got this camera set for an inside shot.
They ain't inside. They're right out in the street with the whole mob around them.
Which way, Axford?
Here, right on the other side of this door.
There they are.
Look at Jensen's waving a note under Trask's nose.
Shut up, Axford. I want to hear this.
What about this note, Trask? Demanding $5,000 from me, telling me to expect a phone call tonight.
I didn't send that note, Jensen.
Then who did? I'll tell you another thing, Trask. I've talked to a lot of other ship owners.
Well?
They've told me that in the past they've had to pay bribes just like this one. They paid up and shut up. But no one can browbeat me. I'm telling the world about it.
Go ahead. Well, one more crack that I'm the guy who sent that note, and I'll
You
break...
did, and you and your whole mob of muscle men here can't shut me up.
Sock him, Trask. He can't talk that way.
Use that camera, Clicker. Now.
I am. And what a shot. The whole mob with Trask and Jensen right in the middle. Mr. Reed. How's that for a picture?
Page one shooting, Miss Benny. You got the whole crowd.
And what a crowd, boss. Every one of them glaring at Jensen.
Sure. All them longshoremen. And poor little Jensen in the middle, talking about bribe notes.
What about this man here? He's smiling.
Who?
Yeah, dear. Isn't he a longshoreman? He's carrying a sign.
Yeah, that's right, boss. Now, what's he got to grin about?
It seems rather odd, inasmuch as Jensen had just called them all crooks. Who is he?
Yeah, let me think. Wolf. That's it, Wolf. Well, he's practically Trask's right-hand man.
Holy crow, Britt. Don't that prove my theory?
Trask is after that 5,000? I'm afraid not, Axford. Now, look at Trask's face. No crook could possibly fake an expression of outraged honesty like that.
Then why should his right-hand man be grinning like a banshee?
I don't know, Axford. I don't know. But perhaps there might be a way to find out.
That evening in his apartment, Brett Reed showed a copy of the photograph to Cato, his faithful valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Of course, it's quite possible that this man Wolf was grinning about some perfectly private matter. Still, why should he choose a time like that?
It's very strange, Mr. Brett.
Well, Jensen had just accused Trask of trying to force him to pay out $5,000. The longshoremen were all enraged at the accusation, except Wolf.
Perhaps Mr. Jensen was correct.
I don't believe Trask would try a stunt like that, Cato. From what I know of him, he's as honest as Jensen.
Then who could it be?
Well, someone's trying to get that money from Jensen. Someone who's in a position to keep a strike going until his demand is met.
The head of a union?
No, not the union, Cato. They're all sincere men. Nor is it Jensen, of course. Yet, we know that other ship owners have paid out money secretly.
Yes, that's what Mr. Jensen said.
If this man Wolf is serving two bosses, he may be the one clue to this whole setup. Cato, we're going to find out why Wolf was grinning.
Where are you going?
To the car. I want you with me to stay in the machine while I make a phone call.
Yes, sir.
With Cato at the wheel, the sleek black beauty raced through the city streets. It stopped near Wolf's home. Brett Reed entered a phone booth and called Wolf.
Yeah, what do you want?
Wolf, the boss wants you to come over right away.
The boss? Who do you mean?
You know who I mean. It's about the triple stripe business.
You calling for Trask?
You know very well who it is. I can't mention names on the phone. Hurry it up.
Okay, I'll be right over.
Now to get back to Cato and the Black Beauty. When Wolf leaves his place, he's going to be followed by the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure.
Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. After phoning Wolf, Britt Reed rejoined Cato in the Black Beauty.
I called Wolf and told him to go to his boss's place at once, Cato. If he's on the level, he'll go in the direction of Trask's home. If he's working for someone else, we'll learn who by trailing him when he leaves his house.
He's coming out now, Mr. Bates.
Yes, that's Wolf. I recognize him from his picture. He's getting in a cab.
Yes, sir.
Cato, look. That cab is going east in the opposite direction from Trask's place. Wolf is crooked. Don't lose him. I want to learn who his real boss is.
Keeping a safe distance behind, Cato trailed the cab until it stopped.
He's getting out now, Mr. Bates.
Don't stop, Cato. Go right by. I think I know whose home that is. I do, Cato. That's Slickby's home. Look, Slickby's getting Wolf in right now. Keep going. So that's who it is. Slickby, head of the Board of Arbitration. Instead of settling those labor disputes, he starts them. Head for Jensen's place, Cato. I want to ask him some questions about a certain note.
Ah, 10 o'clock and still no phone call. Last this strike situation. I've a good mind to sell the triple stripe line and get a farm in the country. Strikes and bribery.
Why don't you pay that $5,000, Jensen?
Who the devil?
You're losing money every hour.
You're masked. A gun.
You gonna pay that $5,000, or do you want the strike to get worse?
I've seen pictures of that mask. You're the Green Hornet.
Answer me, Jensen.
I'll never pay, not for Trask or anyone. Not even for the Green Hornet.
You received a note about that payment, didn't you?
If you're in with Trask, you know I did.
The Green Hornet works alone. Trask did not write that note.
Tell me another.
I've no time to argue. Give me the note.
Making believe you don't know, eh?
Hand it over.
Here. I don't mean to follow out the blasted instructions anyhow.
According to this, you're to attach 5,000 in small bills to a life belt and throw it from Pier 92 as soon as you receive further instructions. Where is that money?
I haven't got it.
You may say that, Jensen, but I saw your eyes turn toward the desk. That's where it is, huh? 5,000. Very nice.
Give me that.
Remember, I have a gun, Jensen. I don't want to use it unless I have to. So you had decided to pay after all.
Well, yes, I did. I can't prove Trask is the one who's after this money. Rather than let my boat lie idle, Yes, I'm paying. Now take this money and get out.
But I'm not taking it.
Huh? You're not?
I have good reason to believe you'll be getting a phone call soon about the time to deliver this money. I'm staying right here until that phone call comes in.
We waited half an hour, Wolf. Make that phone call.
But listen, Sligby, I'm worried. If it wasn't you told me to come over here, then somebody knows about our scheme.
They don't know, Wolf. They may suspect, but that's all.
Oh, let's forget about Jensen. I'm telling you,
I'm
somebody
not
else...
giving up 5,000 because you're scared. Call him. Give him those instructions. Tell him to drop the money off Pier 92 at midnight. The tide will be running out. We'll be on a boat a mile or so below. We can pick that life preserver out of the water. No one's the wiser.
Yeah, I guess it's okay, as long as we don't have to get on the dock ourselves.
There's the phone, Jensen. Answer it.
You know too much.
Answer it.
Hello? Jensen speaking. What? Yes, I'll do it. I can't afford to have my boats tied up any longer. I understand at midnight. I heard you.
Midnight, eh?
Don't worry, I'll be there.
I know you will, Jensen. If you're not, I'll come back to get you. Remember that.
Who are you working for?
Never mind. Just be there.
Confident that Jensen would carry out his part and deliver the 5,000, Britt Reed left him. Before rejoining Cato and the Black Beauty, he removed his mask and made 2 phone calls. The first was to Michael Axford, ordering him to trail Trask, head of the striking longshoremen. The second to Trask, warning him of trouble at Pier 92. Then, at midnight...
Pier 92, all right. I don't see anyone around. What's this? Why, it's a life preserver. What the devil? It's money. Feels like plenty of it. Attached to the life preserver.
Exactly right, Trask.
Huh? Who said that?
Throw that life preserver in the river.
What? The Green Hornet.
Throw it in.
You're the one who called me. Whose money is this?
Jensen left it here.
What are you trying to do, frame me?
I said throw it in the river. Now, get over to the edge of the pier.
Now, look here.
There's a motorboat below. Move. You've been followed, Trask. See at the shore end of the pier. Now, get into that motorboat before they get...
There he is. I won't.
Jump. Start the motor out into the river.
Stop! You there's the motorboat!
Oh, come back here!
Call the harbor police. The police wants them, gentlemen.
What's this all about? What's the idea?
You'll learn soon enough. As soon as I open this cabin door. Don't try anything when my back is turned, Trask. Now, the man at the wheel and he's keeping an eye on you.
What's going on here? Who locked me in that cabin?
Move toward the stern, Jensen.
All right. Trask.
Huh? Is that Jensen?
So I was right in the first place. You and the Green Hornet. Well, you got my $5,000. Now put me ashore.
What are you talking about?
You know very well. If I'd known the Green Hornet was with you, he's the one who's been framing those accidents on my boat, huh? Meanwhile, you sit back and call a strike, and I don't kick in with the money right away.
You're crazy, Jensen. The Hornet forced me aboard.
You don't have to appear innocent any longer.
You're the one that's doing all this, not me.
Huh?
All this talk about demands for money. You know very well I never did a thing like that.
I suppose the next thing you're going to say is that I brought you on this boat for reasons of my own.
What else? I'm leading this strike. You can't break it any other way, so you have the Green Hornet Shanghai me.
Why,
You'll have him keep me hidden until you get this strike cleared up. That's your angle, huh?
Trask, I'm going to knock you.
I've been aching for this.
Quiet.
And that goes for you, too.
Come on, you and the Hornet boat.
I said quiet. Shut up. I'll give you both a dose of gas. I'm not working for either one of you.
You don't have to talk. Huh?
What's that? You ain't in with Jensen?
You and Trask didn't plan this whole thing.
I said so, didn't I?
But I don't get
Then
this.
what about the 5,000? You can't laugh that off.
I haven't got your 5,000, and neither is Trask.
Sure I ain't.
If it isn't here, where is it?
Out on the water, out there. Look.
Yes, that's the life preserver, all right, but who...
I made Trask throw it off the dock.
Yeah, but I don't know why.
Let me get this straight. Trask wasn't after my money?
Not me.
And you, Hornet, you weren't after it either?
That money is drifting downstream with the tide. It's out in mid-channel. We're going after it, but our lights are out and we're sticking close to shore in the shadows. Just keep your eyes on that life preserver and shut up.
You see anything yet, Sligby? Not yet, Wolf. Keep her headed upstream. Just enough throttle to hold against the tide.
Suppose Jensen didn't toss out that life preserver.
He did it all right with the money.
Yeah, I guess so. Sounded like he would on the phone.
I know the tide drift. We'll see it soon.
Hey, Sligby.
Spotted something.
Over there. No, a little to the port. Ain't that it?
Where? Yes, that's it. That's the life preserver. Swing the wheel.
Grab it before it gets caught in the propeller wash.
I have it.
Is that it? Is the dough there?
I think so. Yes, here it is. Fastened to the loop.
$5,000.
This is it, all right.
Well, Sligby, another 5,000 for it. Just like rolling off a log.
And no one the wiser.
Imagine that lunkhead Jensen. He figures Trask is the guy that engineered that strike and demanded this dough.
That's it. We get the money and Trask takes the blame.
Hey, look. There's a launch here coming towards us. No lights.
What? I have the money. Quick, pull this life preserver over the side.
They're coming fast. Must have been in the shadows.
Give her the gas, you fool. Head for the shore.
Okay.
Faster, she's gaining.
We can't go no faster.
Sheer off there. Look out. Look out, Sligby. They're coming aboard.
Cut your motor, Don, or I'll give you some of this gas.
What are you doing here? What do you want?
Don't move, Sligby. Come on, you cut that motor. Trask, Jensen, come here.
Get this.
Sligby, you.
I assure you, I don't know what this is all about.
Look at the other man, Trask. You recognize him?
Okay, let me go.
Stand still, you little rat. Well, Trask?
Well, I'll be...
Wolf, listen, I don't know nothing about nothing, Steve. Don't try that, Wolf. You're talking to the Green Hornet now.
Oh, that's who you are. That mask.
Johnson, take this wrench and smash in that motor.
I still don't know.
Wolf, keep him covered from the other launch and keep that motor running.
So you're double-crossing me, huh?
Leave me go, Trask. I swear
All
I
the
didn't
while
have-
I thought you were on the level, you've been doing this.
What about you, Slickby? Don't tell me you have nothing to say.
Trask, listen. I don't understand what this is all about. But you're not taking the word of a crook like the Green Hornet against me.
We got plenty on you, Sligby.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
We saw you take that life preserver from the river, Slickby.
How about that?
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Oh, what's there to tell? I don't know what life preserver you're talking about. Here, I'll even show you around the boat, so you can see for yourself.
No, you don't. Try to throw the money overboard, eh, Slickby? Let me go.
Give me that.
Oh, that's better. Police here, Trask. Take this money.
Hey, you ain't gonna let him get away. He's the Green Hornet.
Grab him, Trask.
A little too late for that. Fast off. Head for the shore.
Oh, my jaw.
Blast him, he got away.
Here come the police.
Stand still, all of you. When do you make a move? You're all covered.
It's all right. I'm Jensen.
Here's Trask and Wolf. You and the deck board. Get up.
Officer, this is an outrage. I warn you.
Slickby, what are you doing out here? Trying to settle a strike in mid-river?
Officer, I demand that you arrest these two men. They're the ones who planned that strike. They took my money.
Yeah, I'll talk. You got the goods on me. Holy crow, Lowdy. Look at Trask. He's got the money right in his hand. Yeah, I guess that proves me theory was right. Trask is the crook.
Why, you blamed idiot.
Let him go. Trask had nothing to do with it.
He didn't.
Then who did?
Sligby. Sligby's the one. I demand his arrest.
Slickby, huh? Okay, mister. Join your pal over here.
Oh, what a yarn this is. Hey, Doyle, how about heading for shore? They don't have telephones on the river.
We're going, Lowry.
All right, I'm moving. But why didn't you go after that other launch? You let him get away.
What other launch? Let who get away?
The Green Hornet was in that launch.
Who?
The Green Hornet?
How about it, Trask? Was that the Green Hornet?
Sure it was.
He got us out here in the first place.
You sapped. You got us, but you let him slip through your fingers. Suffering snakes. Golly, Reed's going to be surprised when I tell him how close I come to getting me hands on the Green Hornet.
Paper! Waterfront strike ended! Head of arbitration board under arrest! Read all about it! Hornet escapes harbor police! Green Hornet still alive! Central X-Ray Paper!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The events and characters depicted are fictitious, and any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet.
faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. We're out to break the tenement racket.
Wow, ain't this some fire?
These rotten tenements burn like tinder.
Let's get up close. Look at the flames. Boy, did you ever see so many fire engines?
Hey, there's a dame on the roof.
Now stand back, all of you. They'll get her.
Gangway coming through.
Nobody comes through these fire lines, Spot.
Here's my press card. Lowry of the Daily Sentinel.
Oh, reporter, huh?
Right, open up, officer.
Okay. Wait a minute. Is this guy with you?
Suffering snakes. Don't you recognize me? I'm Axford. I used to be on the force.
Oh, yeah, Axford.
Oh, I guess you let me get by with
No,
Lowry.
you don't, Axford. You ain't on the force now.
It's all right, officer. He's with me. Come on, Axford.
I'm telling you, Lowry, if it had been any other cop, I could have got us through them fire lines.
Yeah, watch that hose. Don't tangle up those big feet of yours.
Good gravy, Lowry. Look at that ladder. Them fire bugs got us right up to the roof.
Swell. They're bringing down that woman. And there's a kid with her. He's coming down, too. Well, don't stand gaping, Axford. Follow me. When that woman and her kid hit the pavement, I want to be right on the spot for an interview.
Yeah, let me ask her some questions, Lowry.
You? I'll do the talking. You listen and learn.
Easy now, lady. You're all right.
Don't worry, everything's fine. That's right.
Oh, my Tony. Where's my Tony?
He's right behind you, lady.
Mama.
Oh, Tony, my little Bambino. So much smoke, so much fire.
He climbed down the ladder, Mama. All the way down the ladder. I'm going to be a fireman when I grow up.
You're lucky to be alive so you can grow up, Sonny.
Who are you?
Suppose I ask you the same question, mister.
I have a right to be here. This building happens to belong to me.
Oh, so that's who you are. Macklin, huh?
Yes, and I'm having you and your friend thrown right back at the police lines where you belong. Hey, you there. You with a hose.
Who's throwing who out?
Relax, Axford. I'll handle this.
We'll see about that. You fireman.
Listen, mister, we're putting out this blaze. There's no...
Throw this man out. Throw them both out. I demand it.
Yeah, and who are you to be giving orders? A battalion chief?
Why, I own that building.
I'd be ashamed to admit it. Now stop bothering me.
I guess that'll hold you, Macklin. Now listen, lady. Let's have your own personal story. Where were you when the fire started?
Yeah, I want no reporters slumping around.
Mister, with a fire like this, reporters are around like bees after honey. Now get out of here and stop bothering me.
I'm warning you. You be careful what you print. The law takes care of things like that.
Holy crow, he's burning up worse than his tenement, ain't he?
What's your name, lady?
Please, you know, Barbara.
I'm Tony Pitlack. Mom and me live in that house.
What's left of it, Sonny?
Now look, Mrs. Pitlack. How'd you like your picture in the papers? Right on the front page, you and Tony.
Please, they put the fire out pretty soon. You let us go?
You and Tony come along with us. We'll take care of everything. That's it, Tony. Come on.
Where are we going?
No, we stay here.
Sure, lady. We ain't meaning no harm. Don't worry about a thing.
Get him through the police line. We'll grab a cab, Axford.
It's all right.
All right, lady. Why, it's perfect. You and your son are coming to the office of the Daily Sentinel.
Huh?
Get smart, Axford. This tenement fire's big. The Daily Sentinel's going to spread it all over page 1. An exclusive story is told by one of the victims.
All right, Lowry. I'm glad you brought them here.
Golly, Reed, they was out in the street, her and the little one.
They had to be carried down from the roof.
Here, Mrs. Pitlack. You and Tony come right in and sit on that couch.
That's the time for us to go home.
You're better off here.
Gee, is this a real newspaper? Honest?
Youngster, this ain't only a real newspaper. This is Britt Reed's own office.
That's it. Sit down. My secretary will be right in with some food.
Oh, here's Casey now, boss.
You should have seen that restaurant owner downstairs. Did his eyes pop when I asked him for milk?
Here you are, Tony. Drink this.
A sandwich for you, Mrs. Pitlack.
It's so late. Me and the Tony, please, we gotta go home.
Sure, but eat something first.
Oh, Sonny, don't try to drink it all in one gulp.
Can I come here every day?
Oh, Tony, any time at all.
Now, Mrs. Pitlack, you and Tony were in the tenement house when the fire started, weren't you?
That's all right. Me and my Tony will live there.
Boss, it's a fire trap if I ever saw one.
I know, Lowry. A lot of those old tenements are still in use. They were built before the new building laws went into effect, so they're allowed to stand.
Yeah, but I think those tenements of Macklin's are even worse than the rest.
Aren't there some safety devices that they must have, Mr. Reed? Fire escapes and things like that?
Don't tell me Macklin's tenements have no fire escapes.
Oh, they have fire escapes, all right, but I'd hate to try climbing down one. They wouldn't hold a powder puff.
Yet the building inspector okayed them.
He did?
Well, the mere fact that Macklin's tenements are full proves that.
If fires like this one can happen, they ought to be condemned.
What does that mean?
Huh? What's that, Sonny?
What she just said. Condemned.
Tony, that means when something is bad, it ought to be stopped.
In this case, kid, it means torn down.
Torn down.
Tony, let me ask you a question.
Anything you want, mister.
You'll be careful, Tony.
Do you like the place you live in?
See, it's a fine place. Cheap rent. You tell him yes, Tony.
Lady, you ain't sticking up for that dub, are you?
Hush up, Axford. Can't you see Mr. Reed's asking?
How about it, Tony? Wouldn't you like to live in a nice, clean home instead?
Gee, mister, can I?
No more dirt, no more dark stairs or broken windows. Mrs. Pitlack, if the fire didn't finish that tenement, it ought to be torn down.
No, mister. We stay there.
But, lady, don't you
It's
realize...
all the time talk. We no listen. We no want to move. We'll go someplace else. It costs too much money. We stay. It's cheap. It's a fine place.
Mrs. Pitlack, you can't really believe that. Well, that fire you just went through was...
Please, no more talk. You want to tear down a house and turn us out in street. No place to stay, no place to go.
Suffering snakes, lady. You get a better home.
It's too much money. Mr. Macklin, he's a good landlord. We stay there.
Mrs. Pitlack, we're trying to help you.
You try tear down my home. I'm say no. I'm a good American. Me and Tony, we have a citizen's papers.
Oh, wait a minute.
Tony, now, you come with Mama.
Yes, Mama.
Well, take it easy. You can't...
Never mind, Lowry. If we try to stop her, she'll only get more frightened. Axford.
Yeah, Reed?
Go along with them. See that they get home safely.
And what a home.
We're like. Goodbye.
Mrs. Pitlack, I'm surprised at you.
Well, isn't that something?
Yeah, try to help them and look what you get.
Yes, it's too bad.
It's disgraceful, that woman, keeping a kid like Tony in such an environment.
Just a moment, Miss Casey. Are you blaming Mrs. Pitlack?
I certainly am.
Well, then you can stop it right now. She's no more responsible than, well, her little son.
Gosh, boss, she's keeping him there, isn't she?
Lowry, Mrs. Pitlack is poor. She's uneducated. Like the rest of the people who live in those slums, she has to fight for existence.
We're not arguing about that, Mr. Reed.
Those people can't afford better living quarters. They scrimp on every penny. And because they're poor and alone, they're afraid of any attempt to pull them out of their accustomed routine.
But we want to help them.
They resent it. They cling to what they have.
Those tenements of Macklin's aren't worth having.
Well, try and convince them. You heard Mrs. Pitlack.
It is impossible, Mr. Reed.
The only way to get them out of where they are is to raise those slum dwellings to the ground, every last one of them.
Sweet chance of getting Macklin to do that. He makes a mint out of those tenements. Crowds them in like sardines.
The Daily Sentinel can put pressure against such conditions. Maybe we can arouse the building inspectors.
Boss, that 3-alarm fire will do plenty.
Yeah, well, we'll keep it up. If those fire traps are once torn down, there'll be new homes built, better homes fit for living.
For Mrs. Pitlack and Tony.
And all the others like him.
Macklin won't like it, Mr. Reed.
We're not concerned about Macklin. Slums have no place in this city. We're going to start cleaning house.
Publisher demands building investigation. Sentinel paper.
Imagine the nerve of that young publisher. Why, I could sue him for libel. What does he mean by raising a fuss about my tenements?
Now he's just looking for circulation. Sells more papers.
Perhaps I will sue him, Weaver.
Better not try it, Macklin. Remember, them tenements ain't exactly perfect.
Now, listen here, Weaver. You're the building inspector, aren't you?
That's me.
You went over my tenements and found nothing wrong. Isn't that true?
I found plenty wrong, and you know it.
I'm not so loud. There's a reporter outside.
He ain't hearing. There's plenty out of line with your tenements, Macklin. Plenty.
Now, look here, Weaver. Are you double-crossing me? You promised you'd give my tenements an okay.
Sure I did. It's all fixed.
Why do you say things like that?
You mean about the stuff that's wrong? I'm just reminding you about it so you won't try no libel suits against the Sentinel.
Why not? Your report backs me up.
Sure. But the suit for libel's going to start a lot of other people looking through them buildings. They'll be checking up on my report.
Let them. Your report's the only one that counts.
Yeah, but why take any risk when we don't have to? Just keep renting out your tenement space and raking in the dough and forget this Sentinel business.
Perhaps you're right.
Of course I'm right. Them tenants you got ain't kicking.
Oh, they're too ignorant. Imagine, Weaver, they're taking my side against the Sentinel. Can you beat it? They think the Sentinel's trying to drive them out of house and home.
The saps don't understand we're making suckers out of them.
Huh? Did you say we?
Sure, you're the landlord, and I'm getting my cut, ain't I?
Oh, yes, that.
Yes, Mr. Macklin?
Is that reporter out there?
Yes, he is, Mr. Macklin.
He's been cooling his heels for an hour. Send him in. I have a little surprise for him.
That the guy from the Daily Sentinel?
Yes. Watch his face when he learns you've okayed my tenements.
So, you're finally welcoming the press, huh?
Oh, not all the press. Just the Daily Sentinel. You know Weaver? He's the building inspector.
Yeah, here you went over Macklin's slums.
Yeah, that's a strong word.
Are those dumps? It's mild.
Mr. Weaver has concluded his tour of inspection. Before he releases his report generally, I thought I'd like to have the Daily Sentinel hear it.
Ooh, giving us a scoop, huh?
Your paper's been so interested in my tenements, I thought this was the least I could do.
Don't kid me, Macklin. You hate the Sentinel. Okay, Weaver, what's the verdict?
My report clears Mr. Macklin of any blame. His tenements comply with the building regulations in every respect.
What about the fire escapes?
These buildings were erected quite a few years ago. They obey all the requirements for dwellings built at that time.
I guess that settles your newspaper crusade once and for all.
Why, you profiteering...
Never mind the name.
I should have known you weren't giving us anything, Macklin.
My tenants are satisfied.
Sure, they don't know any better. So this is your scoop.
I hope the Sentinel has learned its lesson.
Well, if that's the report, there's nothing we can do. But I'll tell you one thing.
Well?
I smelled a rat when I came in here. Now I'm sure of it.
You don't say.
Yeah. Only I got my numbers wrong. It wasn't one rat I smelled, it was two. And the names are Macklin and Weaver.
Did, eh, Lowry? Weaver gave Macklin's tenements a clean bill. I guess if Weaver okayed it, that finishes our campaign. Oh, I know, Lowry. I feel the same way, but there's nothing we can do about it.
Oh, I think it's a shame, Mr. Reed.
You heard what Lowry said?
No, I got the gist of it from your answers. Macklin's tenements won't be condemned.
The building inspector passed them.
How could he? Those tenements aren't fit to live in.
The Sentinel's gone the limit on this, Miss Case. Nothing more we can do. You might as well get out to your desk.
Well, the way I feel now, I could tear it apart.
You and I both, Miss Case.
I'd rather do it to Macklin.
Rotten tenements. Slums, every one of them. And Macklin lives on that kind of money with the help of a crooked building inspector. There ought to be some way. Some way of taking care of men like that. Macklin and Weaver. The law can't touch them, but there's one person who can. It looks as if I'm going out once more as the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. Later that evening in his apartment, Britt Reed spoke to Cato, his valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Well, that's the situation, Cato, and something must be done about it.
Very bad, Mr. Brett.
There's already been one fire in Macklin's slum dwellings. Fortunately, the tenants escaped with burns and minor injuries. Those tenants are back there again, living in those same uncrowded, sanitary conditions.
Yes, sir.
Unless those tenements are condemned, the situation will continue. We can't have that happen, Cato.
What can you do, Mr. Brett?
Those tenants are poor, like Mrs. Pitlack. If no other way is open, they must be scared out of staying there.
How you do that?
Another thing. Weaver's report on the tenements hasn't been turned in yet.
Macklin showed it to Lowry this afternoon. That report won't be released until morning.
I see, Mr. Britt.
Bring the Green Hornet mask and the gun and some Green Hornet seals. We're going out in the Black Beauty tonight.
Keeping to deserted side streets, the Black Beauty raced for the slum section of the city. Leaving the car in a dark alley, Britt Reed and Cato moved cautiously into one of Macklin's tenements.
Here we are, Cato. Fortunately, the halls are unlighted. I trust Macklin not to spend any money to give these poor tenants light.
Yes, it's very dark.
Have you got the Green Hornet stickers?
I have them.
Yeah, I'll take half of them. Now, you understand what we're to do, Cato?
Yes, sir.
We'll start at the top floor and put a Green Hornet sticker on every door. Make sure your mask is on completely like mine. That's right. Keep your hat well down over your eyes. Should we pass anyone in the hall, the darkness will do the rest. All right? Up the stairs.
The two masked figures climbed the dark stairs until they reached the top floor. They worked their way down, putting Green Hornet stickers on each door.
So far, so good, Cato. We put the stickers on quietly so as not to arouse the tenants. But this time, we won't bother about being quiet.
Why, Mr. Britt?
Well, this door happens to be Mrs. Pitlack's room, Cato. We're going to make sure that she sees the Green Hornet as well as the sticker. Paste the sticker on. Mrs. Pitlack, open the door. Mrs. Pitlack.
Please, who are you? What do you want?
Mrs. Pitlack, you're moving out of this tenement. It isn't safe.
Ah? Who's the talk? You pull your hat down so I know I can see your face.
There. Can you see me now?
You wear the mask. What do you want?
Look at that sticker on the door.
Madre mia, it's the Green Hornet. That's why you wear the mask. The Green Hornet.
Yes, Mrs. Pitlack, and the Green Hornet is telling you now move out of this tenement. It isn't safe.
See, I go. I go right now. Me and the Tony. You no do nothing. I'm going to hear about this Green Hornet. You're a bad man.
Nothing will happen to you if you move. Remember that.
See, I don't forget.
Come on, down the stairs to the car.
Help, police! Help, the Green Hornet! Police, don't stop!
Listen, Cato.
Look, Green Hornet! What do you mean, Green Hornet?
There she goes, rousing the house just as I figured. When those people start calling headquarters, things will start popping.
Yeah, I know. You're the fifth one to call up about them Green Hornet stickers. Yeah, there's a cop on his way there from the beat right now. Ah, them cranks down in the tenements. Probably a bunch of kids playing tricks.
Suffering snakes, Dial. Ain't you going down there your own self?
Will you mind your own business, Axford? I know what I'm doing.
But, golly, if it's the Green Hornet...
Maybe it is, but most likely it ain't. What would the Green Hornet be doing pulling a childish stunt like that? When that harness cop calls up, it's time to ask
Holy crow! If I was running this department...
But you ain't, you big lug. I am. And I ain't going out on no wild goose chase. Ah, another one. What do you want?
Hey, Sarge, it's on the level. The Green Hornet was down here.
Huh? You say the Hornet did plant them stickers?
Holy crow!
The tenants are in an uproar. There's Hornet stickers all over the place.
Get me the Daily Sentinel. Quick, operator, hurry.
You're sure it ain't a joke?
Not on your life, Sarge. They're milling around worse than when that fire happened.
Hold everything. I'll be right there.
Sentinel, give me Lowry, quick. Michael Axford, that's who's calling.
It's on the level, Axford. The Green Hornet.
Lowry? Yeah. Listen. The Green Hornet's down at one of Macklin's tenements.
Hey, Kelly, get a squad car out.
Okay, Sarge. I'm going down there after him now. Me and Dial. Hey, Dial.
Send out an alarm, Joe. The Hornet's been busy downtown.
I'll do that, Sergeant.
That squad car ready yet, Kelly?
It's here and waiting, Sarge.
Okay.
Dial. Hey, Dial, wait for me. Suffering snakes. You can't catch the Green Hornet without you have me along to put the finishing touches on him.
And the phone. Wonder who'd be calling me this time of night. Hello?
Mr. Macklin, this is Police Sergeant Doyle. I'm calling from one of your tenements.
Police sergeant. One of my tenements. What's wrong? Anything happened?
The Green Hornet slapped stickers all over the place. Do you know anything about it?
Why, that's foolish. What would the Green Hornet have to do with...
Put down that phone, Macklin.
You. The Green Hornet. What are you doing here?
Huh? What's that?
The Green Hornet. He's here.
Drop that phone.
Hey, look here. You can't...
You're coming with me, Macklin.
No, you can't.
We're going to call on Weaver, the two of us.
I won't go.
I want to find out about those tenements of yours.
You're a crook. You can't make me...
I'll make you do anything I want.
Pretty nice racket you're running.
Are you calling me a criminal?
Those buildings are fire traps. You're raking in plenty of rent on them. That's why I'm interested, Macklin. We're going over to Weaver's now. It's a showdown.
You realize that phone is still open?
What, the phone?
Hornet, the police have heard every word you said.
I'll take care of that.
Nah. Too late now.
Perhaps I wanted the police to hear.
If you persist on taking me to Weaver, you'll run right into them.
I'll be the best judge of that. Every squad car in town will be at that tenement house of yours, and that's 20 minutes away. Now get moving.
I refuse.
Oh.
We'll see about that.
Drop that face. Poor aim, Macklin, now.
Let go.
I said you're going to Weaver with me, and I mean it. There. That punch will keep him out just about long enough to get him to Weaver's place without any fuss. It's only 2 blocks away.
The Green Hornet's coming over here, is he? Lucky thing the police overheard him and called me. Right 16, left 24. I'll have those papers out of the safe before he pokes his nose in here. Now over to the right. 12, and open. Here they are now. Now I'll toss them. What the, Macklin?
Look out, Weaver. He's right behind me.
Shove your men ahead just in case you might be waiting with a gun.
You, the Green Hornet.
Oh, my jaw. I'm still groggy. You knocked me out, brought me here.
I see you've opened your safe, Weaver. Hand those papers over.
You want them, Hornet? Pull them out of the fire.
No, you don't, Weaver.
Come on, Macklin, get him.
Don't try it. There's someone behind you.
Huh?
Another guy with a mask.
And a gun. One move and you get a dose of gas.
Okay. We ain't moving.
That's better. Close that door and lock it. Now I'll see why you were so anxious to burn these papers.
They have nothing to do with me.
Sure. Just reports, that's all.
I'll be the judge of that.
Listen, Hornet. If it's money you're after...
Very interesting. Here's a report, Weaver, stating that Macklin's tenements conform with the building laws.
That's true. They do, every one of them.
We're going to turn this report in tomorrow.
What about it?
Well, were you or were you not?
Well, yeah, if you must know, I was.
Yet these other papers are the ones showing the actual results of your checkup on those tenements. According to these, there are plenty of things wrong with the buildings.
Weaver, you fool. Keeping those papers.
Here's one on fire escapes. Supports rusted away, incapable of holding more than 20 pounds. And this one, broken steps, banister completely missing. Which is correct, Weaver, your faked report or these inspection sheets?
What are you asking for? You know I faked the reports.
Weaver, if I had any idea you were hanging on to those inspection sheets,
It's too late now, Macklin.
Why didn't you destroy them?
I was going to.
He didn't destroy them because he figured he might be able to use them against you, Macklin.
Against me? What do you mean?
My guess is Weaver kept them around so we could dig more money out of you.
What?
Hush money. Am I right, Weaver?
Who asked you to butt in?
Weaver. So it's true. I paid you for these false reports, and you plan to keep on collecting afterward.
He won't anymore.
What's to stop me? Okay, I was going to get more dough out of you, Macklin, and I'm still going to say you rake in plenty from them tenements.
It's my turn now.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. I have these inspection sheets now.
Oh, that's it.
Listen, Hornet, those sheets belong to me.
You're welcome to take them back, if you can.
No, I'm no sap bucking up against the Green Hornet.
Well, how much do you want?
How much?
Don't stall. I'll pay for those.
You will, Macklin. You will pay plenty.
He's got you, Macklin.
Within limits. Don't forget, Hornet. The tenants in those buildings are with me.
They were with you. Have you forgotten what happened tonight?
Another fire?
Green Hornet stickers were plastered all over one of Macklin's tenements. If I do that a few more times, those tenants will surely move out.
You're bluffing. You don't dare.
Sure, it takes more than one scare to drive them saps out. Police!
So they did hear you, Hornet. Give me those
Yes,
papers.
there's a squad car at the door.
Burn those inspection sheets, quick!
Hurry, you fool. If they find them here, we're all in for it.
Let them. We're going out the back.
The back, yes. Remember, Weaver, we haven't been here.
Not you, Macklin. You're staying.
What's the matter with you?
I'm going alone with my assistant. Now, don't move.
Open up! It's the law!
Grab him, Macklin. Don't let the Hornet get away.
Give me those papers, Hornet.
Stop him!
We're leaving.
Oh, you got in my way.
Oh, he's gone.
Open up! We want the Green Hornet! Smash it in!
Where's the Hornet?
Oh, my jaw.
What are you talking about?
Hey, Sarge, here's the door to the back.
Open it.
We locked it on the other side. All right, you two. You know the Hornet was here. What was he after?
I don't know. He brought me here.
Why talk to us?
We'll get him. Leave me at that door.
Too late, Doyle. You and Axford can't get to the Green Hornet in time.
Huh?
There goes the Hornet's car now.
I missed that guy by a gnat's whisker again.
Well, thanks for coming here anyway.
Wait a minute, Mr. Macklin. We ain't through with you yet.
What? Why do you say that?
These papers were stuck under the back door.
Papers?
Sure. The Hornet must have dropped them in his hurry. Look at them, Lowry.
Will I? Gimme.
What are they, Lowry?
I insist you release us. What have the Hornets papers got to do with us?
Wow, these aren't the Hornets papers.
Huh?
They're Weaver's inspection sheets on those tenements.
I never saw them before.
We'll check that against your handwriting, Weaver.
What's more, these papers prove those tenements should be condemned, and these two are going to cover it up.
Suffering snakes.
You're headed for the jug, both of you.
I demand my right to a lawyer.
You will get it. Keep an eye on him, Joe.
Right, Sarge. You'll be seeing your lawyer in jail.
Golly, Lodi. You mean to say them two is crooks just like the Green Hornet?
Yeah, with one difference.
What's that?
Crooks like these guys can be caught, but it takes more than a squad from headquarters to even get close to the Green Hornet.
Sentinel X-Street paper! Tenements condemned! Owner and building inspector face jail term! Hornet escapes from police! Read all about it! Green Hornet still in large! Sentinel X-Street paper!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The events and characters depicted are fictitious, and any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. We're out to break the pension racket.
Yes, madam. Make your contribution now. We're campaigning for a special pension for everyone over 50.
Mister, contribute to us, and you won't have to worry about your old age. Thank you.
I'm using my influence at the state capitol personally. Turnbull's the name. Turnbull.
Turnbull and I. There are many old-age pension plans, but none like ours.
I'm collecting money for the campaign. We need yours.
Make your contributions now.
There are many old-age pension plans, but none like ours.
Don't worry about your old age.
A campaign to push old age pensions through the state legislature.
Many plans, but none like ours.
Contribute now.
None like ours.
Turnbull and Briggs, influence at the state capitol. Yeah, that's right. Lots of old-age pension plans, but none like ours.
What do you mean, Hurley?
I'm through. No more collecting. Get someone else. You're a gyp, Briggs. You and Turnbull.
Hurley, if this is the way you talk after we were good enough to hire you as a collector for our campaign, you're fired.
I quit. And that ain't all.
That's enough. We're running a sincere campaign.
Sincere, my foot. Sure, there's plenty of old-age pension plans that's on the level, but not this one.
You can't say that.
I turned in $50 for your campaign. $50 from old folks who needed the dough plenty bad. I saw you this morning. You marked me down for $10 brought in, and the two of you. Where does the other 40 go?
Buck, come here.
No wonder the Daily Sentinel's been after you.
The Sentinel?
They're sending a reporter over. I'll give him proof you're crooked, all right.
Did you hear him, Buck?
Yeah, boss, I heard. So you're gonna shoot your mouth off.
Who are you?
Buck is our special man, Hurley.
He takes care of people who talk too much. People like you.
If you open your trap, you'll be 6 feet under.
Wait, you can't do that.
All I'm saying is don't talk and you won't get hurt.
Do you understand, Hurley?
I guess I was speaking out of turn, maybe.
He understands.
Yeah. Yeah, I won't say nothing.
Okay. Just remember that, and nothing will happen to you.
Buck can be very tough, Hurley. Bear that in mind.
You collect the money. How it's handled is our affair.
I tell you, you don't have to worry. I ain't talking.
Hey, which one of you guys is Hurley?
What?
Well, I'm looking for a man named Hurley. Girl at the desk said he was over here. You?
No, my name's Turnbull.
I'm the one you want.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Hurley.
Just a minute. What do you want him for?
Oh, nothing special. Little private matter.
Private?
That's right. Come on outside and I'll treat you to sarsaparilla or something. You remember me, Hurley? That phone call this morning?
Oh, that. I changed my mind.
Oh, you must be that reporter from the Sentinel.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Hurley made a mistake.
What do you mean, mistake?
We were going to discharge him. He resented it and called your paper. You understand. A disgruntled employee and all that.
All what? Come on, Hurley. Let's get together.
I'm staying here.
Huh?
Mr. Briggs is right. I have nothing to talk about.
Exactly. Perfectly happy here, aren't you?
Sure I am. Sure.
Why, you... So that's how it is.
Now, if you'll excuse us, we're very busy.
This campaign takes a lot of work. We can't waste time.
Last chance, Hurley. If that phone call was on the level, you and I have a lot to talk over.
I told you once already. I ain't got nothing to talk about.
If it was worthwhile, I'd poke you one. You're so scared already, you'd probably faint before I connected. Look at me, boss.
What's wrong, Laurie?
Stood up, that's what. Remember that phone call that came in this morning?
A man named Hurley?
None other. He was going to give us a yarn on that phony campaign fund business.
Well, he did say something about it?
Changed his mind.
What?
Sure. I went over there this afternoon. All he was handing out was the air.
No story.
Boss, we could put what he said in the weather report box, and it would still be empty.
It's too bad. I had hoped we'd get enough out of him to give us a start toward crushing this racket.
You'll never prove it's a racket by him.
What went wrong? Why did he change his mind?
The finger.
What?
Finger, boss. The spot. That guy was white as a sheet. I'll bet all the dough in the mint against what I got in my pocket. He was told not to talk or else.
I see. All right, Laura, you tried anyhow.
Thanks, boss, but they don't pay off on tries. All I hope is that I don't have to see that guy again. Not for a long time.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Miss Case, a man named Hurley called this morning. Have we his name on the file just for the records?
Yes, Mr. Reed, on my desk in the card index.
Thank you. I'm going to use my private phone, see that no one comes in when I'm talking. If Hurley is afraid to talk, there's only one way to change his mind. He must be made afraid not to talk. Cato, we're taking a little ride tonight. Have everything ready. Yes, a little surprise visit.
Soap in my eyes. Where's the washcloth? Here it is. What's that? Sounds like the doorbell. Can't hear with the shower running. Somebody's always calling, right when I'm in the shower, all the time. Okay, I'm coming. Wait till I get my bathrobe on. Tracking water all over the place. What do you want? I'm right in the middle of...
Hello, Hurley.
What are you doing here?
Coming in.
No, wait a minute.
Move.
I didn't talk. I didn't tell nobody nothing.
So you was right in the middle of a shower.
You didn't have to come here. I told Turnbull and Briggs I'd keep my mouth shut.
Look here. Water all over the rug. Your footprints, Hurley. Don't stand here.
Let go of my arm.
We're going back in the bathroom, pal. You and me.
Listen, what are you going to do?
That's better. You shouldn't stand around like that. You might catch cold.
I'm all right. I'm not cold.
Why, you're shivering all over. Get back into that shower, pal.
Stop it. Stop looking at me that way.
Here, I'll turn it on.
Let go of me. Let go.
Shut up.
I'll keep quiet. Honest, I'll keep quiet. I'll keep quiet.
No answer, Mr. Bates?
Someone left here as we came up, Cato. I wonder who it was calling on Hurley.
We saw him, Mr. Bates.
We stayed out of sight as that man came down the stairs, but something tells me we should have taken a good look at him. We're here to make Hurley talk, not to worry about strange visitors. Still no answer in yet. And the door's open. Inside, quickly. Lock the door. Strange. Lights are on, the door open.
Look, Mr. Bates.
Yeah, wet footprints on the rug. Just beginning to dry out, but they're still distinct enough to see.
Just a print of bare foot.
One set of bare footprints leading to the front door and back. Another set, shoe prints this time going just one way. No trace of Hurley himself.
Shower running.
Huh? Yeah, the shower is running. We can hear it even with the bathroom door closed. Hey, look, a trickle of water running out from underneath the bathroom door.
Is something wrong?
There's something very peculiar going on here. Hey, you see these prints?
Yes.
They show that Hurley went to the door in the middle of his shower. Someone came in, went back to the bathroom with him, and then left.
How can you tell that?
But notice how the man wearing shoes left prints only from the bathroom to the front door. And they must have gotten wet in the bathroom.
But where's Hurley?
More water trickling under the bathroom door. We're going to see why that shower is still running.
What's that?
Hey, open the door. Hurley, open up. This is the cop on the bed. Open the door.
Police. We can't be found here, Cato. Not with my Green Hornet mask and gun. Here, get this window open. Move down the fire escape. Lucky we had the Black Beauty parked right below in this alley.
Yes, sir.
There's a mystery back in that apartment. We'll learn more about it tomorrow. But right now, it's more important for the Green Hornet to make himself scarce.
What about it, Casey? Boss in yet?
For the 10th time, no.
Oh, when's he due? This is important.
I've told you before, he's on his way down.
Is it about the Hurley business you want to see him, Lowry?
Tend to your knitting, will you, Axford?
Holy crow, who's knitting?
What gets me is what happened to Hurley.
What's that, Lowry? What about Hurley?
Haven't you heard?
How could I? I just got here.
He met with an accident, Mr. Reed.
Sure, he was taking a shower.
What kind of an accident?
Boss, Hurley's dead.
You don't say.
What's the matter? You don't even act surprised.
Oh, yes, of course I'm surprised.
It happened last night, Mr. Reed.
So Hurley was murdered, eh?
Suffering snakes, Reed. Your belfry's all woolly. Nobody said it was murder.
Well, no one said so. I just assumed
It wasn't murder, boss.
Just an accident.
An accident? You're all worked up about an accident?
It's the coincidence of the thing that gets me, boss. That guy was scared stiff yesterday, afraid to talk. And right afterwards, he slips in the shower, smacks his head against the faucet, and wham, Penny.
Come in my office, Lowry. I want to hear more about this accident.
Golly, Reed, I ain't coming too.
Now, let's get this straight. You believe it was an accidental death, Lowry?
Oh, it was mighty convenient.
Yeah, my thought exactly. How was Hurley discovered?
The lady downstairs from Hurley's place Heard a loud thump, you see.
As if someone had been hit?
She didn't pay much attention at the time. Then a little later, water started to leak through her ceiling.
What did she do then?
Well, she was sort of scary, Reed. After recollecting that noise, she called the cop in the corner. He went up to have a look-see.
And he found Hurley lying in the shower dead with the water running over.
That's it. Golly, Reed. If I didn't know you was home in bed, I'd say you was there yourself.
Whatever gave you that idea?
Because that's just how it was.
Oh. Well, it's not difficult to reconstruct what happened.
As soon as I heard it was Hurley, I hopped down there. You should have seen it, boss.
Yeah, I wish I had.
There were footprints all over the floor.
Footprints on that?
What, boss?
Oh, nothing. Go on. What about the footprints? Don't tell me Hurley had been walking around in his wet feet.
No, it wasn't Hurley.
It wasn't?
Well, what's the matter with you, Reed?
The footprints were the cops and the people who came up from downstairs. The bathroom floor was wet, and they tracked the place up, that's all.
In other words, if there had been a murder, all the evidence was covered up.
Well, how could it be murder if it was an accident?
Well, Axford, lots of people slip in the bathtub, but why should it happen to this particular man and at this particular time?
That's the way I feel, boss.
Yet, from what you say, there's no evidence.
Not a scrap.
Who was with Hurley when you saw him yesterday afternoon?
You can't get anything that way, boss. Turnbull and Briggs, that's all.
No one else?
No. A couple others around the place, but...
No one threatening him?
Whoever it was, the threats were all made before I got there.
Lowry, keep after this.
I was hoping you'd say that.
There's nothing we can do about it now.
Nothing nobody can do.
Still, murder is a hard thing to cover up. It's just possible that this is a murder and that it isn't as foolproof as it seems.
That evening, Britt Reed returned to his apartment and told Cato of his predicament.
Cato, you and I know that Hurley was murdered. That man we saw leaving those footprints on the floor, positive proof.
Yes, Mr. Brett.
Yet we can't tell the police what we know because that would mean the end of the Green Hornet.
Why, Mr. Brett?
The police would accept my word about those footprints, even if they dried up by the time that officer forced his way into Hurley's place. But they'd want to know why I was there and why I left so secretly. No, Cato, an investigation is one thing we can't afford.
What are we going to do?
Hurley was murdered because certain people were afraid he'd talk. With him out of the way, Turnbull and Briggs can continue making a racket out of their old age pension plan.
That's true.
Get the mask and the gun, Cato. Only you and the Green Hornet know that murder was done. And it's up to the Green Hornet to solve that murder.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now, to continue our story. Britt Reed and Cato stepped through a secret panel in the rear of the clothes press, then along a narrow passageway built within the wall of the apartment house, down a flight of stairs until they stood in a supposedly abandoned building where the Black Beauty, the sleek, streamlined car of the Green Hornet, was kept.
Solve this murder, and we smash the racket Turnbull and Briggs have set up for themselves.
Shall I drive, Mr. Britt?
All we saw of the man who was at Hurley's place before us was his general outline, and that'll have to do. You take the wheel, Cato. We're after the names of the men who worked for Turnbull and Briggs. Fast driving, Cato. Here's the office building. You follow me. There's a side entrance. We'll have to force it.
Here, Mr. Britt?
Yeah, this is it. Wait. The night elevator attendant. He's sitting where he can see whatever goes on.
I see him.
Have to get him out of the way without using gas. Too many people use this building, even at night. We can't take a chance on being trapped inside should someone discover him gassed.
Yes, sir.
You go around to the front entrance, Cato. Ring the night bell. Then get back to the car and stay there.
Very well, Mr.
Ring it good and loud. I want to be sure that night attendant goes all the way to the front, so I'll be inside before he returns.
Leave those files alone, Briggs.
I know what I'm doing. Hurley's dead.
Getting his docket out of the files won't make any difference. It was an accident.
How can we be sure nobody suspects?
Don't be a fool. The police called it an accident. The newspapers called it an accident. Why make a fuss over nothing?
The police have withheld evidence before.
There was no evidence. It was fixed to look like an accident all the way.
I'm playing safe. Suppose they come around asking questions.
Nobody's asking questions that we can't answer.
They might run across the files that show how we were keeping money for ourselves. Why take a chance?
Okay, have your own way.
If I'd had my way, Hurley would have been alive.
He knew too much.
The threat was always necessary to shut him up. We saw that yesterday.
For how long?
I don't like murder, Turnbull. It's dangerous.
Get those files locked up. As long as Hurley was alive, we were heading for trouble.
If I'd known you were going to
My
do
orders
this...
were carried out. I saw fit to remove Hurley, so I had him removed. Now shut up and get busy. Late enough already.
What,
Who's that? Who are you?
Turned out the light.
Look out, Briggs.
One side.
Here, let go.
I want your payroll list. Where is it? I'm not... The payroll list.
Let go my arm.
The payroll, hurry.
In the file, top drawer.
That's better. Now, join your pal on the floor. No. Before you do any phone calling, take a look at this door.
Oh, my jaw. Where's the phone?
Why didn't you stop him?
Try stopping a whirlwind. You know who that was?
Had my back turned.
Saw him when he came in. That was the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet?
Call the police. They'll take care of him.
Yes, hurry, the Hornet.
Turn on the lights. Can't see the dial. Oh, that's better.
Don't call the police. Wait.
Get away, you fool.
No. Didn't you hear what he said as he left?
What's that got to... Huh? What did he say?
Something about the door. Look on the door.
The door? I don't see anything.
That paper wasn't stuck to the door before.
Where?
This.
Why, that's nothing but part of a newspaper page.
Turnbull, look at this. Here's that item about Hurley.
It's circled in pencil. And the word accident...
crossed out. He's written murder in its place. Turnbull, we don't dare call the police. The Hornet's wise.
Mr. Britt?
I got the payroll record, Cato. Way down those stairs from Turnbull's office. You drive, Cato. I want to start checking these names. Fortunately, there aren't many. A racket like theirs needs very little overhead.
Where we go now?
3 women. Needn't bother with them. Here's Hurley. Death checks him off. That leaves 1, 2, 4 possibilities. Head for a phone, Cato. I'm getting in touch with those men right now.
Leaving the Green Hornet mask and gun in the Black Beauty, Britt Reed made several phone calls to the men on the list. Finally, on his third call...
Hello, is this Buck?
Talking.
Now, listen, Buck, I just left the office. The heat's on.
What are you talking about?
I can't mention names over the phone. That accident last night.
You mean the cops know it wasn't an accident?
You sit tight. Stay where you are. We're coming right over.
Listen, Turnbull, I ain't sticking around waiting for the cops to pick me up.
You heard me. I'm giving the orders.
Not anymore, you ain't. You two are in this just like me. I'm coming down to the office right now. I want protection, and you're giving it.
Be smart, Buck. Stay where you are.
I'm coming down. If the cops grab me, I want you guys around where I can see you. Just in case of a double cross. You get it?
Yeah, suit yourself.
That's what I'm doing. I'm on my way.
Worked late, huh, Mr. Turnbull? I was just thinking tonight.
Then think. Don't talk.
You know, there's some of those kids around, they'll do anything. Found the side door open, for instance.
This elevator takes all day.
Here you are, ground floor. You're the last tonight. Oh, gosh, there's somebody else ringing the front bell.
Come along, Briggs.
Wait, I gotta open the door for you. Let the other man in.
That's about time, you... Hey, what is this? You guys ain't leaving.
Buck.
What are you doing here?
Who are you kidding? I got the phone call.
We didn't phone you.
Sure you did, about the job I pulled on Hurley. You said the cops was wise that it was
Shut
a
up, you
murder.
fool. You.
Me, Mr. Turnbull?
Get back to your elevator where you belong.
Oh, sure.
You didn't call me. Who did?
What's been going on tonight, Turnbull? You think this may be more of the same?
Well, do the cops know it, don't they?
Back inside.
You.
Say, who is this lug?
The Green Hornet.
What?
I'm the one who called you, Buck.
On the phone?
You came here. I had other plans, but your office will do just as well, Turnbull.
What's the matter with you, Buck? Go after
It
him.
wouldn't be wise.
He's got a gun, boss.
Never beside you. You're covered there, too.
Who came up like a cat? Not a sound.
March, you first, Turnbull.
All right. Don't think you're getting away with anything, Hornet.
What you're getting away with concerns me more.
Does this guy know?
We'll talk about that when we get
You
upstairs.
can't blackmail us.
Say, I thought you gentlemen were gone for the night. I didn't figure. A stick up!
One side in the elevator.
No.
Get in, the three of you.
Hey, you can't do that. Private property.
You're staying here. I'll run the elevator myself.
No, wait.
Take it.
You shot him.
Only guess. He'll be out for an hour. Time for us to have a nice long talk. And by the time we're through, we'll know where we stand.
Now listen, Lowry. Will you stop harping on that Hurley accident?
How do you know it was an accident?
Because I know it. Sure as my name's Doyle.
Suffering snake style. Lowry was only asking you a civil question.
And I answered it. Now shut up and let me answer the phone.
Hello, hello. I'm at the police station. Police.
What's up?
Green Tan building. A man in a mask tried to gas me, but the elevator door's closed. But
Speak up. I can't hear you. What man in what mask?
the night attendant at the Green Tan building. Come down, hurry.
What's the matter with you, man?
What's the excitement, Doyle?
This guy on the phone. He must have passed out for a minute. Hey, hey.
I'm all right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it something?
A fella in a green mask. He had a gun, would have gassed me. Only the outside elevator door closed first.
You say he would have gassed you only the outside elevator doors closed first? A man in a green mask, eh?
Green mask?
It's
Why,
in the
holy
Green
cow,
Tan
that's a
building.
Green Hornet.
Fifth floor.
Yeah, I hear you. Up on the 5th floor. We'll be there. It's him, all right. Up on a skyscraper on the 5th floor.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Glory be. It looks like we're after getting the Green Hornet at last.
All right, Hornet, you know the whole setup. What do you set it for?
Well, let's get out of this office.
No hurry, Buck. Nobody knows we're here except the night attendant downstairs, and he's gassed.
Why waste time?
Get to the point, Hornet. A crook like you doesn't bother with something unless you have an angle.
I have.
What are you looking at me for?
Turnbull, do you realize the spot you're in?
This racket can support all of us, Hornet.
I'm talking about Buck.
Me?
He's a murderer, Turnbull. Murderers are dangerous.
I still don't see
Suppose
what
the police pick him up for any reason. It doesn't matter whether it's for this particular job or not. They'll work over him. They'll make him talk.
Hey, what does that mean?
He might let something slip about Hurley, even if he didn't mean to.
Why, you're
I'm not
suggesting...
doing business until you get rid of him.
Your accomplice. He's getting impatient, Hornet.
And this is the only door. You think over what I've just said while I'm outside.
There ain't nothing to argue about.
What is it, Cato?
The police.
Police, where?
They just came. I saw from a window.
Oh, they're downstairs. It's a tight spot, Cato. How did they find out we were here?
I don't know, Mr. Bates.
Cato, get into that elevator. I jammed the door open on this floor so it wouldn't run. It's our only chance. If you hear the police before I join you, don't wait. Save yourself.
No, Mr. Bates.
Do as I say, Cato. Get into that elevator.
But I will not leave
No
you.
time to argue. Pray that I'm joining you soon.
What did he want?
Now listen, Hornet. Nobody bumps me off. Not while I'm
I'm tired of talk. From now on, I'm taking charge.
Look out, the gun.
This is for you two.
Yes,
What's the meaning of it?
Now, you, Buck. Get going.
You're gone screwy. First you're against me, and then
Get
you...
out this door.
Let go of me.
Into the elevator. I haven't changed my mind, Buck. You're going to be taken care of. Well taken care of. Now, close the doors.
No, you can't. You can't do it. Now listen, Hornet.
Look at the indicator, Doyle. That elevator's starting down.
That's what I told you. He had it up there jammed, so I couldn't bring it down.
I sent some of them in upstairs. They'll cover the 5th floor.
Suffering snakes. If the Green Hornet's in this elevator, we got him hands down.
Sure, he don't know we're waiting. He'll open them doors and step right into our arms.
Look, it's coming to the first floor.
Get ready.
We'll settle with you in just a few minutes, Buck.
Holy crow, he's talking to somebody. Quiet.
Now listen, Hornet. I won't tell nobody I bumped Hurley off. You can trust me.
Did he say Hurley?
I trust nobody, especially a rat like you.
I tell you, it was Turnbull's idea. Him and Briggs, they give me my order.
And I'm giving you this.
I don't hear nothing. Why don't he open the door?
Holy crow, look at that.
The elevator's moving again. It's going on down to the basement.
If he gets away now, I'll...
Quick, how do we get to the basement?
This way.
Step on it. Keep your gun handy.
We'll get him. This way, around the corner.
There's the elevator.
Sure, with the door wide open and no Green Hornet.
Who's this guy? He's out cold.
Here's where we got out through the coal chute.
That guy thinks of everything.
And he leaves a murderer behind for Dave to put the cuffs on.
Murderer?
Sure, this guy murdered Hurley. We heard it all through the door. And Turnbull and his pal are in it, too.
Say, that's right. We did hear him confess, didn't we?
Well, you gotta say one thing for the Hornet. He may get away himself, but he always leaves somebody around for the cops.
Racketeers arrested for murder. Pension racket smashed. Green Hornet escapes police. Green Hornet still alive. That's the Extra paper.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Got to hurry. Must get the mystery man of crime.
Sentinel paper! New crime wave hit city! Police increase efforts to stop robberies! Sentinel XP paper! Read all about it!
How about it, Martin? You're the district attorney.
We're doing all we can. The police are making arrests promptly. I'm bringing them to trial as fast as possible.
What's the word, Commissioner? The Daily Sentinel wants to know.
General orders have gone out to the entire police force. This crime wave must be stopped, and it will be stopped.
The cops. What are we going to do?
Give me this stuff, kid. Cut the other way. Keep your mouth shut and you'll be all right.
I see you there! Stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
I can't run anymore. I'm tired out.
Don't try nothing. It's a pinch.
I didn't do nothing.
We'll take it up later.
You don't have to.
I'm holding right onto this coat collar, see? Where's the other one?
I was alone.
Don't try that. There were two of you. Where's your pal?
I tell you, I was alone.
Yes, I get it. You were alone. I suppose you're going to tell me you didn't pull a job back there. Okay, don't talk. We'll get you in the lineup at headquarters. An identification's all we need, and we'll get that. Okay, Burgess, you're next.
The lights, they're so strong I can't see.
You ain't supposed to. Get up on that platform and stand against those lines on the wall. Stand straight. Go ahead.
Name?
It's Burgess.
Arrested on suspicion of burglary. Is that right, Leary?
Yes, sir. Caught him last night around 2 a.m. running down the street in the vicinity of that burgled home. Wouldn't stop till I threatened to shoot.
Turn sideways, Burgess. All right, everyone. Take a good look at him.
Is this what you call a police lineup, Lowry?
That's right, Clicker. They parade the suspects across that lighted stage. The detectives sit below here in the dark.
What for?
In case he's wanted for some other job. They can recognize him. Hey, there's Martin going out the door. Come on.
Are we going to stay here?
If there's any dope on this kid, Martin has it. Hey, Mr. Martin.
Oh, Lowry. Want me?
What about this Burgess kid? You got any dope on him?
Only the routine police report when they booked him.
Kind of young for a criminal, isn't he?
Yes, he is. That's what disturbs me.
Well, how?
Well, as district attorney, I've run across many like him. A youngster like that usually cracks wide open as soon as he's arrested.
You mean this one didn't?
There've been a lot like him lately. They refuse to talk. In fact, they act like old-timers.
Those kids?
As if they'd been coached.
Coached?
Holy mackerel, Mr. Martin. Do you mean there's someone behind these kids? A higher-up?
I'm telling you this because you work for Britt Reed. Reed's a friend of mine. It's not for publication.
Check, Mr. Martin. For the boss's ears only. You hear that, Clicker?
Sure, but I'm a photographer, not a news hound.
Behind every crime stands a shadowy figure. The disposer of stolen goods.
Oh, that? Well, sure. Everyone knows the crook's got to sell the stuff he steals someplace.
Over 20 robberies in the past month without a single case of recovered property.
Holy mackerel, Mr. Martin. That means...
And that's not all.
Well, that's enough.
Most criminals are careful to take only those things which the police can trace. Money, for instance.
You mean these robberies are different?
Very much different. This fence disposes of stolen goods so easily, these young criminals steal anything. Jewelry, silver plate, even money with the serial numbers known to the owner.
Gosh, this fence sounds like a mastermind.
Until we discover him, our chances of stopping these crimes is practically nil.
Oh, give us a break. This would make a swell yarn.
Sorry. The less the papers carry, the more chance we have of cracking this.
But listen.
I'm holding you to your promise. This is not for publication.
Okay, we'll hold off. Say you'll give the Sentinel first crack, though, won't you?
When we trap this crook. Yes.
You don't mean when, Mr. Martin. You mean when and if.
Yes.
Mr. Gilmore to see you, Mr. Reed.
Gilmore? Oh, yes, in just a moment, Miss Case.
Gilmore? Ain't he the big bug who's always giving money away?
That's right, Axford. Gilmore's a wealthy man. His charities are very well known. You'd better bring the car on and be ready to leave soon.
It's downstairs already, waiting. Say, look, Reed. Have I got to wear this monkey suit all the while Cato's gone?
You don't mind? I thought you wanted to.
Oh, it ain't being your chauffeur during the little fella's vacation, I mind. Not a bit. But, golly, this collar is sort of funny in me neck.
You wanted a chauffeur's uniform, didn't you?
How was I going to know it had them button jackets? Suffering snakes, Reed. It's worse than the cop uniform I wore when I was pounding the beat.
Well, if it's that bad, you can keep the collar open.
Golly, can I?
Of course, no chauffeur would do that.
He wouldn't?
No more than a policeman on duty would loosen his.
Sure.
But since you're not a permanent chauffeur, why, I
No,
suppose...
listen here. Michael Axford always wears a uniform like it ought to be wore. This collar stays buttoned.
Suit yourself.
You ought to know better than to suggest anything otherwise. As long as I'm shuffling you around, I'm dressing according to regulations. He'll be waiting downstairs.
Poor Axford.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Show Mr. Gilmore in now. I hope Gilmore won't stay too long. It's a good day for a round of golf.
Go right in, Mr. Gilmore.
Afternoon, Reed.
Sit down, Gilmore.
Reed, I've come to protest about your stories on this recent crime wave.
Are you against the campaign the Sentinel is pursuing?
Of course not. Every public-spirited citizen wants these crimes stopped.
That's what we're trying to do.
Your way is the wrong way.
Gilmore, you're one of the city's foremost citizens. I'm deeply interested in your opinion, but the Sentinel believes crime can be fought by publicity.
I don't agree.
That's obvious. But why?
Reed, you know I've done a lot of work in helping ex-convicts get jobs, in aiding them to become useful citizens once more.
I don't question that. It's well known that you've spent plenty of time and money. It's a worthy cause, the Sentinel said so many times.
Yet by your recent actions, you're undoing much that I've worked for. This constant publicity.
You don't believe in turning the spotlight on crime?
It's making things much harder for those men I'm trying to help.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
You refuse to see my viewpoint.
We're at opposite poles, Gilmore. While I respect your stand, I can't agree with it. I'm sorry, argument won't convince me. Good day.
I see. In that case...
Oh, by the way...
Yes?
Dealing with ex-criminals so much, I was wondering, do you have any ideas about this crime wave?
Ideas?
Well, you might have heard rumors.
No, not a thing.
I see. If you do hear anything...
I'll inform the police.
Naturally. Good day, Gilmore.
Goodbye, Reed.
I wonder if Gilmore isn't more concerned with his pet philanthropies than he is with helping the police.
Hey, boss, can I speak to you now?
Yeah, what is it, Lowry?
Flicker and I just came from headquarters. I got a hot lead from Martin.
District Attorney, Martin?
It's this crime wave. There's a higher-up bossing it.
Who?
Well, that's what they don't know. Whoever it is, he's got him buffaloed. Not one bit of stolen property has been recovered.
Oh, that's unusual.
Sure. The cops know most of the guys who fence stolen property. That's how they get it back. They know where to look.
No wonder there's been a crime wave.
Well, that's what Martin said. As long as kids like Burgess can get rid of what they swipe safely and fast, it makes crime easier for them.
Lowry, you've dug up a pretty good story. Mystery man of crime, eh?
Yeah, but we can't use it.
You can't use it?
That's what I said.
Well, why not?
Because I promised Martin. They don't want any loopholes. They're after this guy, and a story might come to works.
Say, Mr. Reed, a flash just came in from police headquarters.
What is it, Miss Benny?
This Burgess kid, me and Lowry saw in the lineup.
Well, what about him?
He's been released.
They're not holding him?
Nothing to hold him on, Mr. Reed.
But that robbery last night.
The cop picked him up on suspicion. Long as Burgess kept his mouth shut, they couldn't do a thing. There's a big shot behind it, all right.
Yeah, no doubt of it.
Why, sure. Martin says this fence gets rid of anything.
What's that?
You know, Mr. Reed, this guy's so well organized, he handles stolen goods that no one else dares to touch.
Yeah, even marked money.
Oh, that's interesting.
Gosh, what's the answer? Who is this fence? How are they ever going to get him?
That's hard to say, Miss Benny, but someday he'll run into a situation he can't control.
I hope you're right, boss.
And when that day comes, we'll find out who he is. We'll plaster his name clear across page 1.
Boy, and how?
Perhaps that day isn't as far distant as it appears to be.
Suffering snakes, Reed. What's up?
You look flustered, Axford.
Sure I am. Here I'm sitting in Casey's office at the paper waiting for you, and I hear the news.
I'm going out of town for a few days?
That's why I come running over.
You needn't have bothered. Everything's packed.
But golly, Reed, ain't I going with you?
You?
Ain't I taking Cato's place? Not to mention I'm your bodyguard.
I'm going alone.
No, look here, Reed.
But I have a better job for you.
Huh?
A very important job, Axford. I want you to stay here in the apartment to guard the wall safe.
Oh, golly. What's in it?
I have some valuable jewelry and money in it. Now, ordinarily, I'd put it in the bank, but I'm in a hurry to leave.
Oh, that's different.
Of course, I know the serial numbers of these bills, and the jewelry is readily identifiable, but still...
Sure, I understand. You want to be dead sure there ain't nobody getting at it.
That's it.
Now, even though it's not the sort of chance most criminals would take, I'll feel better with you on guard.
You can rest easy, Reed. I won't so much as shut me eyes.
Oh, just one thing more.
Yeah?
No one must know those valuables are there.
Sure not.
You mustn't tell a soul.
No, Reed, you know I never talk.
It wouldn't do for this to get around.
You can trust me, Reed. You know how I am.
Oh, yes, Axford. I know just how you are. I think I can count on you to do exactly the right thing.
Britt Reed knew very well that the talkative Irishman would be unable to keep the secret. As he had planned, the very next day saw Mike Axford spreading the news.
It's a secret, mind you. I won't tell no one else.
Of course not. You know me.
Well, Reed left me to guard his valuables. Oh, not that any crook would try and get him when they're easy to identify. But having Mike Axford around...
I got it straight from the big guy himself, on the level.
So what? No smart crook's going to touch that stuff. Not if it's as easy to spot as you say.
Yeah, sure. Guess that's why this Reed ain't worried about leaving a lug like Axford on guard. But keep it under your hat anyway.
It's all around town, Crocker. In a wall safe.
Yeah, the grapevine's full of it.
Too bad it's stuff that's hard to get rid of.
Get smart, Burgess. We can handle that loot.
Huh?
We got rid of the stuff in that other job, didn't we?
You mean the big boss?
Sure. He ain't no petty larceny fence.
Say, Crocker, who is this big shot?
That's none of your business, guy. I'm the go-between, see? Now stick around a while. I'll tell this to the big boss. If he gives us the okay, you and me are going to pull this job. It'll be a pushover.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. Behind the clothes press in the bedroom of Britt Reed's apartment was a secret passageway leading to the supposedly abandoned building where Britt Reed housed the car of the Green Hornet. Instead of leaving town, Britt Reed moved himself to a small, fully equipped room in the abandoned building. From there, he returned through the secret passageway.
I'll stay right here in the passageway. I've already made arrangements so that I can hear whatever goes on in that apartment. The mask and the Green Hornet weapon are handy when I need them.
Britt Reed could hear Michael Axford in the study. Axford was talking to Lowry.
I'm glad you dropped around, Lowry. Why don't you stay a little longer?
Because I've said what I came to say, Axford.
But golly, Lowry, I tell you, I didn't breathe a word to no one.
Not much. How do you think the news got around?
Well, search me.
I'd like to gag you. I'll bet every crook in town knows what's in that safe.
It's a mystery to me how they found out.
Well, I haven't time to argue with you. Your tongue's hinged in the middle, and you know it.
Golly, Lowry, I'm beginning to remember. Maybe I did let a mention slip, but I didn't mean to.
That's the way you do everything, without meaning to.
You won't tell Reed?
It'd serve you right.
Oh, holy crow, now control yourself, Lowry. Remember, there ain't nothing happened yet.
No need of my telling the boss. If anything does go wrong, he'll find out soon enough himself.
You don't think nothing will happen, do you?
No, but it's just as well the boss is insured.
No, ain't it just like that, Lowry, to try and scare me? As if I ain't up to handling any crook that pokes his nose in here. Any crook at all. Suffering snakes, he's back again. This time I'll tell him a few things. Now listen to me, Ed Lowry. You can't...
Get back inside.
Hey, you ain't Lowry. Hurry up.
This is a gun you're staring at. Move.
If Lowry sent you up here for a joke, I ain't falling for it, see?
It's no joke. You don't know who we are, and we're keeping these handkerchiefs over our faces so you can't find out. Now open that safe.
You're crooks.
Yeah, here it is.
Get it open.
Get away from that safe. If it's fight you want,
Don't try any rough stuff.
I'll handle him.
Who the devil?
Let me loose. Another one.
Take it.
The Green Hornet. So that's what... Gas.
Don't move unless you want the same.
You shot him.
He called you the Green Hornet.
He did?
I seen pictures of that mask.
Now that you know who I am, let's get busy.
Listen, Hornet, did you have a silencer on that gat? Is this guy dead?
Let's talk. Get busy.
What are you here for?
The same thing you came after. That's safe.
But don't be a sap, Hornet. You can't take that stuff.
Why not?
No regular fence will touch it.
And if I can't get rid of it, how about you?
That's my business.
It is, huh?
Hey, what are you doing?
Picking up a paperweight in his handkerchief.
Take this.
Huh?
I said take it in your hand.
What for?
Do as I say. You got the same as that man on the floor got.
No, don't shoot. I got it.
Now, hand it to your partner.
Okay, but
I got it.
Put it back in this handkerchief.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks for the fingerprints.
Fingerprints? Now look here, Hornet.
Shut up. I might turn this over to the cops.
Huh?
It's positive proof that you were here and that you pulled this job.
You can't do that, Hornet.
I can and I will. Unless you do as I say.
We're listening.
You say you have a fence who'll handle the stuff in that safe?
He'll handle anything, but not from you.
Now, remember these fingerprints.
Don't be a sap, Crocker. He's got us in a spot.
Shut up. I take orders from the boss.
You haven't any choice.
The boss don't
Either
like
you
guys.
do as I say or you take your chances with the police. You can't alibi fingerprints.
Listen, you let us crack this safe and take the stuff, and we'll split with you later. Now, how's that?
The answer is no.
We wouldn't cross
It's
you.
still no. You can't bargain with the Green Hornet, Crocker.
Well, seeing as you're the Hornet.
That means I'll meet him too, huh?
You, Burgess, you're small time. The Hornet can meet the boss, but he's the only one.
Now that that's settled, get busy. Open that safe. I'm looking forward to meeting this big boss, and the sooner the better.
Under Brittridge's direction, the safe was quickly opened.
Hey, look at this stuff. Jewels.
Plenty of dough, too.
Get going. Out the door.
Sure. Come on, Burgess.
Boy, this stuff is heavy.
Come on, Hornet. What are you waiting for?
I'll be right there. Just a moment.
With his handkerchief covering his hand, Britt Reed picked up the paperweight bearing the fingerprints once more, then slid it into the open safe.
I'll leave the safe open a crack.
Snap it up.
Coming.
We've been around this place long enough. We'd better get to the car downstairs.
All right, let's go.
Car's right outside. No one's going to spot us.
Drop Burgess and drive directly to where this big shot is.
Yeah.
And don't try anything, Crocker. Let me remind you, it isn't wise to fool with a Green Hornet.
Come on, you lug. Tell me what happened. Make it straight this time.
I tell you, it was the Green Hornet.
You said it was two other guys.
Sure, two others first, then the Green Hornet second.
Were they together?
Hey, guess so. Soon as these two forced their way in...
Force?
You don't think I'd let them have their own way just because they was armed, do you?
Now, skip it. What then?
Well, we're fighting, see? Then just when I'm getting the best of them, some guy yells something, I turn around, and what do you think?
The Green Hornet.
No. I mean, yeah, the Green Hornet. Before I could move a step, he lets me have it.
He gassed you, didn't he?
Yeah, I fought the best I could, but golly, Lowry, I sure made a mess of things.
Nice work, Hexford. While you're unconscious, those crooks opened the safe and swiped the works. And all you know is that it was the Green Hornet and two other guys.
Hold on, Lowry. Maybe we know more than that.
Huh?
This paperweight, it was in the safe. I just sprayed powder on it.
Find anything?
2 sets of fingerprints, clear as a bell.
Fingerprints?
Come on. Maybe this isn't such a clean job after all.
Where are we going?
To headquarters. If we check these prints, we may put our finger right on the birds who pull this job.
Okay, Hornet.
What are we stopping here for, Crocker?
Well, this is it. The big boss.
Here? This house?
Sure, this is the place. What's eating you?
Nothing. Nothing at all, only this particular house...
Come on, then. We ain't got all night. Took enough time already dropping Burgess off.
Hey, wait a minute.
Eh?
Get back in the car.
Now, listen, Hornet.
I said back. Move over. I'll take the wheel.
What's the idea of scramming out?
I saw something.
Yeah?
Perhaps it's better that your big boss meet us someplace else.
Where we going?
That's up to you. Where's a good spot to meet your boss?
Well, there's the park. Met him there before.
That's it. We can meet there in In an hour.
Okay, I'll give him a ring and tell him all
You
about
needn't bother. I'll call him.
What for?
I have some business to attend to. Just to make sure you can do nothing until we're due to meet.
Hey, the gun. Put it down.
Not before I use it. You'll meet me later, Crocker, in the park. Yes, Crocker, in the park. You can't hear me now, so I can tell you this. I won't be there as the Green Hornet. I hope he's there. Hello? That's right, boss. Crocker. Well, I didn't want to take a chance coming in. I saw a cop hanging around. Yeah, sure, we got plenty from that safe. Well, it's hot. I want to get rid of it. How about the park? Yeah, okay, the regular place. At the reservoir? Right. Now to call the police. Then I'll get back to the apartment as if I'm returning from my trip.
That's it. That's the fingerprint check, all right.
So, Crocker and Burgess robbed Mr. Reed's safe.
Maybe one of them's the Green Hornet.
Let me answer this phone, then we'll grab those birds. Headquarters.
If you want a tip, go to the reservoir in the park.
Tip? Tip on what?
Crocker's going to be there in an hour. Get there and wait.
Crocker? Say, who is this?
You'll get Crocker and his boss. Go there and wait.
Who's talking? Who
was it?
Hung up. Some guy says Crocker's going to be at the reservoir in the park in an hour with his boss.
His boss?
Hey, maybe that's the Green Hornet.
Or maybe it's that big short fence we're trying to locate.
You know what? I got a theory.
You and your theories.
And the level. Maybe there's something between this fence and the Hornet. Maybe this guy is the Green Hornet.
Hello. Anyone around?
Boss. Boss, that you?
Crocker, what's happened?
I'm okay now, boss. That Green Hornet doesn't trust anybody.
Green Hornet? What are you talking about?
He was in on that job.
What?
Me and Burgess, we go to this guy Reed's place to crack the safe like you said.
Well?
That's when the Hornet steps in. Isn't he here?
Stop all this nonsense. Have you got the loot from the safe?
Huh?
You phoned me to meet you here.
It was the Hornet phone. He gave me a shot of gas. Said he had to leave for a while. He'd meet us here.
You're dreaming. Where's the loot? I thought so. In your car.
Sure. Me and the
We'll
Hornet.
go into that later. Hand me one of those bags. You take the other.
Okay, but I...
Give me it.
Sure. Watch it, boss. It's heavy. Hey, what was that?
Flash of light.
No, you don't. Don't move. Either one of you.
The police. That light. Someone took a photograph.
And a beauty, mister.
Let me go. I ain't done nothing.
No, you don't. You're sick.
Hey, how about a light? Let's see who these rats are.
Hey, Lowry. I tripped back away. Did you get him? Is it the Hornet?
Turn your flash on him, Larry.
Okay.
This is an outrage.
Come on. Get your arm away from your face. Let's see who you are, big shot.
You can't.
Well, I'll be... So you're the big shot fence we've been looking for. You, Gilmore.
Gilmore? Gosh, I thought I recognized him when the flash bulb went off, but it was so quick I couldn't be sure.
What a story. Gilmore, the city's philanthropist. No wonder you couldn't face that stuff, Martin.
You deny you received stolen goods, Gilmore?
I have nothing to say.
Listen, I ain't got nothing to do with this.
Don't
see?
try to deny it, Crocker. We found your fingerprints in Mr. Reed's apartment.
My fingerprints? I thought
We have you cold. And Gilmore, too.
We heard enough of the conversation between you and Crocker to send you both up, Gilmore. And that's where you're going. Take them away.
Come on, move.
Lowry, Miss Benny, what's going on?
Reed, Gotti, where'd you come from?
I just got back from my trip. A policeman on guard there told me what had happened. I called headquarters, and, well, here I am.
Can you imagine, boss? The big shot behind this crime wave, the guy who set up that robbery of your place, was Gilmore.
Gilmore uses philanthropists as a blind. He must have had Crocker pick up young crooks like Burgess.
You could have knocked me over with a feather, Reed.
It surprised me, too, Axford. Well, I've been to Gilmore's house so many times, I recognize it in the dark. And yet, tonight is the first time I realized that a man like that could be a crook.
That's him, boss. As crooked as the Green Hornet.
Street paper! Head of crime ring arrested! Prominent citizen is linked with criminals. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel X Street Paper.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Got to hurry. Must smash a racket in the ring.
I wish you'd give up prize fighting.
Oh, Sally, don't start that again. I won last night, and
Tank Dolan says
Tank Dolan, that's all I hear. Fighting and Tank Dolan.
Well, he's my manager, ain't he?
He's a crook.
He is not.
That's what the Sentinel sports editor calls him.
Well, I ain't seen it in print.
The only reason why not is because there's no proof. But I've heard him many times. After all, I work here at the Sentinel.
At the switchboard? What kind of a job is that?
Better than some I know.
Oh, now listen, honey. You keep on being sore at me because I quit my job here on the paper.
I told you not to.
A little two-bit job. Office boy to a mail clerk.
You have to start someplace.
It's too slow. Look, Sally, I did all right in the amateurs, didn't I? Now I'm in the pro game. I'll be making money. Plenty of money. We can get married.
How much did you make last night?
Well, I
Fighting 2-3 nights a week. Well, you're so thin you look like a shadow.
train fine, that's all.
Oh, I give up. We can't stand here arguing in the hallway outside of Mr. Reed's office.
Now listen, honey, you gotta believe in me.
Dan, what's wrong?
I don't know. Feel sort of woozy all of a sudden, like a.
Dan, you...
Here, what is it?
Mr. Reed, he fainted.
So for snakes.
Hey, take his feet, Axford.
I got him.
Open that door. Into my office. Careful of the door, Axford.
Dan, darling.
Hey, boss, I've been wanting to... Holy mackerel, who's that?
Turn that chair around, Lowry.
Sure.
What happened, Mr. Reed?
Careful, Axford.
All right. Easy.
Will it be all right?
I got some water.
The poor lad. We was coming out of the elevator when he fainted.
Rub his other wrist, Lowry.
Yeah.
He'll be all right.
Here's the water, Mr. Reed.
I put some ammonia in it.
Good, that'll fix him.
He's coming too.
Dan.
Here, drink this.
Oh, I'm okay. I just.
Drink it.
How'd it happen, kid? Do you faint
He
often?
never has before.
Yes, I'm trained a little too fine, that's all.
Oh, you're the kid who used to work here and quit to be a fighter.
Yeah, thanks. I'm feeling okay.
You look awfully pale.
Why? Why should he faint? Oh, I was so scared.
When did you eat last?
Huh?
You had anything all day? Or yesterday?
Well,
Holy crow.
Dan, is that it?
Oh, let me alone. I'm okay, I tell you.
You'll be a lot better after you get a solid meal.
Shall I call the restaurant, Mr. Reed?
Yeah, it takes too long. Axford.
Yeah?
You take this youngster downstairs. Get him a meal, a good one.
On the expense account, Reed?
Of course.
Golly, come on, youngster. We bought it.
Oh, gosh, I don't need nothing.
I'll go with you, Dan.
Oh, just a moment, Miss...
That's Sally, Mr. Reed. She works on the switchboard.
yes. You'll be all right, Sally. Come inside my office. Nothing to worry about now. Come in, Lowry. You too, Miss Case.
Yeah, right, boss.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Sally. Now, how'd this happen?
Dan used to work here, Mr. Reed, but he quit.
You turned fighter, eh?
I remember him. He made out pretty well in the last city amateurs.
He doesn't seem to be doing so well now.
Oh, it's terrible. He keeps on fighting and he doesn't get any money.
Thinks he's going to someday, is that it?
They all do.
You got any idea how much he got for his last fight, Sally?
Well, he wouldn't tell me, but I'm pretty sure he got $3.
Only $3?
It's his manager who's responsible. If it weren't for him, Dan would never have quit.
His manager?
Yes. Tank Dolan. He's got a
Tank
lot
Dolan? That termite?
Who's Tank Dolan, Lowry?
The kind of an insect that crawls out of the woodwork. Rats like him give the fight game a bad name.
Lowry, can you get in touch with this fellow Dolan?
Sure, he always hangs out at Stanner's gym.
Get over there. Find out what he has to say about this youngster.
Now, boss?
Right now. If he's making a business of exploiting young kids, it's time someone called a halt.
Dan's not the only one, Mr. Reed. Dolan has a lot of others, too.
That's enough for me. He'll talk or I'll use him for a punching bag. Hey, you. Where's Dolan?
Who wants to know?
Come on. Stop socking that bag. I'm a reporter from the Sentinel. I want to talk to...
Reporter? How about a story on me? Bad Caffrey, that's me. Future lightweight champ.
Yeah, far in the future.
A wise guy, huh?
Have it your own way. Where's Tank Dolan, or do I have to page him?
Through that door.
Thanks. Mr. Dolan, I believe.
Yeah, I'm Dolan. What can I do for you?
My name's Lowry from the Daily Sentinel. I'd like to ask you some questions about...
Oh, about the fight game, huh? Always glad to talk to the press.
And that's what I came for.
Oh, I got a stable of fighters as big as any guy in the country. Make a good story.
Oh, not for me, Dolan. I came about... Oh, wait a minute. Come to think of it, I am interested in your stable.
You are?
Sure. How many fighters do you have?
Right now, I got 24.
What?
That's right. I ain't one of them one-shot managers.
You managed to keep them busy?
Busy? Why, like a bear after honey, that's how busy my boys are.
But how? Most fighters fight once a month, even less.
Oh, you don't get it. I specialize in club fights.
Club fights?
Yeah. You see, there's plenty of kids aching to be fighters. The country's full of them. Kids who get tired of being amateurs.
So I gathered from... I heard about
and
that.
there's plenty of clubs around all the cities who want to put on fights, but they ain't got the dough for a big-time card. You understand?
So you provide the show, huh?
That's the angle. The kids are pro fighters. They get experience, and then they...
And what? How about the money?
Huh?
What do you pay those kids?
Same like every other club fight manager in the country. A straight 50-50 split.
50-50 maybe, but not straight.
Now, listen here.
You deduct expenses first, don't you?
Oh, sure.
And that leaves how much?
What is this? You ain't here for no interview.
Sure I am, but I'm after the truth. You're playing those kids for suckers, aren't you?
Well, they get the best of care.
Yeah, $3 for a 10-round fight.
Who's been lying about me?
Oh, it's a lie, is it?
Now, listen. I got my license to manage fighters straight from the State Boxing Commission. Honest Dolan, that's what they call me.
Ever hear of a kid named Cannon?
Cannon?
He fainted because he was hungry. One of your boys, Dolan.
Now, look, I'm kind of busy. Me and the boxing commissioner, Brill, is going to lunch.
What about Cannon? He fought last night for $3.
That ain't so. I treat all my kids on the square. I manage them right, and I promote them club fights right. Just like anybody that's interested in the future of the fight game.
That's your story, huh? Why, you little worm.
Now, hey, don't you try nothing. Hey, Bat Caffrey.
Don't worry, I won't hit you.
What's the matter, Dolan?
This monkey's getting tough.
Oh, the wise guy, huh?
Save it for the ring, Pug. I wouldn't touch him with a fishing pole.
Why,
out of my way.
What?
Plenty of fresh air in here, but it still smells bad. And if you want to know why, Dolan, it's you.
That snooping reporter coming around and kicking up a fuss.
Who you calling, Dolan?
Now, you get out of here. I'm calling the commissioner, and I don't want you around.
Okay.
Hello?
Brill, this is Dolan talking. I got a beef.
Oh, yes, Dolan. What about?
Well, some wise guy reporter was in here asking questions.
Questions? About you?
Yeah, the wrong kind of questions, though. I got to see you right away.
Well, lunch indeed.
Not for lunch. This is private business.
Oh. Well, I don't think it's
Now, don't stall me, Brill. I got plenty on you, you know it. I got a good thing, and I'm going to keep it, see? It's up to you. Now, do you see?
Yes, I understand, Dolan. I'm glad you explained all this to me. It won't do for the Daily Sentinel to start headlines.
I'll toss that cannon out on his ear and let him talk then.
No. They'd capitalize on that.
What then? You got a better idea?
Perhaps.
Spill it.
What sort of a fighter is this Cannon?
Oh, a kid. No savvy.
Does he look like this picture?
Yeah?
Well, does he?
No, this guy's dark and black hair. Cannon's blonde as they come, and maybe 5 pounds lighter, too.
I mean in general build. The way he holds his hands.
Yeah, sort of.
That's the answer, Dolan.
I don't get it.
Dolan, you have a new fighter. From South America. The Pampas Panther.
This guy!
This picture's an authentic one. But I happen to know the fighter himself is right now out of circulation. Very conveniently.
Well, maybe I'm dumb, but what's this got to do with Cannon?
Dolan, if the Sentinel gets hold of Cannon now, they can raise a fuss.
Well, sure they can. Plenty. That's why I'm seeing you.
But if Cannon disappears and turns up as someone else, say someone from South America.
What for?
This Pampas Panther, for instance.
Well, you mean shove Cannon in as this guy?
It could be done.
Oh.
Suppose he meets, say, Bat Caffrey under this name.
Bat would pin his ears back.
Precisely. But the odds would be on the Pampas Panther. We could use his old record.
Hey, I get it. We put our dough on Caffrey and clean up.
And Cannon becomes so involved he don't dare squawk. Yeah, but one thing. Can you talk Cannon into this?
Can I? That kid's a sucker. He'll think it's on the level. Plenty of fighters work under a ring name. You just leave it to me, Brill. Just leave it to me.
Hey, boss. This club fight racket's the last straw.
Then it is a racket?
Sure it is, but try and get proof.
Did you see Dolan?
Yeah, and got no place. And the same result with one of the boxing commissioners.
What did the commissioner say?
A lot of nothing. He said they try to supervise these club fights properly, but there are so many of them
The commissioner admitted lack of supervision?
That's what Commissioner Brill said. If you ask me, Brill and Dolan are too pally anyway.
Brill, huh? Well, he's the one commissioner that might be. You better have another talk with Cannon.
I've been trying to all afternoon after I left the commissioner. I can't locate him.
Cannon?
No place around. So I gave up for the day and came back.
Huh. Well, at least Tank Dolan's had a scare.
Yeah? Look at this.
A photograph. A fighter called the Pampas Panther.
Some handle, huh? That's what Dolan told him. It's publicity. This fighter's booked to meet Bat Caffrey.
So Dolan didn't draw in his horns.
Not according to this.
Yeah, but what's suspicious about another fight?
Bat Caffrey. If you ask me, Caffrey is working for Dolan, too.
It's impossible. His press release says his manager...
I know what it says, but I have a hunch Caffrey's manager, whoever he is nothing but a stooge for Dolan. When I called on Dolan, he yelled for Caffrey to toss me out.
Oh, from what you say about Dolan, most of his business is phony.
Sure. That's where he gets his name, Tank.
Tank?
Yeah. When a fighter loses a bout deliberately, he takes a dive.
Oh, yes. Goes in the tank.
Maybe he's going to pull the same stunt with Caffrey and this Panther guy. What gets me, boss, is the way this South American pug showed up.
What do you mean?
He's a big enough fighter to rate advanced publicity. Yet the first thing we hear about him, he's already in this country booked for a fight.
Reed. Oh, golly, Reed. I got some news. That poor little tyke, Sally.
What about her?
You'll have to excuse me for busting in this way, Reed, but she was crying.
About Cannon?
I seen her, right beside the switchboard, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief and reading a note.
Oh, will you get to the point, Axford? A note from whom? About what?
So, for instance, who do you think? Young Danny Cannon. He said in the note he was leaving town and he wasn't coming back till he was a success.
Cannon's gone out of town. Are you sure?
That's what the note said.
What do you mean, boss? Are you sure?
Well, Cannon leaves a note. The very same day, a South American fighter turns up under the same manager with no advance ballyhoo.
Holy mackerel, boss. You don't think there's a tie-up?
Just wondering, Lowry. Perhaps Cannon hasn't really left town. Perhaps he's right here in town, hidden away, using another name. A name like the Pampas Panther.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. Several weeks later, just before the Pampas Panther was to meet Bat Caffrey, Lowry talked to Britt Reed after an unsuccessful attempt to get into Caffrey's training camp.
It's no use, boss. We can't find Cannon anyplace.
Dropped out of sight, huh? Did you go to the South Americans training camp?
Yeah, it was a good hunch, but it didn't pan out.
You're certain this fighter isn't really Cannon?
Cannon's light. This guy's dark as a cup of coffee.
Well, it's possible to change a man's coloring.
But
and
how
his hair as well, easily.
Well, that's true enough. But we even had this kid Sally there.
You and Axford?
Golly, Reed, if she couldn't be sure it was Cannon up there in the ring, nobody can.
Well, couldn't she find out by talking to her?
She didn't get a chance. The closest you could come to that fighter is a good 200 yards.
And keep him closely guarded, eh?
Yeah, they call it secret training.
Doran says the Pampas Panther's busy developing a no punch.
Yeah, it'll be too bad if Cannon is posing as this other fighter.
Yeah.
The boxing commission will ruin him for life.
Golly, Reed, it'll be a disgrace. Cannon mixed up in a phony fake.
That poor kid. If he is in on this, and we don't know for sure, he's being played for a sucker by Dolan.
You're right, Lowry. But the commission ain't going to take Cannon's word for it that he's innocent.
Now, hold on, you two. This is all pure conjecture.
Huh? Pure? What did you say, Reed?
Pure conjecture.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought you said. It sure is. Every bit of it. That's what I was thinking myself. What does it mean, that word?
Well, we're just guessing that Cannon is posing as the Pampas Panther.
We'll know when he steps through the ropes.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised, but what we're completely wrong about this.
Wrong? But, boss, you were the one who started it.
Still, I have a feeling we may be wrong.
Holy crow, Reed. You mean it won't be Cannon who goes into the ring?
Exactly that, Axford, but we'll wait and see.
That evening, Britt Reed went to his apartment.
The Green Hornet mask and the gun. Right where Cato put them. The gun's loaded. Good. And the Black Beauty waiting below. Yeah, Axford was right about Cannon. If he should be posing as the Pampas Panther, he'd be incriminated with Dolan. And yet I'm sure the boy is innocent of any actual intention to pull a fake. And Cannon may be masquerading as a South American fighter, but he must not appear in that ring. The Green Hornet is taking a hand. And by the time the bell rings for that fight, Dolan and Brill will wish they'd never heard of the Green Hornet.
Tank Dolan's training camp lay only a short distance from the city. When Britt Reed arrived, Dolan was having an argument.
Listen, Dolan, I'm beginning to hear rumors. I thought this business of having me become the Pampas Panther was on the level.
Sure it is, Cannon. Publicity build-up. There's a million guys around like you used to be, just a plain fighter. Turning you into the Pampas Panther gives you color, interest.
You told me there wasn't a real fighter by that name. I heard there was.
Well, where'd you learn that?
From the papers. You couldn't keep all the news out of this training camp.
All right, wise guy, you know. So what?
Well, I'm getting out.
You're in too deep already, kid. Who'd believe you?
Why, everyone will.
Nobody will, and you know it. You're hooked, kid.
Why, you crooked rat.
Easy with the dukes. You're in, kid. You're in deep. Spill the beans on us, and the commission smacks down on you, too.
If I'd known what you were planning, I'd never...
Now go on, scram.
I'm going. But get this, Dolan. I'll go through with this because you got me in a spot. But I'm fighting Caffrey on the level, see? I ain't taking one of your dives no matter what.
The dumb palooka. He don't have to dive. Caffrey will knock him slap happy anyway. Who's there? I thought I heard something.
Turn around, Dolan.
Huh? Who's the devil? Masked.
Recognize it, Dolan?
You're the Green Hornet.
So you and Brill are betting against your man.
That ain't so.
Don't lie. I heard you talking after Cannon went in and before.
You heard?
The wise money's all on the Pampas Panther, Dolan. You know that, of course.
Yeah, I know.
So are the odds. Suppose some of the boys around town learn that your fighter isn't the real Pampas Panther.
Now listen, Hornet. You ain't gonna tell them.
Why shouldn't I?
Nobody's gonna find out. We sink this kid out of sight right after the bout.
The Hornet has found out.
Now, look, don't tell them, huh? You're a smart crook, Hornet. Here's your chance to clean up.
Like you and Brill?
Yeah, sure. Bet on Caffrey. Only don't give us away.
You're a rat, Dolan.
Hey, what are you doing?
What makes you think I'll work with you?
What are you driving at?
Some people don't like the way you're handling things.
You ain't working for the gambling ring.
You're going with me, Dolan.
Put down the gas.
No.
You can't. Try that, will you? Got my throat out.
You'll call nobody, Dolan. Take it.
Gas. I can't breathe.
Yeah, he's out. It's a good thing I gassed him before he roused the whole camp. No, I'll get him safely away and keep him out of sight until the fight. The next step is to get Brill on the phone. With the two of them mistrusting each other, things may turn out all right.
Britt Reed took Dolan to a cheap rooming house behind the fight arena. He bound and gagged him. Later that same evening, after first removing the Green Hornet mask, he phoned Commissioner Brill. And when he finished his conversation...
There now. The commissioner thinks Dolan is up to some tricky business. Let Dolan get the same impression about the commissioner before I bound and gagged him. One more call. After that, the Green Hornet will play his role in a crowded fight arena.
On the evening of the fight, Britt Reed and Axford went to the arena. With them were Lowry and the telephone operator, Sally. While the last preliminary was underway, Britt Reed excused himself on the pretext of seeing some friends, then made his way to one of the dressing rooms beneath the arena. Before donning his Green Hornet mask, he listened at the door.
I don't get it, Lefty. What are you doing here? What's the idea of rubbing that stain on your body?
I got a phone call, kid. From the boss.
Dolan?
I'm going in as the Pampas Panther tonight. Not you.
Is that why we're here alone?
What else? Scram out of here.
Yeah, but Dolan told me last night at the training camp. I didn't want to go through with it, and he said I got it.
He changed his mind. He said somebody might spot you. Now, I'm from out west. Nobody knows me here.
I won't do it.
Them's orders, kid.
No, this is my fight, and I'm going...
Hey, the lights.
Who is
Take it, Cannon.
What's going on?
Yeah, I can't breathe.
Who are you?
Shut up, Lefty. You got your orders?
Oh. You're working for Dolan, eh?
I'm going outside. I shove Cannon through that window. I'll see that he doesn't interfere.
You'll be out there to get him?
You do your job, that's all.
Okay. Dolan's sure a smart apple, ain't he?
Yeah, he thinks he is. Now get busy with Cannon. You're doing the ring any minute.
Britt Reed left the dressing room and raced outside. In the dark, deserted alley, Cannon was just recovering.
What happened?
You take my advice and get out, Cannon.
Huh?
Leave now and no one will identify you as the Pampas Panther. Dolan will no longer have any hold on you.
Yeah, I'll get out. Thanks a lot. I wish I knew who you were. So dark here.
If you saw who's helping you, you wouldn't be so thankful. Just get out. Never mind the rest.
Well, here we are, folks, at the ringside. The second round of the feature bout between the Pampas Panther and Bat Caffrey. Both men are still in the court. Ah, there's the bell. Caffrey comes out to the middle of the ring. His eyes still swollen with the Panther. There, another one. Again, and the right to the breadbasket. The Pampas Panther's giving Caffrey an awful pain.
That can't be young Cannon. Caffrey's taking a beating.
It doesn't look like Danny.
Sure, it must be Danny.
We'll see after the fight.
Oh, we can tell now, boss. That guy up there must be the real Pampas Panther. Look at him knock Caffrey around.
That won't be long now. Hey, I spoke to Lachlan, the head commissioner. He'll meet us outside the dressing room as soon as the fight's over.
I can't figure this out, boss. I could have sworn Dolan was pulling a pony. Yet this fight doesn't look fixed.
Yeah, there's more than one way to fix a fight, Lowry. We'll find out soon enough just how crooked Dolan is.
Hey, Reed, look at him over there. Ain't he talking to Commissioner Brill?
He is, Exford? Well, he appears to be burned up about something.
And this looks like the finish, folks. Caffrey's reeling in a neutral corner. His opponent after him like the Panther he's aimed for. Caffrey's guard is down. He's out on his feet. And there, the referee's moving in now. He's pushing the South American boy away. Yes, a technical knockout. The referee stops the fight and awards to the Pampas Panther on a technical KO. And that's the finish, folks. Wait just a minute now. Here comes the announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner, the Pampas Panther!
And there you have it, folks. There you have it. Now the crowd's milling around trying to get near the ring. But the police are doing a good job holding everyone back. And there goes the winner down the aisle with his manager, Dolan, protected by a group of policemen. Commissioner Brill is with him, too. Well, that's strange. Dolan should be grinning all over now that his man has won. Instead, he's got a face like a thundercloud.
Now, Lefty, we're inside the dressing room. Now, spill it.
Take it easy, Dolan. You phoned me to go in as the Pampas Panther and take Caffrey. Dolan phoned you. Sure he did. I just followed orders. So that's it, huh, Dolan? Double-crossed me, did you?
It wasn't me that pulled a double-cross, Brill.
Had it all planned, didn't you? Pretending you were betting on Caffrey the way I did. Then you turned around and substitute Lefty. You switched your bets and leave me holding the bag.
You're screwy, Brill. This whole frame-up was your idea.
Mine?
Sure. You and the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet? The Hornet? What has he to do with it?
Ah, don't pretend, Brill. You sent the Hornet to the training camp last night. You had him keep me bound and gagged in that rooming house.
You're crazy.
Don't tell me. The Hornet hinted as much just before the fight.
Before the fight?
Sure. How do you think I got to the ringside? The Hornet came in and untied me. He was pretty cagey, masked and all. But he mentioned your name.
So that's why you accused me at the ringside.
I did. As soon as I saw what was going on.
I don't believe it. I've lost plenty on this, Dolan.
Well, so have I.
I'll smash you for this. You can't double-cross me and get away with it. I'll expose your entire racket, the way you run those club fights of yours.
Try it. I got plenty on you. Whose idea was this scheme in the first place?
It was mine, all right. But you're still through. Don't forget I'm still boxing commissioner here.
I heard that, Brill. You're through as boxing commissioner in this state.
And that comes straight from the head commissioner himself.
Just a minute, Lachlan. I haven't done anything wrong.
Sure, Mr. Lachlan. Me and Brill, we were just talking.
Golly, you sure were.
We were outside. We heard every word of it.
Listen, Mr. Lachlan, how about me? I fought a straight fight. I ain't done nothing wrong.
You posed to someone else, didn't you?
Well,
I know Pampas Panther. I'll bet you don't know what a Pampas is, or a Panther either.
Okay. I'll tell you the works.
It won't be necessary.
Dolan, you and your whole crooked racket are smashed higher than a kite.
I'll say it is, with an 8-column headline, boss.
You can't prove it. I'll see my lawyer.
Oh, shut up, Brill. They got us.
Completely, Dolan.
Come along, all of you. I'm starting this investigation right now.
That means you too, Lefty.
Okay.
Go along, Lowry. Phone the story in.
Right, boss, and it'll be a honey.
Suffering snakes, Reed. I just thunk of something.
Yes, Exford?
Well, if this here South American fighter ain't young Danny Cannon, and he ain't, then where in the world is Danny at?
Why ask me, Exford?
Ah, poor Sally. I guess she ain't never going to see him again.
Oh, I don't know, Exford. Never's a long time. For all we know, he may be on his way back to Sally right now.
Sentinel X3 paper! Big fighter exposed! Shake up intermission brings report! Read all about it! Crooks under arrest! Green Hornet still alert! Sentinel X3 paper!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental.
Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.